Honorable members, it is now 1 minute after 10 o'clock. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, Honorable Sangon.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Morning, members. Morning, General.
Good morning, Honorable Ngola.
Good morning, Chair. And please, let's not forget General Kaman today.
And good morning, Honorable Sokanyile.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo, the new Secretary General from.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the people of South Africa.
Good morning, Honorable Skosana.
Ngithokoze mgcini isihlalo ngiyalotshisa nesitshaba sikaZimu namalunga ala eParliamenteni enkulu nabosondaba wonke umuntu okhona olaleleko njenganje ngithi lotshani.
Good morning, Honorable Shongwe.
Sanibona South Africa, sawubona Chair. Siyabingelela sami.
Good morning, Honorable Breitenbach.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Diane Kola-Barnett.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Cameron.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Shikele.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Vessels.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, sit down, and good morning, Honorable Matthews.
I've been here, Chair. Good morning.
Yes, no, I know that you have been here. Yes. Advocate Arense.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, my colleagues, media, and General Mkhwanazi and his team.
Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members.
Honorable or Advocate Mkhize.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, General and your team.
Yes, Honorable Sauls, good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
General Ntantla Mkhwanazi, good morning.
Sawubona Sihlalo.
Yes. Let me greet Honorable Mokoena Zondi from the MKP. Good morning, Honorable Member. How are you?
Thank you, Chair.
And welcome to our proceedings. Good morning, Mr. Tejana.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Dr. Tulio.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Avenda.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to honorable members.
The people of the Soutpansberg. Mr. Pilot Kwebo, good morning. Good morning to the staff of Parliament. Good morning to the staff of the political caucuses in Parliament. And good morning to members of the media. You want to greet me, Honorable Skosan?
No, Chair, I just wanted to complete the introduction of Honorable Mkhwena. is the chief whip of Mkhwanazi party in parliament. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Mkhwanazi, the chief whip of the MKP in the official opposition in parliament. Thank you so much. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I think we should put it on record that the MKP party are looking very dashing with their suits, and the newly appointed SG even has a tie on. Thank you, Chair.
If you remember what I said when we congratulated Honorable Nomvalo on his appointment, that the Secretary General is the personification of the organization. The way he dresses, we see the organization. The way he walks, we see the organization. Yes, you must go and look at the pictures of Walter Sisulu. You will know what the Secretary General is.
Chair, it's about today's proceedings. Even if I was not appointed, we're going to wear like this.
You must go and see the pictures of Reverend James Kalata. You will know what the Secretary General is. Go and look at the pictures of Tseki Soplaki. You will know the Secretary General. I will want to start by requesting the House to applaud my members today. They are meticulously dressed. They look fastidious. Can we give them a round of applause, the Honorable House? Thank you so much. You look very exquisite today. And I want to thank you so much, honorable members. This is the day the Lord has made. And I can see that the Spirit runs through your veins today. The day of the 6th of July, General Mkhwanazi, is the day the Lord has made. And the day of the 7th of October, 2025, is the day the Lord has made. And today is the day the Lord has made. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah, honorable souls. Honorable members, do we have apologies? I know that we have the standing apologies of Honorable Chopper. We have the apology of Honorable Malema for this week. Can I check if we have further apologies? Honorable Sangon.
Yes, Chairperson, we have the apology of the Chief Whip. He will join us after 12. He's engaged in the Chief Whip's forum. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mwango said I must pass his apology. He'll join us late. He's chairing a meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance, Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. We have no apologies except the Honorable Klopper.
Okay. The EFF. The PA.
No apologies, Chair.
The FF Plus.
No apology. Thank you, Chair.
The Action SA.
No apologies, Chair.
Thank you so much. Because today is our last schedule of our appearances, or the last appearance on our schedule. I'm going to extend my benevolence. I'm stretching my benevolence to the limit today. I don't want to spoil your excitement. And I don't want to spoil the mood. Because when you are on the terminus, on the finishing line of the race, your spirit is lifted very high. And I can see that today, each one of you has that feeling that we started there and today we are here. So the chairperson can't spoil the mood. And so we are going to afford your time with the witness. And at the end, I'm going to afford each political party an opportunity to make a closing statement. Not on the evidence that would have been presented, but the people of South Africa who have been following us every day, sending us messages, giving us feedback. Sometimes the microphone is not loud. I think it's fair, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Nomvalo, that you must speak to those people and thank them for their support, for their unwavering support and their tirelessness, because we have said it from the beginning that the work that we are doing, Honorable Souls, we are doing it in the name of these people and in the name of the Parliament of the Republic. So I must not ambush you. I must inform you from the onset that there is going to be that time graciously given to you by the chairperson to make those closing remarks. And also to thank the staff of Parliament and the staff of the political parties. They have worked day and night to support you and to make sure that you are relevant in your engagements to the statements that have been made by various witnesses that have come before us. And since we started, I have never seen any controversial report by the media. We want to thank you so much, members of the media, for the manner in which you have reported about the proceedings and developments in this committee. And lastly, honorable members, this one is on you. We are here today because of your efforts, and we are here today because of your wisdom. And for that, I want to thank you so much that we are on the last day of our proceedings. Advocate Arendse, are there any remarks that you will want to make?
About the happy time we've had together. Chair.
No, that will come later. I mean, now with the proceedings. You must also prepare yourself to come and say something. You will be the first, in fact, to say something.
I'll first have to consult with my biblical leader on my far right.
Preparing you to know.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Today we do indeed have General Mkhwanazi here, who also happened to be our first witness, our last witness. As we had discussed, and I think the Honorable Committee had accepted, that we will not prepare a further or additional or supplementary affidavit, given that there's a lot of moving parts, as it were, in this whole saga, if I may call it that. Hardly would we have deposed to an affidavit, signed it when something else cropped up. So even today, we have an exhibit bundle of some exhibits that have come in pretty late. So, Honorable Chair, we are going to request you to swear in General Mkhwanazi as a witness, and then we will, as far as possible, of course, try and lead his evidence in accordance with a memorandum which we have prepared and made available to the Honourable Committee, a list of questions and themes that we intend to deal with arising or relating to developments that have taken place after General Mkhwanazi testified and matters that have come to his knowledge since then. The documents have now been printed and are before the Honourable Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Sols.
Chairperson, given that it's our last day and it's our main witness, will we be reverting back to the model of time that we used at the beginning, where the responses of the witness does not eat in our time, so that we spend enough time and not rush it?
What I will do is I will allocate you 30 minutes. And in case you still have questions or matters you want to raise with the witness, I will allow that to happen. Yeah. So I will get indication from the speakers after their 30 minutes has expired, how much more time they would need. Yeah. But we will do that without prejudicing on others. Because I know we will always want to use the first speaker as a measure. We can agree, Honorable Souls, from the onset that we will allocate 30 minutes. And if the Honorable Member has to go beyond 30 minutes, it must not be above 45 minutes. I think that will be fair. Is that agreeable to Honorable Members? Honorable Skosan.
I second that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. General, good morning once again and welcome. We must administer oaths, and the remarks that I'm going to make is just to remind you, because these are the remarks that we made when we saw you in previously, that this ad hoc committee is investigating the allegations that were made by yourself, General Mkhwanazi, and that the information you give us here will help us in our oversight and investigative work. The allegations include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the PKTT, the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. And number three, alleged corrupt relationship between members of the public and senior leadership of the SAPS, and lastly, alleged political interference within the work of the SAPS. And we have also, we also want to remind you that the evidence or the statement that you make here and the oath that you take here is in terms of an Act of Parliament of 2004, which we call the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. And further, that you are reminded that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily any question lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. General, be reminded that you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. And once again, please be reminded that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a committee with information or makes a statement before it, which is false or misleading, commit an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
I'll take an oath, sir.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate this. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Nhlanhla Sibusiso Mkhwanazi,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You are sworn in, and I'm going to plead with you to stay with us until we release you from your oath. I'm saying this statement because by now we have human experience of witnesses that may stand up during the proceedings and release themselves. So I'm pleading with you to stay with us until we release you.
Thank you, sir. May I also plead that perhaps we should be mindful of the time seated there for health reason. I don't think it's good enough for individual to be seated in one chair for more than 2 hours.
Yeah, we
there
will
might need to be some consideration of
we
that.
will give you convenience breaks.
Thank you, sir.
Today is the last day of our proceedings. Before I hand over to Advocate Arendse, I just want to hear from you, General Mkhwanazi. Before we start with evidence, is there anything that you want to say regarding this proceeding since we started with you from that day until? How do you feel if I was going to ask that question?
Yeah, no, thanks. I'm not a parliamentarian, so I will not necessarily, maybe it might be wrong for me to judge the proceedings, but indeed, Chair, I've been observing, being worried at times on the posture and the attitude that I see on some of the members in Parliament that seems to prejudge things. My understanding is that the committee's job is to listen to evidence, probe, but not make conclusion on their own that certain things are wrong or certain individuals are wrong. So it is that which was a bit of a concern to me, because if you recall back onto the clips of those sittings, you will have found such instances. But other than that, I think it's been encouraging to see Parliament, especially this ad hoc committee, to work these long hours. And I must take my hat off from the committee members, because at times you'll go to the gym and you come back and you are still sitting, and you fall asleep, you wake up and you're still sitting. And I thought, yeah, no, never seen Parliament work this hard. And I'm sure South Africans are quite happy about that. I am pleased with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Advocate Arendse, how much time would you need?
Honorable Chair, yesterday we underestimated, and I think we required a further hour or so after we said from 10 to 1. We're making a bit of a late start also. It's almost 10:30. Assuming you take the lunch break at 1 and you take a full hour, then we would say 3:30, 4 o'clock.
What are you suggesting?
That we be given until between 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Until 3:30.
Yes, Chair. If we shorten the lunch break, perhaps.
No, what we should do is that we will break at 1:30. So you will have 3 hours between now and 1:30. And then come back at 2. And when we come back at 2, we can only afford to run until 3.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. But we can't go to 4. Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm not being inconsiderate, but I just want to make a kind plea to the Senior Council. We also have an interest on issues to be raised by the witness before us. And the evidence to be tested is very vast because there are many people who came after General Mkhwanazi, and some discredited his evidence, some corroborated with his evidence. So there are many issues which we have noted. So I want to appeal to the Senior Council and his team that they should not treat today's proceedings similarly to other proceedings that we have held before. May they allow members more time because there's a lot of us, Chair, and we're only given 30 minutes and they get hours. So I believe that amongst themselves, they can collectively agree on how they can best summarize their session. So that is my kind plea, Chair, that at least we give them between now and 1:30. And then when we come back, we give an opportunity to members. It's a kind plea. Thank you very much.
Okay. There is the proposal there. What is the take of Honorable Sangoni on that proposal?
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, our attitude has always been that we shouldn't make the issue relating to time to reign supreme, while it's actually compromising the quality of the work that we ought to do. So our proposal would be that let's run until 1:30. Then at 1:30, we then gauge how far they have gone. But I think they've listened to the plea from members that at least they must be able to squeeze themselves in. Then at 1:30 or at 2 when we come back, we can gauge how much time then we'll allocate them further from 2 p.m. Thank you, Chair.
The DA. Honorable Breitenbach.
We have no objection to the proposal, Chair.
The EFF.
Agreed to the proposal, Chair.
The PA. Honorable Sauls.
Chair, already we as members are seeking more time. And I think it is not correct for the evidence leaders to have the posture that they have ample time. So if we are expected to be disciplined and manage our time, the same should apply to the evidence leader. My position is they have until lunchtime and not until 3 or 4.
Okay.
Lunchtime, we come back and then we start. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Agree with the proposal. Let's not waste further time. Let's continue.
Okay. Honorable James.
We agree with the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Advocate Aaron said the overwhelming feeling is that let's do everything until 1:30. So I'm going to restrict my members not to interject you so that you are able to trot until that time. Thank you so much. Good luck to you and General Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair. General Mkhwanazi, since you were last here, we asked you whether there was anything that you may have neglected to say or couldn't say or did say that you may wish to address before we commence proceedings today. And one of those issues related to an allegation you made that money was paid by Mr. Matlala to Minister Cele. Do you recall that evidence that you gave here when you first appeared?
That's correct, Chair.
Yeah. And you will also recall that immediately after, I think it was during the course of General Cele's evidence, you contacted me and you indicated that you wanted to make a correction and you apologized and conveyed that to the committee. You recall that?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Now you have deposed to an affidavit where you do indeed retract that allegation, and you give an explanation why you have done so. Honorable Chair, if I may just hand up the affidavit. Have we got the original somewhere? I think an electronic copy. Okay. The original copies with parliamentary staff, and I think the electronic copy has been. Sorry. It has been uploaded. So, General, perhaps if you have a copy in front of you, or you can perhaps just discuss it fairly briefly, if possible.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I had made a contact with the senior counsel just before Gerald Cele was led into his testimony last year, and I retracted something that I had responded to one of the members that had asked me a question with regard to the communication between General Cele as well as Usmut Matlala. Honorable Chair, subsequent to that, I deposed of an affidavit which I think came to Parliament dated the 24th of October, where was it 24th October, if I'm not mistaken? No, yes, 24th October 2025. I think there's a typing error here on my statements at paragraph 5, because it says 24. I think I've made it other error, but it was 2025 when I submitted that statement. Honorable Chair, I am trying to explain on this explanatory witness statement that I've presented to Parliament today, that when I appeared here in my founding affidavit that I presented before this HOC committee, I made it clear in that affidavit that the information that I was presenting before the HOC committee, it is information that I had obtained through documents that I would have perused and the people that had shared information. And what I was presenting was a collective effort of the men and women out there that are finding it challenging for them to carry out their task. So at no stage I had claimed that everything that I presented was solely from me. So it's information that will be provided to me by colleagues that are working on things. As I'm sure everyone knows that I am stationed in KwaZulu-Natal, and the majority of the things that brings us here, and I must applaud Honorable James when I listened to her yesterday, drawing our attention from PKTT to the real problem, which is drug issues that is happening in Gauteng. That majority of what we were raising on the 6th of July was in relation to the activities that we're seeing happening in Gauteng province. So therefore, the members that were working close with that have got different expertise, Honorable Chair. And as I was presenting and preparing the statement, I will obtain information from them. Some of them are analysts that will be providing information, and information that brought us to come together so that we can discuss this. Honorable Chair, in my statement, without going through it verbatim on every paragraph, I want to draw your attention especially to paragraph 7 or paragraph 6, maybe let me start there, and I'm going to read it into record, if you permit me. On paragraph 7, on this explanatory witness statement, I'm explaining that in preparation of my evidence before the committee, I relied on information provided by the analyst in relation to the cell phone data of Mr. Matlala's phones. The analyst that worked on this was Miss Nonhlanhla Ketsekile, who is a lieutenant colonel in the South African Police Service. She's the one that conducted the analysis of the data from the 2 mobile phones of Mr. Matlala. Colonel Ketsekile subsequently deposed to a statement wherein she explains how the error occurred. And the statement, I'm sure the members have the statement that she deposed. She says, during the execution of her duties, she was, of course, in the presence of myself and other colleagues, who include the generals that are working on this case, where there was a projection of the data downloads of the cell phones of Mr. Ket Matlala. The 2 cell phones where the information came from Mr. Matlala was an iPhone 16 as well as iPhone 15. And it was discovered during these downloads that there were communications on cell phone numbers of General Cele, and General Cele's numbers were saved on these phones. And the numbers are reflected on my statements at paragraph 7.2.1 and 7.2.2. As you can see, these numbers were saved with particular names, Ndosi and Cele. For those who does not know, Ndosi is a clan name of Cele. So you'll assume that when a person talks about Cele or Ndosi, he talks about the same person. The analyst then explained that in the very same phone, there were also chats that were coming from 8 different numbers, which is reflected on paragraph 7.3. And this communication that is dated the 27th of December 2024, it was a communication between Vusmus Matlala and the person on this number that he had saved as Babndos. So right at the onset, you'll assume that Babndosi might be a Cele person, not necessarily General Cele, but might be a Cele person because it's a clan name. But where the error happened, and honorable members must see there on record, and we are reflecting that especially on paragraph 7.5 of the statement. The number that is reflected on paragraph 5.2.1 above, which reads 072 207 3518. That is a number of General Cele. And the number that was communicating on text with Ket Matlala that was saved in Ket Matlala's phone and saved as Babndosi, or the address that Matlala uses. The number reads 072 204 3518. So on the glance, as the members can see, the two numbers are almost similar with a difference of only one digit, right in the middle. That's one digit that differentiates between the two numbers. The system that an analysis notebook that the analyst was using in punching the numbers and tracing the communication, I think the system drew a different number because of this confusion in the middle. Now, the analyst does submit a statement, or she has submitted a statement, both before this committee as well as on a criminal investigation that has been investigated by IPIT as a result of a case of perjury that Mr. Adams, the honorable member of this parliament, have opened as a result of that error. So she did submit, which we will have to account for on the criminal investigation. But she did submit her statement to explain how this error occurred. So we were upfront to withdraw that statements made. We've put in a statement supplementary in that regard, and we are here today to submit an explanatory statement on how this error between these two numbers occurred. Honorable Chair and members, we also believe that the very same Vusmus Matlala made the same error. He might have been under impression that he's communicating to someone else, Ndosi, Babndosi, that he addresses as Babndosi himself. Why do we say that? We say this because, Honorable Chair and members, the owner of the number that the mistake happened resides in Mpumalanga. His name is here. I'm not going to read it for privacy, but the members is reflected on the statement. The owner of this phone number has given us a statement as well, where he explains that he received a number of messages, WhatsApp messages with bank records, statements that he did not understand what was it about. There were a lot of them. And he then responded to try and get a conversation from the person who's sending him these documents. He sends him a message, he said, hey, and then the person responded. And next thing, there was an exchange of a bank account because it seems like Ed Matlala needed to put money, give money to this person. And this person gave him capital account. And this Ed Matlala deposited the money into this account. And this man was appreciative, he's unemployed, and he said he took some of this money, gave it to his girlfriend. And he wanted more money because he doesn't know who's this person that is donating the money to him that he does not know. It is then when Vusmus Matlala realized that looks like he's talking to a wrong person. And Vusmus Matlala says on the WhatsApp message, who are you? So he's asking this guy that he has already given the money to, says, who are you? And this person explained, no, I'm so and so. So immediately after that, Matlala deleted all the messages that he had sent. He retracted all those messages from his phone. So a statement from that owner of that cell phone is here. The downloads from Matlala's phone does show those messages that the members or that the witness is talking about that were sent by Matlala to him. And they are reflected, attached to the statement, at the back of the statement, that the members will be able to see them. Right at the back, there's quite a lot of messages that Matlala had sent to this guy, and he later deleted all of them. So we believe that Matlala made the same error, Chair, that we also made, simply because the number between this gentleman and Cele differs with only one digit. I think it's digit number 6. The other one has got 4, and the other one has got 7. The rest of the other numbers, they are exactly the same. So that is what we are submitting, Chair. It was not an intention for us to mislead this committee. it was an error that was made when the analysis team extracted information, which was discovered by the very same team when the investigation was conducted further. And when we established that, no, this is not a real person. And that's why we withdrew the statements that we made, which we had right at onset indicated that what we are sharing, it's any collective information that come from different colleagues in the service. So that's my submission, Chair.
Thank you, General. But you do confirm that Minister Cele's number is or was on Mr. Matlala's phone?
Yes, we do confirm that there's communication between Minister Cele or the former Minister Cele, Gerald Cele, and Vusmas Matlala. The only thing that we're withdrawing, it is the WhatsApp communication and subsequent to that, a bank account and the proof of payment. And we had said, if I may add, Chair, that in our response here, we did say that there was a communication between the General and Matlala. But subsequent to that, there was a bank account that was shared, and the bank account belonged to a third person. And there was money that was moving to that bank account of that third person. And we were to investigate whether that third person is not associated to Gerald Cele. That's what we said on record. So it is that investigation that revealed that actually those two are not related.
So the person who actually did get the money just thought that Christmas came early. He was getting a gift from some unknown person.
Yeah,
So
well,
not connected at all to Kat Matlala or to former Minister Cele.
Indeed, he does tell us that he enjoyed that money and he shared it with his girlfriend.
Is there any connection to the Ndosi number? And because you say Ndosi is a clan name for Cele.
It is Kat himself that addresses him as Bamdosi. So that's why we believe that he saved this, and this person has got no relationship with Cele clan. He goes with a different surname. Without disclosing the details of the person, maybe I can indicate his surname. His surname is Mhlanga. So nowhere closer to the clan of Cele.
Now, apart from what on your evidence appears to be a genuine mistake, what made you believe in the first place that Matlala would have sent money to former Minister Cele in this fashion?
Honorable Chair, the investigation team, as they were interacting, and we get to see the communication between General Cele and Matlala and the relationship that is between the two of them. It is that what became suspicious as to, but why will General Cele associate himself with this person? And further colleagues that we're talking to, of which some of them I spoke about, and we're going to discuss it later today. A colleague of mine who's the head of human resource management in the South African Police Service, that is Lieutenant General Hua, who had indicated to me that Gerald Cele was adamant to want to see him in order to discuss the contract that Matlala had in the police because there were no orders coming. She said to me that this was after the David.M engagement with Matlala when I spoke to her. And she said to me, Gerald Cele was even so adamant that he wanted to travel to Velkom when she was in Velkom to come and meet with her. So it is that made us to realize that there was that effort from Gerald Cele to make sure that Matlala is assisted to some degree. And of course, the generals going to the accommodation of Matlala in Pretoria, which has already been presented here, that is known. So those are some of the things that made us to feel that there is something that is questionable, the relationship between the two of them. So when the analyst then starts seeing this conversation, and on the glance, she can come and demonstrate how the system dropped this information that appears to be the General Cele that WhatsApp, the error occurred. We had no reason but to believe that there is something to be investigated between the two. And considering the fact that this contract, when it was awarded, we are not saying that there was any role that the general played, but when this contract of Matlala was awarded, Minister Mkhwanazi was not in, when the process started, Minister Mkhwanazi was not in the organization at the time. Gerald Cele was the executive authority at the time.
So at least on the face of it, there appeared to be some connection. And so when you miss one digit on two numbers that look almost exactly the same, there's no reason to think that it was done maliciously or with some ulterior motive.
No, definitely, there was no ill intention.
Yeah.
That's why we withdrew and made an apology upfront.
Now the one person whose name does feature prominently in the WhatsApp exchanges between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mkhwanazi is Minister Mkhunu. And Minister Mkhunu had handed up an affidavit that was deposed to by Mr. Matlala, where he says words to the effect that there's no relationship, no connection. I forget the exact wording now, but something to that effect. We'll find the affidavit and read it back to you. But words to that effect. Now, you had subsequently also been handed some information which indicates that that may not have been the case. The impression is created by the affidavit handed up by Minister Mkhunu that Matlala almost volunteered to give that information and deposed to an affidavit while he was at HOC Mapuru. Now, you have made available to us, which I will ask that they flight a handwritten letter it is in the pack, so honorable chair, honorable members, you can see it yourself. It seems to be addressed to Nhlamulo, NHLUMULO -FYI for your attention or for your information. And it's a handwritten letter. Perhaps first just explain how you got this letter into your possession and whether you know who this person is who wrote the letter or allegedly wrote the letter. Have you verified the contents of this letter? Have you sought to authenticate the letter? Just give us some background to this letter before we go to the relevant parts, please.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Chair, a cousin of mine stays in Johannesburg and she works in Johannesburg as well. She called me and told me that there is an information of someone in prison in Pretoria that wanted to see me and share information with me. But of course, I was in Durban and I could not just be in Pretoria, but I indicated to her that I'm going to be on my way to Pretoria. So if there's something that you want to share, I can meet up with you somewhere, collect whatever that you have collected and come and give it to me. And we made that arrangement. I traveled to Johannesburg and I met with her at, I think, Woodmead, if I'm not mistaken. And she gave me a handwritten document. And she gave me a bit of a background as to where does this handwritten document come from. So I took that and I was on my way to the Interpol conference in Morocco. I then thought I was going to be able to take time and read it and get to see whether what is written there can be of any assistance to anyone. So that's a background of how I got the letter. When I asked her how she received it herself, she said to me she got it from a gentleman who went to fetch this letter from prison, from a person who wrote it in prison. As you can see, the letter is not addressed to me, it's addressed to someone who I don't even know who the person is. I had to make an inquiry as to who is Nhlamulo. And my cousin then explained to me that Ntlamulo is a member of MK party. I don't know if he's a spokesperson or what title does he have. But the person that wrote the letter is a friend or is a person who grew up with Ntlamulo. So he knows Ntlamulo very well. And as a result, that person was addressing this to Ntlamulo. And apparently the intention was to ask Ntlamulo to bring it to me. But it is said that Ntlamulo was not available. I think he was in Cape Town. And if I'm not mistaken, Ntlamulo would have sent his father to go and meet up with this person. And that's how the father collected this information. And that information was passed to my cousin, and that's how it got to me. So the person wrote like this, and I confirmed her whether can I present this thing before the committee, and he said, yeah, he's willing to testify. He's currently in one of the correctional centers in Gauteng, but no longer in Hosimapuru. And he had even put his name right at the bottom, because I thought we could redact the name in order to protect him. And he said, no, he doesn't mind. He can tell it as is. So that's why we have it here before us.
Sorry, and this is a convicted prisoner.
I'm not sure of his status, but what I read from here, he said he's been in that thing in custody for more than 3 years. So whether he's convicted or not, I've never
Awaiting
investigated.
trial for 3 years, a bit long.
There are a lot of people that can be waiting trials for many years in our facilities.
Like in the Senzo Moyewa. But so his name appears to be Jermaine Prim. It's right at the end of this letter, just above the digit 8, Jermaine Prim.
Yeah, right at the end is written Jermaine Prim, and he signed it.
Yeah. Now, this letter is Jermaine Prim, the author of this letter. Is he writing this letter on the basis of information that he is now getting from Busikat Matlala?
What I was informed is that this person was in the same correctional facility with Ket Matlala, and he interacted with Ket Matlala throughout the whole process. In a matter of fact, what the information I have is that it was just the two of them in the cell.
Now, you haven't verified this for yourself or through your investigating team or through any investigating team?
Yeah, well, no. I've shared this information with the team in Gauteng as they are investigating some other cases in Gauteng, but not necessarily me, myself, to get involved with that investigation.
Now, you agree that there are a lot of names in this letter?
According to what is written, this man, because I established as to how did he gather the information. Information I got is that Kat was telling him things, and he will take a pen and a paper and he will write these things down without Kat knowing at the time. So that's why I was worried about this coming out in public, that maybe his life will be in danger. And he said, no, he's no longer even in the same facilities, so he doesn't mind. We can make this public. What he writes here is stories that he was told by Kat inside that correctional center. But he also makes his own remarks about his own issues here that has got other names. As I said, it's not something that has been investigated by me. I'm sure the team that gets to see this, they will interview him and try and get more information, because there are somewhere in this statement of his where he makes some allegations against some of our senior public figures of government. But that is in brief. I would say more than 90% of what is here, it's what it's been told to him by Kat Matlala.
Now, what makes you believe that this letter or copy of this letter is authentic, and that is indeed what Jermaine records, what Kat is telling him? They obviously have a lot of time to do this, sitting together in a cell the whole day.
Honorable Chair, the things that are mentioned here are matters that Some of them I was not aware. One of them is I did not know how the minister obtained Kat's affidavit that he came to present here. I did not know that. I never investigated, but it was presented before this ad hoc committee. Some of the things that are mentioned here include the meeting that myself and Kat had in Durban. It's mentioned in this letter because Kat told him that. So this person wrote the things that had not been made public, both in this ad hoc committee as well as at Madlanga Commission. So it is there that made me believe afterwards that this person is legit on what he's talking about. The stories that he's putting out there from Kat, at least, might need to be considered and be investigated further, because we have already had some of these things that he's talking about. And this was before a lot of these things presented, and I think it's something that happened before even the minister came to testify, if I'm not mistaken. There's no date on the letter when he wrote it, but when I inquired, was that when the father of this Mtamulo went to collect it, they gave it to me 2 days after collection of this document. So obviously need to be verified, some of these things, whether are there any facts on them or not. But it's stories that later, when testimonies are presented at the commission as well as here, they collaborate some of the information that is here. The issues of Ekurhuleni, amongst others.
So we need to be clear that this letter constitutes hearsay.
Yeah, it is indeed, until the author is tested on it. But from my side, as I said, I'm the third person that receives it. The person gave it to a gentleman, the gentleman gave it to my cousin brought it to me.
Sort of triple hearsay.
Yeah, part of why I'm giving it here is because he explains the how part of an affidavit that the minister brought before this committee, how it was obtained. And then the relationship, it seems, between himself and the minister, there seems to be in a way direct, not indirect as we presented, because all along we've been seeing Minister Mkhunu as communicating with Kat via other people like Mkhwanazi and amongst others, but not a direct conversation.
Yeah, I want to go to that part only of the letter that is relevant to what you're saying. But well, obviously it's up to the honorable members if they want to ask you questions or examine you on any other part of the letter, but it just seems to me to be almost irresponsible also to refer to other aspects where a number of prominent personalities are mentioned in this letter. But as you rightly say, this all needs to be investigated, or is maybe the subject of investigation, we don't know. Now, the relevant paragraph is the one, honorable members, it's marked number digit 2, it's circled. I think it's still, yeah, it's still on page 1. Do you have it, General?
Yes, yes, that's it.
Is this the part? On the 22nd of September, is that I received legal visit from my attorney, Natasia's somebody, or can you pronounce that surname? Oh, it's not. On arrival at the legal visit, I found Busi Matlala there. There were 2 white guys there to see him, in brackets, lawyers, close brackets. They handed him a paper to sign. He took it and signed it and handed it back. He did not even read through it. He then left and continued my legal visit. Upon arrival back at the section, I asked him who those lawyers are, because I know Oudis, and it was not him. It was also definitely not Mkhwanazi. He then told me that they are Senzo Mkhwanazi's lawyers and that they asked him to sign a statement saying he doesn't know Mkhwanazi. And then paragraph 3, when Vusi Matala arrived in CMAX in July 2025, he told me that he funded Senzo Mkhwanazi's election campaign as Mkhwanazi was campaigning to be the president of South Africa. He also said he gave him money for the ANC January, in brackets, I think January, and he's got 18 conference, which they have yearly. He said just for the January conference, he gave him over 4 million rand. I was shocked because I've been in CMAX for 3 years. We don't have radios, newspapers, or TV, so I didn't know all this was happening. He told me Senzo Mkhwanazi is the Minister of Police. He also told me about his case and the police. We spoke daily. He said that he's friends with Cedric Shabia, who is head of investigations and detectives in SAPS. He went in depth and said that Shabia told him to open a case against Mkhwanazi. He said Shabia gave him information of the special task force having kidnapped some lady who works at forensics and then seizing her computer. Shabia also told him that Mkhwanazi is under investigation. He told me many other things about Shabia. Then paragraph 4, a few days after signing the statement, which Mkhwanazi sent for Vusi, he told me that Mkhwanazi sent a message to his wife explaining that he is happy, that Vusi must just sit tight, and in quotation marks, help is on the way, close quotation marks. Vusi said, he said, help, all in capital letters. So, General, is that the part that you wanted to highlight for the purposes of this discussion about Minister Mkhwanazi?
Honorable Chair, in this 8-page statement has got too many things that are relevant to this committee. Too many beyond this one. These of the statement of Minister Mkhwanazi doesn't start on paragraph 2, it starts from paragraph 1. The events that happened before the lawyers were spotted in prison. That's what I'm saying, is something can be investigated. If the phone records and the visitors registers of these correctional services will be able to prove whether such visits happened, was this statement obtained from the prison, and so forth. This person is telling what Kat told him. But beyond this, Honorable Chair, this person talks about things that we did not talk about here. And one of them was the meeting between myself and Vusmus Matlala in Durban. It is here in the statement because Vusmus Matlala told him about it. That's why he makes a reference to it.
I wanted to get there after.
Yeah,
after this.
but what I'm saying, Chair, is that there's just too many other things that are here that might be relevant. There is Katiso Malife's issues here that this man is talking about. There are border issues here that are part of the letter of the minister. So there's drug issues that have been spoken about in this letter. So if we're going to only take one paragraph and exclude the others, we might miss something. It is something that
sorry,
I'm present.
General, just a correction. It's not what I can't tell you what to testify to, what to say. This is a document you've presented to us.
Yes.
If you want to go through the entire document and discuss it, then feel free to do so.
Okay.
I was honing in just on the one aspect, which is the
letter, the statement.
The statement
of the minister
that the minister had made to us under oath, and there appears to be some other version which is hearsay at this stage and which needs to be corroborated. But if there's anything else in the letter or the whole letter that you feel you want to discuss, then you must feel free to do that.
Okay. Yeah, no, well, SC, you've touched on the events that this person is talking about, what he saw with his own eyes inside the correctional service. But what also transpired is right at the beginning on the 9th of September on paragraph 1.
Yeah.
Which I will also want to invite you to first take that part. And after reading that part, then you can be able to link up with number 2. And that first part, and I don't know if you want me to read it.
Okay, I'll read it. On the 9th or the 10th of September, there was a conference call between Shamila Batoy, Senzo Mkhunu, Lawrence Odes, Musi Matlala's advocate, SAPS General, which he didn't name.
It's just an issue about which September they're talking about in the statement, because it's not detailed to which year is that.
Chair, if I may respond to that. The statement is as it stands. So the person who's an author, that's why I'm saying that this needs to be investigated further, because the person who's an author that wrote it like this. So the years honorable member is asking is not written, and I cannot say it is which year. It is my assumption that this happened when Kat Matlala was in custody. So if it happened when he was in custody, it might mean September 2025. But I'm not an author. I cannot guarantee. I don't want Honorable James to go to prison, police station again and open a case against me.
Honorable James.
Sorry, Adams. Did I say James? My apologies, Honorable James. Honorable Adams, I meant to say. My apologies.
Now, Chair, because you said no earlier on. Apologies, I have a clarity seeking question. General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you profile, number one, you know what is concerning here? Did you profile Jermaine Prim? That is the first thing I want to ask you. Secondly, I'm thinking now if it's coincidence that all three these people, Kat Matlala, Bester, and Jermaine, are all allegedly in CMAX. So the only way that Jermaine can listen to conversations of Kat Matlala is if he's on a cell phone. How do you explain Mr. Matlala then having a cell phone in CMAX? That's my first concern. My second concern is that Tabu Bester is also in that same block in CMAX. We've now received correspondence from Bester, from Jermaine Prim, and we've heard from Mr. Matlala. I am worried. I have background, sure. Without compromising myself for this. I think I'm going to leave it at they are in CMAX. Why do they have access to cell phones? I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if I can maybe just make some comment, and maybe as a follow-up to what Honorable James is raising. I'm trying to find the actual paragraph here, but in this statement of this gentleman, this person alleges that Kat Matlala as freedom inside the CMAX. He is very close with the head of the facility. That's why he can get around and can get things done with ease. So it then explains that, and he says he was sharing a cell block with the two of them. They were together. Obviously, we found the cell phone thanks to the Commission of Correctional Services that dispatched in a suspicion after the address that something might be happening in that cell. So the commissioner phoned me to send people to go, he said he sent people to go to the cell and they found the phone. And luckily that phone has helped us with a lot of these things we investigated. How did the phone get to Cat inside the cell? It's again a question mark, but what this man is saying, the relationship that Cat has with the head of the center and some officials within that center, it's clear that Cat can get whatever he likes inside that place. I'm not going to explain part of the reasons why there was a motivation for him to move away from there, but that's part of the problems that has been experienced, which the head of correctional service, the commission also identified. Thank you.
Thank you. General, just as a matter of information, perhaps, well, you would know. You know that Radovan Krecha was also there at HOC Mapuru. In fact, he may still have been there when the Honorable Committee had a sitting there. You know that or knew that? Radovan Krecha was also at HOC Mapuru.
No, I was not involved in Krecha. I know he was in custody, but I never pay attention until I get to know about the KZN leg of it.
I'm saying this because perhaps the author of the letter was mistaken, because the name of Miss Natasha, I think the spelling is Otrebski, Otrepski. She is Krecha's attorney. And he was also there, and that paragraph mentions her legal visit. Also claiming to be his attorney, the author, Jermaine's attorney.
Yeah, well, I think there's quite a lot of lawyers that are representing dodgy characters in our country. You just have to go in the system and check who is the lawyers ever appeared on behalf of both Cat, whether it's a Jermaine guy, whether is it Thabo Bester, whether is I know of a controversial lawyer that has also been part of the AKA murder in KZN, which are controversial figures. But I'm not a legal person to say much about it. It's just an interesting thing to notice as a police.
So we went back to paragraph 1. It said on the 9th or the 10th of September, there was a conference call between Shamila Batoy, Senzo Mkhunu, Lawrence Odes, Vusi Matlala's advocate, and SAPS General, which he didn't name. Odes added victim Kwashu to the call. The reason for Odes adding Kwashu was for Kwashu to facilitate what was being discussed. The plan and reason for the call was to get Vusi Matlala to sign an affidavit that states he doesn't know Senzo Mkhunu. Apparently, Kwashu told him to first show good faith by granting Vusi bail. He then refused to take any part in it unless they signed or they granted Vusi bail. First, Vusi was quite angry that Kwashu refused to facilitate this. Vusi then explained to me that Odes and Shamila are good friends and that Shamila and Senzo Mkhunu are also very close. That is why Shamila Batoy is trying to help Senzo Mkhunu. Vusi also said that Andrea Johnson was also part of the discussion and that she's on board. I also know that there were people from IDEC at the prison to see Vusi on more than one occasion. he explained to me that the purpose of the visit was for him to help them discredit General Mkhwanazi. He apparently said he was at Mkhwanazi's apartment in Umhlanga, and it's called the Pearls of, not sure what pearls of what. So General, that you say is also then, and it's something I wanted to come to, which is a matter that you also didn't tell us in your affidavit or in your oral evidence. Just raise this. It was mentioned to us for the first time, the allegation of Westbrook's, yeah. This was stated in Mr. Matlala's affidavit at paragraph 126, meeting with General Mkhwanazi. I met Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at the Pearls. Is that the Pearls he's referring to in this handwritten letter?
Yeah, well, this is, I believe, what this gentleman had was told by Ket Matlala even before the ad hoc committee went to hear from Ket Matlala himself.
Yeah.
That's why I have no reason to doubt some of the content that he wrote here.
So Matlala said, I met Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at Pearls of Umhlanga on 15 April 2025. Minister Cele had arranged for me to meet him. This was the result of my interaction with Minister Cele regarding issues with my SAPS contract. Minister Cele advised me that he knew Lieutenant General Mkhua, but the person who was very close to her was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Before we proceeded to the meeting, I contacted Lieutenant General Sinona, who is also the head of the HOCs in KZN, as I was not comfortable to meet Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi alone. I first ran this by Minister Nkele, and he okayed it with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. The meeting was scheduled at the Pearls, and upon arrival, we met him outside. He told us to follow him, went up in an elevator to what I assumed was his apartment because he offered us drinks that were in the fridge. During the meeting, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi told me that he had heard I had problems with my contract, but he also has problems which he needed to assist him with. He acknowledged that I had been complaining a lot about my contract, saying that they weren't paying on time and not sending enough purchase orders. He then said to help my contract flow, I needed to cooperate because he was very close to Lieutenant General Mkhua, the head of human resources who oversaw my contract. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi essentially stated that Lieutenant General Mkhua is a stumbling block, quote unquote, and is collaborating with the previous service provider, Metropolitan. He even claimed that she had purchased properties, converted them into bed and breakfast, and used money from Metropolitan, suggesting corruption because her salary could not cover such purchases. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi provided me with the address of her latest purchase, which was a house in Pretoria East. The message I got was clear. If I wanted my contract to proceed smoothly, I would need to, quote, work with her and give her money, unquote, or my contract would be terminated. He was indicating that police officers, even generals, could afford these things because they collaborated with service providers like myself. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi indicated to me that he knew I owned a property in Midstream Estate. He further indicated that he had a problem with a person in the same estate and asked whether I knew a person by the name of Ishmael Nangi. I informed him that I knew this person, but I was close to him, but I knew my son and his son attended the same school, and my wife and his wife knew each other. I informed him I would request my wife to set up a meeting with him. So the reason why I raise this is also, that's also one of the issues which you didn't raise before us when you first appeared, either in your affidavit or in your oral evidence. And So the question is, why didn't you do so? Do you dispute that such a meeting took place? We know from the evidence we heard, Mr. Matlala's evidence at Khosi Mapuru about this, and also General Sanona's role in this. So this is also an opportunity for you to explain why you hadn't mentioned it in the first place, and what is your version of what happened there.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. When I appeared before this ad hoc committee, I was presenting in the main the incidents that are prohibiting the police from executing their duties, where we believe the minister has enabled these people to block the police stations. And of course, not the minister doing the bad things, but the people that are doing the bad things are police officers, and some of them within the entire value chain of justice system officials that are participating on this matter. The meeting of Ket Matlala, we did not see it as a need to present it because it was a meeting that was helping the investigation to uncover some truth about that which the team in Gauteng was investigating. So Ket Matlala, when he met with me in that meeting, he was afraid of the people that he was talking about. And he made it clear that what he's sharing with me in a street language, you will refer to as snitching to people. So he was giving out information that will have compromised his safety. So he was giving out information that if it were to come out, maybe his life and his family would be at risk. What I like, that's why we did not communicate. But what became evident to that is that the person who facilitated the meeting, Jairus Nona, when he appeared before Matlanga Commission, he was afraid to name those names. And when Ket appeared before this commission and introduced that meeting, I was not in the country. When I became aware of it, I then sent a WhatsApp message. I actually tried to phone Jairus Nona. He didn't answer the phone. When I sent him a message to outline what the meeting is about, the same message that after sending to Snona, I shared with yourself, Senior Counsel on the.
Yes, we'll ask for that, if it's possible. We'll ask for that, those WhatsApp messages to be flighted. But continue in the meantime.
Perhaps what I can say then, Chair, is I've indicated why didn't I introduce that meeting, that I did not see the need of that meeting to be discussed before this commission, because this committee, because.
Sorry, General, to interrupt. The WhatsApp copy is in hard copy, I think, before Honorable, yeah, and the letter from Sanona's attorney. So you can refer to it, General. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I still feel that Ket Matlala was used by people to try and paint a picture that as a person who looks like a bad person, but he also met with me. And as a result, people will start questioning my credibility. I did not disclose the meeting, and I'm glad that he is the one that introduced the meeting, because the people he spoke about are subject to the investigation by the GCI Ops in Gauteng. And I did not want to disclose it because I had made a commitment that I will not disclose any meeting that he is giving me as an informer. So that was the reason. But he introduced the meeting.
You didn't, this meeting, was Lieutenant General Kumalo aware of this meeting, or that the meeting was going to take place? Or did you already discuss with him as the investigating officer that this meeting would take place?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Perhaps the members must give me time to listen to this story, because I don't want you to get it halfway. How does it happen that I get to meet Ket Matlala right at the beginning? And when the members are listening to this, you're going to tally with a sergeant that was sitting on this chair from Mpumalanga that was brought by Mr. James to this house. to come and open a case in Cape Town that allegations of kidnapping and torture.
Mr. Adams.
Oh. And I'm looking at you, Honorable James, but I'm saying the name again. I don't know. My apologies. It's the second time I'm doing this. I'll take the fine, ma'am. Sorry about that. Yeah, Honorable Adams, the sergeant that came here and said things. So I'm going to link all these things together so that you have a clear picture of everything. I work in KwaZulu-Natal as the head of the police in the province. I report to the National Commissioner. I'm assisted by the colleagues from the national units. One of the colleagues responsible for the national unit is Gerald Snona. Gerald Snona is responsible for DPCI. DPCI does not report to me. They are assisting KZN, but they have their own specific responsibilities. And another one that assisted me back then, I'm sad that Mr. Adams is not here today because I wanted to talk to him. I'm sure he's watching the TV. Perhaps must look at the screen. The one person that assisted me is Major General Chika. Major General Chika was the head of crime intelligence in KwaZulu-Natal during the time of riots. He was the one that Honorable James should be blaming for the failure, if any. Adams to be blaming for the failures of intelligence, if any, it is General Chika, because he was the head of crime intelligence in KZN. So I have crime intelligence, which is a national entity. I have DPCI, which is a national entity. And then myself in the middle. So from time to time, we're going to be communicating with colleagues. As when Chika is going on retirement, I'm away, I'm on his farewell, and I'm talking to the division to make sure that they fill up that post. The post that has since been vacant from that time to date has not been filled. But the National Commission told me that they are finalizing the process to get that post filled. That is 12 months down the line. We still don't have a head of intelligence. General Snona is a person who comes from Gauteng. He was appointed in KZN. So I interact with General Snona. But I'd already heard of a name of General Snona even before coming to KZN. There's one former warrant officer, Malinga, who used to work at Organized Crime Pretoria, who still today is undergoing court because of issues that he and General Snona were involved with while they were working in Pretoria. I don't want to get into the details of that, but there's a case that is dragging forever that does not end. So that's how I got to know, because I knew Malinga, and Malinga will tell me about General Snona at the time. So that's how I got to know about Snona even before meeting him. But fast forward, I'm in KZN, General Snona is the head of DPCI in KZN. I will not remember, Honorable Chair and members, the exact date, but it will be 2 or 3 years back. General Snona approaches me, and one of the conversations we're having, he says to me, I'm thinking of resigning from the police. And I ask him, when you want to resign from the police, where do you want to go? He says, no, I'm going to join a security company of my friend. And this friend of mine is from Mamelodi. He's got a very big security company, and it's Matlala that is in charge. And I said, no, well, I stayed in Pretoria. I've never paid attention of the security companies like that one. And he says, no, this guy is big. There's a lot of police officers that are working for his security company and so forth. He has just got a contract in Lesotho. So he wants me to go and run his project in Lesotho. So this is Nona talking to me. So I then discouraged him from resigning. I said, but you are left with 2 years before you go on retirement. If this is your friend, why don't you retire after 2 years? And thereafter, you then go and work for him. Remember, I don't know who this Matlala person is. And then he took that advice and he said later afterwards, I said, hey, no, I took advice. I think I must wait until 2 years is over. But fast forward to that. A kidnapping case is reported of Kwatuguza. And a Muslim guy is kidnapped from the mosque and it disappears and nobody traces him. They don't know where he's whereabouts. Such cases are handled by DPCI. So DPCI is involved. The team of DPCI has some members, tactical team from the province, which is TRT, that works with them. And some dog unit members, flying squad, they will form a team. But it is DPCI that deals with it. And these other members will just be in support. So then they say to me, that there's an incident that has happened where the family was called and the ransom demanded, the family was called from a number in South Beach in Durban, next to the beachfront. When the team followed up, they discovered that a person bought airtime and loaded it on the phone and made a phone call. And they could identify the person that went to buy airtime on cameras, and they followed that person. And the person said, the person who gave me asked me to go and buy airtime, gave me 50 rands as a payment. So person was paid 50 rand to go and buy airtime from the tuck shop and give it to this person. And this person was sitting in the car, and the car was parked in this place. So the team followed that car. They discovered that it's a bakkie, a white bakkie with no number plate. So they started following the movement of that car through cameras in the assistance of security companies in KZN, because they're very good with these cameras they put out there. They helped the team to trace the movements of this car. So until the car disappeared in the area of Mayville, Katomeno side, they couldn't locate it. So then they went back to check all the other cameras in Durban to look for this car, if there's somewhere the car was picked up early in the day or afterwards. So they picked up the car, stopped at the shop somewhere. And this individual got out of the car, they entered that shop. So they went to that shop and they downloaded the footage, and they identified two gentlemen in that footage that came from that bakkie. And one of the people they identified was Mr. Nangi, which was well known from the police as one of the high profile wanted person on kidnapping in Mozambique. So that's immediately the team knew that means it's Nangi that is behind the kidnapping. And Nangi lives in Gauteng. So they went to trace the movement of the car at Marankin tollgate and all the other tollgates on the entry. They discovered that indeed this car had drove past there. And Nangi was driving, and he would be one passing the tollgate and paying. And they were easily, because I would ask them, why you say you identify that it's Nangi? So he's got a funny eye. I don't know how his eye is like, but that's what draws attention on the team. So the team then moved to Gauteng. From what they are briefing me, they're updating me, but it's not my case. They arrive in Gauteng, they trace this information in Gauteng, they found Nangi, and they downloaded, took his phone, and they opened his phone. In his phone, they found, which was a shocking thing, a person whom yesterday Sergeant Nkosi presented before the Madlanga Commission to be known as an expert in kidnappings. Nkosi spoke about him yesterday. They found a communication between Nangi and this gentleman. And in actual fact, money transfers between Nangi and this gentleman, 300, 200,000 rand, a lot of money. And to the team, they were shocked and said, but the person is known as a private investigator dealing with kidnappings. How does he have a relationship with Nangi, who's known to be a kingpin in kidnapping? It could be that the person who's a private investigator is linked to Nangi. Because if you go back, honorable chair members, and check, majority, 90% of the time, well, this is a 90% I can talk about, maybe not the one of Jara Kumalo that you were fighting with them about. Majority of the people that are kidnapped are Muslim people. Majority of them, because they've got cash in their shops. And almost 100%, majority of the time, more than 90% of the time, there's a lump sum paid before they are released. And the person who's part of the negotiation is so-called expert investigator, private investigator, will always encourage the family to pay a certain amount. Not the full 20 million rands they're looking for, maybe half of it, but there's always payment. So here's this person who's known to be the lead expert in kidnapping, is exchanging money with Nangi. The team got worried, and they said, it means we have an enemy within, because this gentleman is this tight with the General Khan and the team that deals with kidnapping. Is this tied with Jarasbia, who's in charge of the investigation in the police? This gentleman. I'm talking about the private person. So the team picks that one up and say, this is something not right, doesn't add up here. As they were interrogating, I don't know the how part, they discovered that the kidnapped individual is kept in a house in Mpumalanga. They traveled to Mpumalanga. They arrived in Mpumalanga in a particular house, and there was no one there. And when they engaged with the community around, the community said, we've been suspecting something dodgy happening in this house. But before you arrive, there were a lot of movement, cars that drove out with speed, and they left the place. And the owner of the house is the sergeant, the police sergeant. And this police sergeant he stays in another house somewhere. And they directed the police to the next house. So the police moved with speed because they're looking for a kidnapped person. They went to the next house. When they arrived in the next house, they were told, this gentleman has gone to Mozambique. He has crossed with the person that's kidnapped to Mozambique. And the team then engaged with the people in Mozambique and say, looks like there's someone there in Mozambique that has crossed with the person that is kidnapped. So, and I heard there was a talk of, when you were sitting here, he was talking about the video that was available. There is a video available of a shop close by that shows police cars coming to the property and the police cars leaving the property. And later, the community is all over the place there. And later, the house is on fire. And the medical people come in to attend to that house. The video is there. Yeah, they're not just property. The house that was identified initially as a place where this one was kept. So his story on a confession that Molotra made when the police got him confirms this arrangement with Nangi. But Molotra then is found, eventually is brought back into South Africa. The How Party, remember, I'm not involved in this. And is taken with Nangi and everyone else. The team transport them to Devon for the case at Kwatuguzi. But what I don't know what happened in that case, because the DPP contacted me and said, this team that was investigating this case, they messed up this case. And the DPP wrote a complaint via the NDPP to the PCI for disciplinary steps to be instituted against these members that were working on this investigation. So that's how the case was withdrawn from court. And this Nangi and this Molotra guy left. They were released because of that. So that's how the Nangi story comes about. Well, obviously, internal, the organization will have investigated.
Just the pause there, General. The Nangi story, you can deal with it maybe a little later. That's not gone yet because there's now...
It's gone. It's coming back into why Snona.
Yeah,
we end up talking to Kat
about
it. So remember, I said Kat, Snona talked about Kat when Snona wanted to resign, to join Kat. Then subsequently, there's this incident of kidnapping. There's the incident of a case not being finalized that involved Mlodra. And eventually, after they are released, there's a case open in Johannesburg by Nangi and Mlodra team. They open a case of stealing of Rolex watches and many other torture, amongst others, many other things. It's registered in Joburg. I have no clue because I'm not part of it. Sinona comes to me. And he says to me, General, there's a case open against my team. Remember, it's his team. It is DPCI's team. He said, there's a case open in Joburg against my team. And the case is opened by Nangi and the people that are with him. And I took note. I said, oh, well, what is the case about? He said, no, torture and all those things. And I said, but was he tortured? Were they tortured, these people? And he said to me, no, they were tortured in Mozambique. This guy, when he was arrested in Mozambique, was tortured and so forth. But Snona sounded like he was not even part of the team. When the team was doing all this movement, he was not there. But I know today he's also facing a disciplinary case. I don't know why is he facing a disciplinary case, but I'm not part of it. But he tells me this thing. He said, there's a case open in Joburg. Unfortunately, you, Mkhwanazi, you are one of the accused in that case. So I asked him, why am I accused on a case that I don't know? He said, no, they're alleging that we're part of this. So I just laughed it off. I said, it's one of many other cases that will be thrown on me. Maybe someone influenced that. I'm not going, well, I guess if it's there involving the police, IPT will investigate like many other cases. So we end there with Snona. Few weeks later, Snona speaks to me again, face to face. And he says to me, General, I found someone to help withdraw that case against my team. So then I asked, but when you say you found someone to help withdraw the case, how is this person withdrawing the case? He said, no, this person spoke to one of the complainants. So I asked, who is this person? And he said, Vusmus Matlala. Now I already know the name Cat. And I said, but okay, well, you said you found him. How did you find him? So no, I was with him in Gauteng. And I told him that there is a Nangi guy that is opening a case against my team. And Cat took the phone, he called Nangi. This is what Snona tells me. Cat took the phone and he calls Nangi. And he told Nangi that, hey, don't get involved in this case. Why did you open a case? And Nangi said to him, it's Jaras Beer that influenced him to open a case. But otherwise, he's no longer going to participate. Now, IPIT must come and explain. Since the case was registered, a year later, nobody's ever come to me. What is happening on that case? Could it be that the main complainant on the case did not want to cooperate anymore with the investigation? If that's the case, he's going to check out on what Snona told me that he was told by Cat. Because that means Cat influenced that Nangi not to participate in the case at the time. I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect Nangi is the main complainant. Perhaps that's why Mlotha was brought by Adams here to become a complainant on a similar case here in Cape Town. But I'm not on that. I'm just saying that's how the Nangi name came into the picture. It is Cat that tells, it is Sinona that talks to Cat about Nangi to drop the charge. So that's what got me more interested to ask more about the relationship between Sinona and this Cat guy. So when I asked him, I said, but you wanted to resign to join his company. And now we are telling me that he's helping you to stop the investigation. How do you know this guy? Then Sinona says, we grew up together. We were playing soccer together. Then I remember I said, but you said Cat stays in Mamelodi and you are from Soshanguve. How did you grow up together? This township are far apart. He said, no, we're playing soccer together. That's how we know each other. Remember the time, I don't know the age of Cat. I don't even know how old he is. He's just telling me about they grew up together and that's how they got to know each other. So I had no reason not to believe him. So I said, so he's your brother, né? Is that close to you? He said, no, he's my brother. Then I started saying to him, but there's investigation happening in Gauteng where this Cat is got issues that are questionable about him. So you sure you're not part of the wrong? He said, no. Cat is, I know him as a clean guy, he's my brother. Even if you check the phone communication between me and him, we are brothers. So I had no reason not to believe the head of the Hawks in KZN when he tells me this, that Cat is just a brother. I finished the conversation, I talked to Kumalo, I said, Sinona has this close relationship with Cat. Maybe when we check the downloads of Cat, we must run the Sinona's phone and see if there's any communication between them. So that's how the extract of the communication and the relationship between Cat and Sinona was discovered, because it's Sinona that disclosed the relationship between him and Cat. Fast forward from there, Sinona comes to me and he says, hey, remember the guy I told you about, Cat Matlala? I said, yeah. He said, that guy's got a contract in the police of health contract. But he's struggling because police are not placing orders. Now he wants to reach out to talk to the end user, which is Jaran. And when they establish the people that can link him with Jaran, they discover that you're the one of our entire management of the SAPS, you're the one that is closest to Jaran. Can you arrange a meeting? So now I said to Sinona, but why must I arrange a meeting for Cat Matlala and Jaran for what reason? Then he says, no, but looks like Cat has an information that can assist Kumalo and the team with their investigation in Gauteng. So that what drew my attention, and I said, but he's got information. What information? He said, no, the role let's be a place in this whole criminality happening in Gauteng. So that got me excited. And I said, okay, well, we'll confirm the meeting. From there, I then contacted Jara Kumalo. I said, Jara Kumalo, this is what I'm aware of. Must we have this meeting? So we agreed, no, let's have the meeting. But let's control the venue where the meeting is. And let's wire the place so that you can record everything happening in the meeting. Hence the flat. That we have to discard, get a flat, a place where we can go in, nobody can trace us. Anything happening there can be on record. I was hoping the day that Cat is going to say he gave me money, because I was going to come and show you that there was never anything handed. I'm glad he didn't, because there was nothing. So the meeting then is arranged, and I go back to Sinona and I said, tell him to come. Then Jara Sinona invite him to come. And I said to Sinona, I know this guy moves around with bodyguards. When he comes to see me, he must be alone and you, just the two of you, nobody else. So you're going to pick him up, or you pick him up, you're going to bring him to me. Then he said, okay, we're going to meet at Mhlanga. The meeting is going to be around Mhlanga. They met at the hotel. Mr. Adams is not here. I'm sure he's watching at home. Oyster Box. Oyster Box is a very expensive hotel in Durban. That is where they met. Cat and Snona. Whether inside the hotel or at the parking, I was not there, but they met at the hotel. Because after that, Snona, first time I saw Snona driving a Polo car. You know, this one is driven by these Uber boys, the small car, VW. Snona was driving that car. He called me, he said, I'm with Cat, we're driving this Polo, we are getting out of Oyster Box. So I said, okay, come up because I'm in the vicinity. He gave me a description of the car. I spotted the car. Then I said, okay, I see I'm driving this car in front of you, the Mercedes-Benz. Can you see it? He said, yeah, no, we can see it. I said, okay, follow me. So I drove them down towards Pavilion, not Beverly Hills Hotel, around into Pels. There's a parking at the bottom there for those that know Mkhwanazi, towards the beach. So we enter in there, into the boom gate. I show my face, the boom gate opens. I go in, I tell the security to open for him. They open for them, and they followed me. Some 50 meters, we park, we walk, we get out of the cars, we walk into the lift, into your apartment. Honorable Chair, that apartment from where we're seated in a 3-seater dining room table, a glass table, can only sit 3 people. Where I'm sitting, at least a meter, is the wall. Behind me, a meter, it's another wall. On this side, it's a lounge that will be at least maybe about where Honorable Skosana is seated. That's where the TV is. And on that corner, on that side, which is a good 4 meters or so, is an entrance into the apartment. And on my right, open plan, Honorable Chair, up to where the podium is, which roughly about 4 meters or so, is the sink at the end of the kitchen. So for Snona to say he was busy drinking somewhere, he couldn't hear anything. When we are here, you're talking, a person on TV, a person here can hear everything. It's just the 3 of us, nobody else there. So we said, we spoke. That's when he then gave me this information. The information is about Steve Mutsume. Steve Mutsume is a name that the 68 million people, excluding the independent podcasters, they are the ones that got guts to talk about Steve Mutsume. The rest of media houses in South Africa don't want to research about that person. It's a name that has come out so many times, Steve Mutsume. He told me about Steve Mutsume. He gave me the address of the house of Steve Mutsume. He told me about activities of Spear, how the Spear is collecting money. He told me about the property of Spear that I didn't know. He gave me the address. He told me about the Impalas he bought for Spear. This is all coming from CAT voluntarily. I don't have a clue about all these things. The properties in a townhouse in Sentin. So I take note of all these things. And then he asked one thing, but the other one was just a comment which we couldn't do much about it. The first one was, I've got this contract. I've got so many people that I should be paying that I haven't paid, but the police not placing an order. Can you get Gerald Mkhwanazi to meet up with me so we can discuss and get to hear what is the issue? Then I said, well, I'll talk to Gerald Mkhwanazi, but I don't know anything about the contract, but I'll talk to her. The feedback will come to Snon. That is one. 2, what is the next thing? The next thing is that I hear that there's investigation in Gauteng on an attempted murder of his ex-girlfriend. What is happening on that? I said, no, don't ask me that question. I'm not in Gauteng, I'm here. I can't even answer any question. If you have issues with it, Gerald Snona as your brother must talk to Gerald Khumalo and establish what is the issue there. That's how the meeting ended. We left. After leaving, I pick up the phone, I call Gerald Khumalo. I said, Gerald Khumalo, this is information. Here's the address of Mr. Mutsume. Mr. Mutsume has got a house, standalone house somewhere in Sentin. I just don't know the address now with which I can say, but from the American High Commission in Sentin, for those that know Sentin, if we drive down towards the western side, but we go down the road, Steve Mutsume's house is there. The one that he alleges to be Steve Mutsume. It's a very big house. It's there, because I saw it on Google. He came me and said, that's a house where Spear collects money. Because I was not satisfied with the information about Spear, he says Spear collects money there, but using the police vehicle and the police driver. And mine to him was, Spear cannot be arrested then, because when you arrest him, he's going to say the money belongs to a driver, not to him. But if he uses a police car to go there, we'll be able to get that on investigation. We need more information about Spear. He said, no, he paid 2 million rand towards his plot. He bought him Impalas. All the Impala stories came with me, but nobody asked, how do I come up with Impala story? It's because of that meeting. When I spoke about these Impalas, I just did not elaborate where I got the stories of the Impalas in details. But the Impalas come with Cat. The townhouse. Cat says he didn't even know about the townhouse himself. But another foreigner told him about the townhouse. He went to see the townhouse. He saw Sbia's cars there. He confirmed, but Cat did not know about the townhouse. So he told me all these stories about Sbia, Steve Mutsumi, and that fact that Steve Mutsumi's property is at Waterfall Estate in Midrand. I've never been to Waterfall Estate.
Can we hear Honorable Sangon?
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted us to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Adams. I think Honorable Adams left the TV so he could be here himself. Thank you, Chair.
General Mkhwanazi.
Yes, sir.
Behind Honorable Skosana. Behind Honorable Skosana is seated Honorable Adams.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At least I see him now. I can talk directly.
I was going to ask a question. Mr. Mutsumi, is he also alleged to be one of the big five?
I had said, Honorable Chair, with respect, Councillor, as a legal person, you'll know that we cannot, as police, pronounce of people that are not before court. But it's a character that the police officers are afraid to even call his name. It's a character that even the judge at the Matlanga Commission was concerned about the police being so afraid. It's a person that I spoke this morning to Sergeant Kosi, who was sending the communication between me and him to the very same person. So Steve Mutsumi is such a character. I'll leave it there. I don't want to go into details. You can read between the lines.
Yeah. Now, when Mr. Matlala conveyed the fact that there was this meeting that's now a fact that took place between you and him at the Pearl's apartment, his evidence was that he was going to the meeting, brokered by Sonono, but it was going to be in exchange for information that he would give you. You were particularly keen or interested in hearing information about Lieutenant General Sabia, and in return, the quid pro quo for him that motivated him to go to that meeting was that you would assist him with the Medicare contract, which was now being stalled because he wasn't getting any purchase orders. And you're the one who knows Lieutenant General Nkua, who's in charge of the supply chain management.
Yeah, well,
no, that sounds quite plausible, even from what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, he was frustrated with the contract. That's why he approached Nona. But in my memory serves me well, it does not say that it's Nona that arranged the meeting. He says it's General Clele. That's a lie that he told. He wanted to protect Nona. But it's Nona that facilitated the meeting. So the meeting was held as per his request. Obvious, when the meeting was held is because I'd already spoken to Kumalo about the investigation they're busy with and the purpose of what the meeting is all about. So the meeting is then held. I said he then, after sharing this information about Sbia and Steve Mutsumi, he then tells me about his contract that he wants to take Jaron Hua. I said, I'll talk to Jaron Hua, but the feedback I'll give it to Snona because I don't know you. I'm not going to talk to you. That's one. Two, I had said to both of them, Snona and Kat, that the information you're giving me about Sbia, I don't think is sufficient enough to get Sbia arrested. Yes, we're going to investigate the issue of the Impalas that you paid for him, but the least can ever happen if we don't have any criminal linkage is that maybe he didn't declare that at workplace. It can only be a departmental thing because he would have received it as a gift. If you have contributed 2 million rand to his property when he bought his property, and again, is it a loan or what is it between the two of them? So the information you're giving me is not strong enough to say Sbia has done these criminal activities. But he kept on saying, no, Sbia is a dangerous man. He controls a lot of things there, investigations and the likes. But I wanted something tangible. Then he says, no, well, we'll arrange something tangible to give it to you. Then I said, but don't give it to me, give it to Khumalo because the investigation is in Gauteng. And I can tell you, Honorable Chair, that subsequent to that meeting, after giving feedback to Jaro Khumalo, Snona made a contact with Jaro Khumalo, and Snona sent one of the TPCI members to go and give a statement to Jaro Khumalo and the team about the corruption that Jaro CBI is involved with. And Jaro Khumalo can attest to that because the statement was given subsequent to that meeting. So that's what I'm trying to explain, how this, me getting to know CAT existence, the story about Nangi, and the meeting with CAT, the purpose of the meeting and the outcome of the meeting, where the meeting was held. All that, I wouldn't have came here and said, CAT told me A to Z, because I was going to be putting his life in danger. I was going to be compromising the very same investigations that are happening. So I did not invite him. He asked to meet me. And Jaran Ho, I did talk to her about that. She can attest to that. And it ended there.
Is it quite normal or is it usual for a person in your position or perhaps any police officer investigating a case to meet with someone who's either known or is suspected to be involved in criminal activities, especially the ones seriously alleged about Matlala, in exchange for information? Because by now, before that April meeting, you must have known there were articles about him in the News 24. There were issues around in fact, this very tender where he is seeking you perhaps to intervene and to assist.
In meeting CAT, was CAT coming to give information that is going to assist with the investigation in Pretoria or in Gauteng specifically. So a police officer will meet a person who's providing information, not meeting CAT to socialize and party. I'm meeting CAT because he wants to come and give information. So I've met a lot of people that are, some of them in custody, arrested, and some of them not arrested yet. Some of the people come up front and say, I was part of a crime. I'm here to give you the facts. And they give facts and they incriminate themselves, and we take it to the prosecution, and there's negotiations done, there's less sentences and so forth. So that is part of the investigation. That's why I'm saying that investigation is not in KZN. So when Snona approaches me with that information, I paused him and I said, I don't deal with things here in KZN of CAT. All these investigation of CAT and Gauteng. So let me first verify with a person in Gauteng. That's why I engage with Jaro Khumalo and the team. When they say it's fine, I can meet him. That's when I confirmed to meet him. Otherwise, I was not going to meet him because I was not going to do anything with the information that he was giving.
Just to round off on this aspect, what is it that you want to highlight in this WhatsApp exchange with Sonona?
What then happened, Honorable Chair and members, is that last year I'm attending an Interpol conference in Morocco. While I'm in a conference, I received a communication that Kat Matlala is talking about the meeting me and him had in Paris, in Durban. And for me, I was shocked to say this is a person who was snitching to his own people, but he's the one who's introducing the meeting. So I found it interesting. But because I don't communicate with Kat, I then communicate with the person that brought Kat to me. I phoned Jarasno. Jarasno didn't answer the phone. I called again, he didn't answer the phone. I then called Jaro Kumar, because remember, Jaro Kumar knows about this. I phoned Jaro Kumar and said, hey, I'm trying to reach Snona because I'm told Kat is talking about the meeting we had, although he's twisting what the purpose of the meeting was, but he's talking about the meeting that we had. And Kumar then says to me, he just laughed it off. He said, you know what? I don't think Snona is going to answer because Snona is scheduled and then he was going to get caught. I don't know how he came to know. Maybe the media that communicated it. Snona is scheduled to appear before the Matlanga Commission on the same day that Kat Matlala is supposed to appear before this committee. So which means the two of them will have most likely spoken against each other if both of them were in these two committees simultaneously. So Snona might have thought, let me excuse myself at the Matlanga Commission so I can listen to this one. So he was excused at Matlanga Commission. That's why he did not present last year. He only went there this year. So when I call him, he's not answering. Then Kumalo says perhaps he's not answering because he knows what his friend is talking about in prison. So then I thought, okay, if they're going to try and make up the story, let me write something to him so that he can be on record. I wrote him a WhatsApp message. And I told him about how he used to tell me about CAT, how he knows CAT, how he facilitated the meeting, what was discussed in the meeting, how he exposed his syndicates that he operates with, including Jarosbia, in that meeting. But then I closed my message by saying, I'm still going to go to the auto committee and I'm going to come and present this thing on record. I left him like that. Today, Jaros Nono, who's my colleague, who works in the same building with me, who talks to me anytime he wants to, has never called me, has never walked into my office, has never confronted me about that call and the message I sent him. Until in January, when it was a week or two before he goes to the Matlanga Commission.
And then his lawyers, and this letter is in the exhibit bundle. There's a letter that his lawyers write to you on the 9th of January. It appears as if the meeting was also recorded.
The lawyers write.
Have you got the letter?
Yes, I do have. Well, I know what I wrote there without even having to worry, but it's part of the exhibits.
Or maybe just while you're looking to find it, this is from Rudolph Beloy Inc. We act for Major General Lesetja Senona. It's dated 9 January. We refer to the WhatsApp communication on 26 November 2025, which you addressed to Major General Senona, wherein you claim to be in possession of a recording of a meeting held between Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Usumuzi Kat Matlala on 15 April 2025 at the Pearls Hotel in Umhlanga. Our client accompanied Mr. Matlala to the meeting. They also attach a copy of the WhatsApp communication. The WhatsApp communication came after Mr. Matlala's appearance and testimony at Parliament's ad hoc committee to investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General Shlanshlan Mkhwanazi on 26 November. Major General Senona considers the tone and content of the WhatsApp communication to be threatening and intimidating. In the said communication, you state that Mr. Matlala, by disclosing the meeting of 15 April at the ad hoc, invited you to make the recording public, and that in so doing it will put Mr. Matlala's life at risk. In the course of consulting with and preparing our client's response to the Matlanga Commission, I'm just stating it briefly, Rule 33, notice dated 9 October 2025, it became apparent that the recording you allege to be in possession of is essential to Major General Senona for the purposes of finalizing his response to the Matlanga Commission, which is due on 16 January 2026. In the circumstance where we hereby instructed to demand, we hereby do that you furnish the office with a copy of the alleged recording between the meeting between yourself and Mr. Matlala on or before the 13th of January.
Yeah, no, that is correct. The lawyers on the 9th of January wrote me this letter. What I'm grateful for is that they had attached the WhatsApp that I wrote to Gerard Senona. Honorable Chair, when I wrote, after writing this WhatsApp, I forwarded the same WhatsApp to the Senior Council for record, so that the Senior Council is aware of what's developing. And I think it will have happened when someone was I don't know what case was, or was during Matlala's time, I don't know. But I did send it.
Yeah, it was while we were at
Hosimapur. Yeah, I did send this WhatsApp. In this WhatsApp, Honorable Chair and members, without having to repeat everything that is written here, what is of an interest on the WhatsApp, if I were to summarize, is what I said earlier. The information that Kat Matlala was giving me about Mutsumi, Steve Mutsumi. I still don't know how the surname is written, but the pronunciation, it says that Steve Mutsumi and Jarosbia, and the property in Sentin somewhere, or properties, and the property in Waterfall Estate, and the property in Centurion, and the Imbalas and everything else. This is information coming from Ket Matlala in the presence of Gerald Sinon, his brother. They are sharing this information to me. After writing this, Sinona had never confronted me about it until the lawyer sent me this. And the lawyers, if the honorable members were to check, they are not interested in disputing the content of this. The lawyer's interest is to finding out whether do I have this recording that I say I have. They're interested in the recording. They want to find the recording. I did not respond. In me not responding to them, Gerald Sinona then goes to the Madlanga Commission. He says he was drinking during the meeting. I had invited the Madlanga Commission to go to the same pairs to go and investigate what time did we come in, what time did we leave, what will have got Sinona drunk. He was driving a car coming in. For him not to hear what he's talking about. Inspection in law could be done in that apartment, so you can be able to see how far is this kitchen that Sinona said he kept going down, up and down, where he couldn't hear, because I've demonstrated how big the place is or how small the place is. So what was interesting for me is that when Sinona, after writing this thing, he copied the Madlanga Commission, which was a good thing for me. I had not presented to them because we did not discuss it there. I presented to the SC because Ket Matlala spoke about it here. So when the Madlanga Commission became aware of this, they contacted me about this, and they had to lead Sinona on his testimony at Madlanga Commission, which include this WhatsApp. When it was time for Sinona to read out the names of the people that they were snitching on, him and Ket Matlala, he refused. He was afraid. His lawyer said, you can Google it and go back on the record of Madlanga Commission. His lawyer said, these people are very dangerous. That Sinona cannot read out their names. One of the very dangerous people in this message is Gerald Sibia. These are words from Gerald Sinona with his lawyer, that he cannot read out his name. I'm the author of the WhatsApp. His was only to read the WhatsApp, because he did not write it. I wrote it. But because he knows the content that is the fact, he's afraid to read out the names, because this Mutsume is going to know that Sinona and Ket, they were snitching on him. Therefore, he might have to deal with him somehow. That was the only reason that made Sinona be afraid to read. That took the judge at the Madlanga Commission to overrule and forced him to read the names. So he read the names under duress before the Madlanga Commission. So, honorable members, this is a clear indication that the content of what is discussed at PERS, I put it on the WhatsApp that will be read by Sinona, and Sinona was afraid to read them. If he didn't know Mutsome, if he didn't know how dangerous Bia is, what would have made him to be afraid to read this? Because this was the actual fact of what we discussed on the day. So that's what I was giving it to him, that he must not lie before the commission, because that's what the meeting is about. In actual fact, I preface this WhatsApp by saying, if I were to quote, you made arrangement that I meet this guy, Ket, because he's your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to Jaran Hua to place orders on his contract. I don't hide that. It's there, because that was a main thing that he wanted to come to me. And then he volunteered an information about a house in Sentin, where SBIA collects money using the state vehicle, and that he, Ket, paid over 2 million rand towards SBIA's purchase of a plot. And he also told me about CBIA's townhouse. The fact that he's the one who introduced this meeting at the committee, so I go on and say, he invites me to come and make this information available before this committee. And he therefore must not accuse me. That's what I say on the almost another paragraph. I hope you won't blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. I was well aware when they were giving me this information that they were snitching on their crew. And one of their crews, it's Gerald Sibia and Steve Mutsumi. They were snitching on them. And that's why he was afraid to read these two names on record before the country watching. Well, he's not the only one. We had even the judge made remarks. being worried because another Shibiri who works under Sibia was afraid to read another name before the Madlanga Commission. That tells you that there are powerful people out there that have been feared by the top generals in the police. That's why the judge even was concerned about it, that if the generals are afraid, who then is going to protect the citizens? So this is a background behind why I had to write this. It was because I wanted to put on record clear that what Matlala was presenting before you was not the facts. These were the facts. Kumalo, subsequent to this meeting, will show you the affidavit and the member that was sent by SBIA and the communication between Kumalo and SBIA after this meeting as a follow-up and a further information out of this meeting that was provided. I'm not privy to that. I don't have the details about, but I know they met and they provided further information in this regard. So that's all about the meeting at PALS that I might want to explain here, not unless any further questions.
These allegations, especially the ones against Sabia, have they been followed up? They've been investigated? Why is he not, he's under suspension, that's his current status, is it?
The jurisdiction, almost everything that is presented to me, I said this, what information was going to bring me are activities happening in Gauteng. So the people that I know they are part of that investigation is that Gauteng organized crime investigation team, the counter investigation team that is in Gauteng. So this information must go to them for further investigation. So if I get information, I will only share with them. So the details of what are they, how far are they with the investigation, I think they're in a better position to come and present. I mean, KZN, I can tell you, Honorable Chair and members, that 200 million rand worth of drugs were lost in KZN. And that worried me. But that case docket is with DPCI at the national office also. But on my own digging on the side, I've discovered things. That's why I'm engaging with the DPP about it. Which unfortunately seems to link the very same characters we're talking about in Gauteng.
Just talking about drugs getting lost while we have the benefit of having you here. There was also, and your reference to Honorable Adams, there's also, do you know of a Cape Town case where there was also seizure of a substantial, I'm not sure what the amount was, maybe over 200 million of drugs, hard drugs, I think Mandrex, seized. But when he made further inquiries about the matter, it appeared as if the drugs were gone, they were lost. And the only inference that he can draw is that those drugs are now out on the street and they've been put on the street by dishonest STEPS members.
Honorable Chair.
Maybe you can help us with what's
Honorable
happening.
Chair, I'm not in Western Cape, so I will not necessarily have the details, but in having listened and watched this commission on television, the Honorable Mr. Adams, when he presented here, when he was asked the question, how did he know about it? He said he was told. So the moment the person says that, but he's 100% sure this is what happened, it's questionable. What I said before, and I'm going to say again, South Africans must know, you must know, that drugs in the main that are found in crime scene, me as a provincial commissioner, I cannot guarantee 100% that entire consignment that is found in the crime scene is the same consignment that lands at forensic. It's the same consignment that is destroyed. Firearms are found in crime scene. On register, they are destroyed, but the police find the same firearm in another crime scene. So if it can happen with guns, the likelihood is that it can happen with drugs. The belief, the intelligence we get is that the information at hand, the honorable members that are within the police committee can tell you, the police does not test 100% of the consignment we get in our forensic. We don't.
Do you share the view of Lieutenant General Kumalo that some 90% of SEPS officers in Gauteng are on some or other payroll of these drug syndicates?
I might not talk about the percentage, but what I can talk about, Honorable Chair and members, that I've said before, we have three categories of employees in the organization. We have the hardworking ones that are straight to the point and they're fighting crime. We have the corrupt one in the opposite that are participating in the wrong. And we have the missing middle who don't want to act and just turn a blind eye on what is happening, the lazy ones. So some of them are influenced by fear and for them not to act. So if you fail to act where you're supposed to act as a police officer, you're as good as a bad one. So those are categories of employees we have. I don't have the figures. I cannot talk about percentages, 90% and so forth. But by and large, the biggest problem of wrong that is done by the South African Police Service in the country, you'll find it in all provinces, but mainly we'll find it in Gauteng. And mainly, you'll find it in the borders. The border police, good percentage of the members working there, they're not good. A big percentage, I won't put the number. In Gauteng province, majority of the members that are working there are not necessarily doing good things. But I'm the one that came here and said, 2 junior members, sergeants, they started this chaos, if we call it a chaos, but they uncovered these problems that we've been talking about in Gauteng. Those are the 2 members that invited Jara Kumalo to join them and his team. It's those 2 members that led into other detectives and other members to join them. Those 2 members that led me in KZN to become involved. Unfortunately, they are still sergeants. Despite all that, they are still remain sergeants. They are still not sleeping at home. They are in Gauteng. So we can't say the entire Gauteng is bad. And we can't say the entire Gauteng is good. We must accept that we have quite a lot of bad apples amongst us.
Yeah, General Masemola yesterday described it as perhaps as an exaggeration, but he also said that as far as he was concerned, most of the police officers are honest and hardworking. But he also added another category, the missing middle.
I gave you
Almost
3
like
categories. Not all of them are hardworking.
Yeah.
A good percentage, yes, but there's also a good percentage not. So to what percentage it is between the 2, I cannot tell. But I know, and I'm going to demonstrate here in these next few hours about the connections that Mr. Adams has that led into him finding himself in prison in KZN to come and give you a statement from an arrested person. It's a testimony that's coming. That's a bad thing in KZN.
Yeah. Now, if we can just go to the briefing of the 6th of July, and you've got the memorandum which we also made available to the committee. During the press briefing, you made these allegations: an organized crime syndicate, drug cartel is infiltrating the criminal justice system. Is that still your view?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Then you say the incident that triggered the disbandment of the PKTT was the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe on the 6th of December, who is believed to be one of the members of the syndicate. Is that still your view?
That's correct.
Senior members of the security cluster who are associated with the crime syndicate issued instructions without the authority of the National Commissioner for the removal of case dockets. That's a reference to General Sabia, is it?
That's correct.
A potentially corrupt relationship existed between an alleged associate of the Minister of Police, named as Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi, and the Minister of Police, Mr. Mkhwanazi. Is that still your view?
That is correct.
A potentially corrupt relationship existed between Mr. Vusumuzi Matlala, who was awarded a police healthcare contract of over 360 million rand in 2024, Brown Mkhwanazi and Minister Mkhwanazi. Is that still your view?
That is correct.
That a member of parliament used potentially classified information that was passed from crime intelligence officials to register cases against crime intelligence officials. This member also sent communication to the Minister of Police and requested him to refer the matter to an independent investigative body to investigate these matters. Is that a reference to Honorable Adams?
That's correct.
And the reference to the independent, that's a reference to the matter ending up with IDAC that then resulted in the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo.
That is correct.
Then you also say unnamed prosecutors in Gauteng are part of a crime syndicate, which also involves politicians, law enforcement, that includes SAPS, Metro Police and Correctional Services, judiciary, and is controlled by drug control as well as business people.
That's
That's
correct.
still your view.
Yes.
These unnamed prosecutors, are they unnamed because of classified information that you have, or are they unnamed because you don't know who they are? Either you've been told who they are or you suspect who they are, but can you not share it with us?
Well, it is known who they are, some of them, but we cannot share because this investigation is conducted.
Does the same apply to politicians?
Yeah, well, we've named some politicians that are part of this, that are enabling it. When I mention the role of politicians, and maybe I don't know if you want me to qualify this in some instance. Honorable Chair and members, I had spoken about Honorable Adams. I spoken about Honorable Kola Banat, amongst others, that are politician, Minister Mkhwanazi. But I must indicate that our leaders of society, which is our politicians, might not necessarily be involved with the bad things at the beginning, but because of the corrupt members within, they capture these leaders and they use them. And to extent that when the leader then is used, it either becomes aware but continues doing the wrong. If he's not aware, once this thing is made, is brought to his or her attention, and that leader is expected to pull back and then start asking questions. And a classic example of that is me saying, yeah, that Minister Mkhwanazi was new in the organization. I believe, I'm still saying, yeah, Honorable Sangol, that Minister Mkhwanazi was captured to end up writing that letter. But he doesn't accept that. He owns it. Yes, I understand. He typed the letter in his own iPad. The iPad that when he came here and the others said the information was deleted because they went to erase, when the information was taken by the team that was investigating, gadgets were taken. The gadgets were taken, and when the gadgets were analyzed, the information was deleted. All of them are deleted. Minister deletes information from the government document. Gadget. They delete it. But as I said before, you delete, we retrieve. So we have the information. We know that indeed, he's right. He is an author of the letter. He wrote the letter. He typed it himself. He sent it to his chief of staff. Chief of staff sent it to the PA. What sits in the letter is an electronic signature. It's not Mkhwanazi signing it. It's a secretary that placed the signature there. The document comes back to the minister. Minister instructs that distribute. And the chiefs of staff distribute. We then feel, okay, that's how it lands to Mkhwanazi, because while it's distributed to the official email address, there's a private email address where the same document is sent to by the chief of staff on the same day. So I still believe, I'm still convinced that Minister Mkhwanazi was made to do what he did. He was made to do what he did. So it's many other leaders that are made to do what they do. But some of them, then they find joy in it and they go with it. But when we put here the issue of politicians participating, is because politicians become enabler. Because in the instance of the minister is controlling the organization. For the minister to write a letter and stop the filling of vacancies, and suddenly a year down the line, we have no head of crime intelligence because of that letter. If the minister decides shut down this team, and the process is undertaken to shut down the team, that will compromise investigation. Honorable Chair and members, when Khumalo and them were arrested, that entire CGI ops operation came to a standstill. Those junior members couldn't sleep at home, could not get paid, could not do anything because the money and resources needed to come from crime intelligence, and they put a stop on it. Honorable Adams is not here now. Millions of rands were spent by crime intelligence from the secret fund account between the time Kumalo was arrested and the time when they came back. That they are busy auditing now to try and justify before the Auditor General when the Auditor General is going to come and audit. So that shows the extent of the problems that we had. So the investigation was frustrated by that arrest. Until they were released, allowed to go back to work, then they continue working. So without going into details, Honorable Ms. Barnard, she's the first to get a phone call when a member of crime intelligence was arrested, Gerald Shaba, comes back from prison, straight back to work. The members of crime intelligence, because they did not want them there, they pick up a phone and they contact the honorable member. The honorable member is quick on the pen. She writes a question from Parliament. National Commissioner, why are you violating the court order? Why is this man doing there? What she did not know is that Lushaba did not receive the court order, which was similar to Kumar. The magistrate was sober. He said, me as a magistrate, I'm not going to prescribe where must go. I'm releasing you on bail. The state did not oppose this. So go back to work. He landed in the office. What came out of that is an honorable member that writes a letter saying the National Commission is violating the law. You must arrest Lushab. So this is just to show you how the politicians have been used. The honorable member can tell you. She received the response, but she was fed the wrong information. So she will end up with the stigma of saying she's working with the team because they don't verify information. You take it and you jump and you run with it. You know, I respect the leaders of our side. Honorable Adams sitting here, we still call him honorable. Despite the fact he called himself a thief, that we still call him honorable. The reality is, once they start getting involved as leaders on things that are supporting the rot within the justice system, working with the criminals outside, business people outside, it then compromise our leaders. Each one of the parliamentarians represent millions of South Africans, so we cannot undermine their presence here. Regardless of how they behave, they represent people. So we must respect that. I will still call them honorable, despite of how I feel. But it's that which I want to indicate as we have it here, that yes, the members, the politicians and the members of parliament, they still participate in things that they shouldn't participate in. So I will ask that they will have to pause next time they receive information, interrogate information coming before them so that they make an informed decisions.
What we also see in the directive, Minister Mkhwanazi's directive of 31 December 2024, is a reference to not filling posts in crime intelligence and the reference to the border police, border management. Did that surprise you, or is that unrelated to the termination of the political killing stars team, the disestablishment of that team? Or do you connect those three things? If so, why do you connect them?
Yeah, honorable chairperson and members, I think we're going to maybe when we SC talk further, be able to dissect the whole letter with those topics.
Yes, I'm asking you now because I may not get there.
Yeah, PKTT is disbanded. The filling of vacancies at crime intelligence and the border issues. On the first, when I looked at it first, what affected me as a provincial commissioner was the first one, the PKTT, because it operates in KZN, nowhere else. That's what worried me. I said, but why would the minister come and dispense something that is here, that I'm in charge of, without talking to me? So it is that investigation that we started doing, because right at the onset, I'm a disciplined person that wants to talk to the minister, to try and establish, minister, somebody might have fed you the wrong information. That's why I reached out to Ngabinde and say, hey, can you get the minister, the three of us sit down so we can talk about, so I can establish exactly what's happening. But instead, what I get, I'm being recorded as if I'm threatening the minister. I'm glad that recording was played here. So you have to tell me as lawmakers that it's clear the minister is the one who instructed Ngabinde to record. Is that not a violation of the law? I'll leave it to you to advise me on that one. What should I do with that? But they record me because there's a certain agenda that has been pushed. The minister has fed something else. Had I called the minister directly, perhaps he wouldn't be here, because he would have realized what he's been made to do. That is wrong. So that's what was the problem. But the second part of filling of vacancies, I did not understand. But as I started paying attention what's happening at crime intelligence, then I realized that it is crime intelligence that influence him. That minister must not allow these vacancies to be filled because they're going to be filled by people that they cannot control. And I thought, okay, this is what's coming. But what about the borders? So when we link the chain and we realize there's criminality, and majority of the criminality of ours, what is investigated, that link the PKTT, touch the borders, because these drugs come from South America into the country mostly. Could it be that there's something to do with the borders? Until Gerald Musigidi arrived here and she submitted this statement about their engagement with the minister, which made her realize that the minister is talking about the borders because the minister wants the police to withdraw from the borders and hand over this whole policing of the borders to the border management agency. So it's all these things that become clear as the time progresses that ordinarily I didn't know about it at the onset. But as we were putting it together, we were linking it with the drugs. But the latter, why intelligence, why the borders, we didn't understand. But as the time progresses, then we start realizing, okay, this is how all these three subjects are so important to the minister on the 31st of December.
Was this letter of the 31st of December 2024 also a prelude or precursor to you and General Masamolo possibly being arrested, or that your arrest was now imminent?
Honorable Chair,
you
member.
you had the
sergeant.
the theory that you called this press conference on the 6th of July to preempt your arrest.
Honorable Chair and members, I've said it before that I'm going to invite you if honorable members are not going to get to that, but it should be on the annex, the affidavit from BMA that involves that sergeant.
Yeah.
That he had ran with the abducted person to Mozambique illegally. So BMA says so. That he crossed to Mozambique without going through the system. And he only came through the system when he came back. The statement under oath.
Yeah, you can refer to the letter. It's the Home Affairs. It's in the bundle.
It's in the bundle.
Yeah. Lot was. It's item 5, honorable members. No.
I'm not seeing it here on my bundle, but honorable Chair members, if you do have in your bundle, then it's fine. I know of an affidavit that was it. This. Oh yeah.
Immediately
here's the Home Affairs.
After the handwritten letter.
Yeah. So this is a person that the team investigating the kidnapping tells me they are tracing this. They found Nangi and they chased Nangi to Mpumalanga to a house. The man is not there in the house. They follow to other addresses. They are told the man has crossed to Mozambique with the victim. And the victim was released 2 weeks later and dumped next to the garage in the north of KZN, next to Mozambique border at Mangus. And was blindfolded, he did not know. But the DNA of the victim was found in the very same house that is alleged to be burned, which is a very interesting thing. The DNA of the victim was discovered by forensic in the house that was allegedly burned, which confirms that the person was kept in that house. So it's a very interesting thing that comes with this sergeant that is allowed to come here by Mr. Adams. Home Affairs says this man did not cross the border. The information the team says he ran with a criminal into Mozambique. Home Affairs says he didn't cross it. When he came back with a temporary passport arranged by the commission that side, this is how he was registered coming back into the country. This is a man that is a police officer who's been working in that border police for many years. It's a police officer who runs a funeral parlor. I wonder what has been moved with those funeral parlors between Mozambique and South Africa. I want the parliament to investigate such. These are credibility of the people that came here. But nonetheless, he speaks about the imminent arrest, a case I mentioned open in Johannesburg. Sinona says to me, he speaks to Nangi to drop the charges. It's a year later. I've not been approached by Apit about that. He comes with Mr. Adams to Cape Town to lay the same complaint that is registered in Johannesburg, hoping maybe there's going to be a different team. I won't be surprised if that case is now with IDEC, because it seems like Mr. Adams has found a different way of making sure cases are investigated. But when he thinks that I'm going to be arrested, I would have been arrested a year long before that, but I was still there. The reason for me talking on the 6th of July had nothing to do with that, but it was the effort that one had tried to communicate, to try and find intervention. Maybe in our communication, Honorable Cameron will say, you did not present clear during the 5th of March meeting of the Portfolio Committee the issues that you were worried about. Maybe the committee will have acted differently. Well, we can take that. Perhaps we did not present it. But I felt that now I've tried this, and I was afforded an opportunity, I've tried it. The minister is still denying knowing Brown and all sorts of things. It's clear something's happening here. Fortunately, the very same IDEC, with members that are inside IDEC that are sharing information with me, I was able to know before Khumalo is arrested. I told Khumalo that when you leave Cape Town, when you land at the airport, it will find you there. And that's exactly what happened. When I got information from IDEC, the National Commission, when you touch down in Cape Town, they're going to arrest you. The plan now is to put Sbiya as acting. So that's information I had to share because it was coming from the people that are investigating, that have been told, do this now, do that now, do this, because they had failed to get Sbiya at DPCI because of his age. And the next plan was, let's remove the National Commission so that it can take charge. Not because there's a legitimate case, but things were going to be alleged. But that was not the reason for the press briefing in the main.
Okay. As can you pause a little, can we take Honorable Sangoni?
I'm sorry, Chair. No, it's just been bothering me a lot since the morning. General Mkhwanazi keeps saying that witness Mlojwa, who was brought here by Adams. Can I just get clarity? I thought Mlojwa was a public participation witness, or is that evidence that's still going to be led?
Mlojwa is from Mpumalanga, honorable members. Mlojwa, since his arrest to date, he has never seen the doors of his office. He's a member, has been booking of sick ever since. His last sick note was in last month. He's still been on sick. But Mr. Adams brought him in one of the corridors here of Parliament with a television while you were busy inside. They were having a press briefing outside. I think days before he came before you. So he was brought by him from Mpumalanga to come here. From after the press briefing, they went to the police station to open a case on that assault that he was talking about, which is the same case that was open in Johannesburg. So they went to police station to open a case. Fast forward, he come and sit on this chair. So it's a person who was arranged for him to come and talk bad about Jerome Mkhwanazi. That's how we landed here.
So the evidence is that Mr. Mlojwa would have used the procedural process of Parliament to appear. Because I think what is bothering Honorable Sangoni is that it may appear as though that he is a witness that was submitted to the committee by Honorable Adams.
Honorable Chair, Acting Chair, I will take that. I cannot prescribe because I do not know how the members decide on listening to a person. I like to believe that you are presented with a witness by someone else who brings this person to you, and then you deliberate and you accept the person. But for the person to come to you, be presented before you, he had arrived in Cape Town a few days before that. And public officer, a police officer was off sick at his workplace. And his address is in Mpumalanga. So for him to travel from there, come here, have a press briefing, go to a police station, 2 days later, is in Parliament. From the layman point of view, we might conclude that perhaps this has been part of the arrangement. But I take that, and I don't want it any way to accuse the committee for having done wrong. But what I meant to say, he came here and was accepted to appear before the commission, present his story.
Proceed, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to make a follow-up?
No, Chair. Honorable Sangoni requested a follow-up when you're outside.
Yeah.
So that's what we're closing. That's why I was taking back to the SC. Now, Honorable Case is doing another follow-up.
I allow you to recognize her.
Honorable Matis, you are duly recognized.
Chairperson, your last day for acting. Lieutenant General, so you're saying that he opened a case in Cape Town regarding the torture,
I'm told so.
or his alleged torture,
I'm
rather,
told so.
a few days ago, before he appeared here.
That's correct.
And then he also reported here that a case was already opened in Houghton Police Station almost a year ago. So
That's
it's
correct.
all the same thing.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. We just need to get the case number and follow up on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Evidence leaders, you can proceed. If members eat your time at 1:30, you must indicate to me how much time you lost to members, and I will compensate you. It is their decision that you must finish at 1:30, remember.
General,
Yes, sir.
yeah, we were just going through the list of items that you mentioned in your press briefing. And at 6.8, you refer to unnamed judges, magistrates as part of the crime syndicate, which again also involves politicians. We didn't, do you have names for us? Again, is it what you know, but you can't disclose? Has it been communicated to you that you can't give the names, or do you have names and for some reason you can't make it known to us?
Yeah, Honorable Chair and members, at times I know we are in a country that is governed by the legislation, so we have to follow the law on things. That's why we cannot name a person if we have not necessarily arrested a person or have an evidence presented before you that says a person did A to Z. However, we have evidence that is part of the criminal investigations where recordings and documentations are available as part of the case dockets, where the actions of officials that are given the responsibility to make sure that the law is upheld are deliberately manipulating that. So a classic case that I'll put before you. I'm not saying that this is a person that I'm accusing of, but there's a classic case. Bail conditions in our country are prescribed, but the powers for bail are given to the presiding officers. So when the presiding officer abuses the powers that they're given in order to benefit certain individuals, the only recourse that the person has is to go through the prescribed legal process that might take time. So while you're undergoing that process, the evil deeds that are planned, they continue. So I'll draw attention to a typical example that not me, but the judge have said it, which I made a reference to Ms. Korabana, what happened with the release of one of the police officers that was arrested. the magistrate releases the man and says, go back to work. But another magistrate releases other people on the same case. And the magistrate says, do not enter any premises of crime intelligence in the country. Now, I'm drawing comparison from the two professionals in the same court. Why would they come up with those conclusions? Call it an error. But they've been to court to try and argue this thing. The very same magistrate doesn't want to listen to them, and he keeps postponing until eventually he want to withdraw himself from the case. The magistrate, the court says the magistrate erred in coming up with a
General,
allow me. The magistrate erred in coming up with a bail condition that the state did not ask for. So in that case, I'm using that as a typical example.
yeah, but is that enough to infer?
No,
that,
but
that these magistrates or judges who make mistakes, they make it all the time, every day. Everyone involved in the criminal justice system. That's why we have a system of appeals from the lower court to the highest court, so that mistakes and errors can be corrected. But my question is that sufficient for you to draw a conclusion or an inference that these magistrates, where one differs with the other, even in the same court, the same set of facts, that they are necessarily involved with crime syndicates or that they corrupt?
Honorable Chair and members, SC, I said the information in writing, information in recording of people talking is part of the investigation in criminal dockets that have been investigated. But the evidence that we're bringing to you is that typical example. Here is the team that is investigating drug squad in Gauteng. The team that get arrested on cases that you and me, you'll agree that at the first place they should not even have been arrested. But they get arrested. As if that is not enough. This team is barred from entering crime intelligence offices in the country. Let it sink in, SC. It is a magistrate that exercises a bail condition that the state did not ask for. What does that do? It puts on hold the entire investigation in Gauteng. I told you that these junior members are not sleeping at home. So they have to be paid for in accommodation, not a 5-star accommodation that has been alleged. But they must be paid accommodation where they must stay. They must get subsistence allowance where they are staying. They've got labor rights to work overtime and be paid. So they need resources. They are not getting this. Simply because the court decided that they must not participate in those things. I don't think if you get what I'm saying. Call it a mistake of the magistrate, but it's a deliberate to frustrate this part. And it becomes clear. So we don't need to say you have been part of this, but your action is assisting this. Oh, and I'm going to repeat again, see, maybe not getting me. We did not say Mr. Mkhwanazi is part of the syndicate. Remember we said that. We did not say that. We say he's an enabler for the criminality to thrive. We want to bring it to his attention. He does not want to listen. Instead, he's allowing this criminality to thrive by his action. So it's that what we are bringing to the attention of this parliament, that not to say that everyone that we've named have 100% contributed to this, but majority of them are the enabler of the wrong. So if people come to you for assistance and you help them, you are participating. Yes, the end result of a person to move drugs from point A to point B is to make money with drugs. But you're a police officer of the law, you hold a roadblock on the road. If a person says, make sure there's no roadblock and he gives you money, it doesn't tell you what the reason why you must not have a roadblock is because it's going to be moving something. You just simply say, make sure there's no roadblock. Or if there's a roadblock, tell me. It ends there with you. And you do that. You share that information, there's a roadblock at that point. That's enough. This person knows I must not go that route, I must take another route. You are participating indirectly so. So these presiding officers, we cannot say they are making honest errors. Because we've seen that I'm not a lawyer myself. I'm a police officer. So some things just don't make sense when the courts or the presiding officers are exercising their judicial powers on decisions that they take. Yes, I know the recourse of that is to launch investigations. But while we're launching investigations, things fall apart. And what we're on the verge of doing in this country was to hand over the country to the people that were going to control it. Honorable Chair and members, had the National Commission been removed for whatever reason, SBIA would have become the acting National Commission. That one I can tell you. Members of IDEC that were investigating told me that.
Okay. Now, the bail conditions of Lieutenant General Kumalo, they were set aside on review. You don't have or didn't see the judgment of the reviewing court that set aside that decision, because the reason why I'm asking is that that court, if there is a written judgment, would have indicated the extent of the magistrate's errors, if they were errors and whether they were honest errors or whether they were deliberate oversights or whatever. You don't have can't give us a reference to that judgment.
No, I do not have.
Okay. Now, if we can move on from there, we've dealt with the 6th of...
In actual fact, maybe one of members who can allow me, I'm sorry to interject, let's see. A week before the court made that ruling, I had traveled from KZN to Pretoria, and I pleaded with my boss to allow these members to go back to work. Our legal head is here, he can tell you that. I pleaded with him. I stayed in Pretoria until midnight. And the National Commission allowed them. He wrote letters and he gave it to them. A week before the court came with the ruling. Why did I do that? It is simply because the employer had already cleared them. The employer had already cleared them. So I did not see the reason why they are not allowed to do their work if the employer have cleared them. So, but they said not doing the work long after they were cleared. So it was that what frustrating me. But more than them going back to work, it was about the junior members that were being frustrated on their investigation because there was no leadership to support them during that investigation. So they were frustrated sitting on their own after having sacrificed their lives in exposing this rod, but they were not getting the support from management because the people that supposed to support them were told or were barred from entering the premises of intelligence.
General, my colleague Advocate Mkhwanazi has just referred me to the to the judgment. I'm just looking for the part where the court criticizes the it's not analysis. Yeah. No, what they say about the court. they refer to the, in fact, the last paragraph or second last paragraph of the court's decision. It's a single judge decision. The finding is that the court accords decision to impose the bail condition appeal against was made without identifying any supporting facts. It is arbitrary and incorrect and does not reflect a proper exercise of judicial discretion. So for you, this is an example of where a presiding officer makes decisions not supported by the facts, exercises a wrong discretion, and this enables the people involved, the drug dealers, the cartel, to continue operating.
Yes, indeed, Honorable Chair and members. It's a worrying factor because you can see deliberately that it's not a mistake. It's a deliberate act.
Now, just to get to the press briefing, just what triggered the press briefing, and what steps, if any, did you take to avoid having such a press briefing? Were you compelled to have one by circumstances, and what were those circumstances?
Yeah, well, Honorable Chair, I said it before last year when I presented that I had reached out to the National Commission. I tried to reach out to the author of the letter, the minister, within a day after learning of this letter. And I was not granted an opportunity. I tried again to reach out to the minister later part of the year. He still would not afford me an opportunity. I tried to engage with the National Commissioner to raise concern about this and to try and get the minister to sit around the table, and that was not successful. I reached out to Honorable Cameroon, and I think it was in February when I asked Honorable Cameroon to allow me to appear before this portfolio committee so we can talk about this. And I'm grateful to the Honorable Cameroon that he did allow me, gave me that opportunity. Although the meeting could not sit in February, there were postponements. I think we were scheduled to sit twice until it ended up in March. And we appear in March and we raise these issues, but the minister just dismissed it. And later I learned that there was a meeting on the 6th, the day after the portfolio committee, where this matter that I had raised was discussed, and I was not even invited to be at that meeting. And subsequent to that meeting, there was another meeting in Johannesburg where they were discussing the same issues. So a lot of things that had happened, which I tried to inquire about. I wrote letters to Kumari to explain why the dockets were taken. And I raised this thing on the National Commission. I asked the National Commission, did you authorize these dockets to move? He said he didn't. And I pleaded for him to give me a statement to confirm that. So it was my last option to say, there are three arms of government, and all three of them are appointed by the people of this country. If we're trying through the executive, the minister seems to be supporting the wrong that is happening. And I'm talking to my boss to get through to the president about this thing, and I'm not getting any positive response. That means the executive is not helping me and the team. So then I moved to the legislature, parliament, hence the 5th of March. But what comes out of it, it doesn't seem to go deeper into this. And for me, I feel maybe there's nothing else I can do, because what I see here, the other third arm of government, which is judiciary, seems to be part of this chaos. You just read the judgment. So a procedure to judiciary is for me to write and take this long for an investigation to be conducted that will come with the result after a year. And this is quite urgent. So what else do I do? Let me then tell South Africans that the three arms of government that supposed to help guide against this wrong, it seems to me that we have failed to convince these three arms of government to deliver or to assist us. It was in that's why I cannot blame all of them, because Parliament can only engage with one committee out of hundreds of committees here. Majority of members sitting maybe didn't have a clue about what was going on. They will say if they were in that committee, they would have dealt with it differently. I agree. In executive, it was the minister that we're trying to reach out to. but via the National Commissioner. I didn't go to the president. The president might turn around and say, but you never brought this thing to me, Mkhwanazi. So why are you complaining? But I couldn't get directly. I could only via the National Commission to get there. So it's a frustration I have. The Chief Justice might turn around and say, but Mkhwanazi never brought this thing to my attention. But how do I get to the Chief Justice? Again, I must write via my boss to take it to that route. So those are all platforms that I felt in. This thing has got to a stage that, and I told the National Commissioner, give these facts to the president. And the National Commissioner asked, give me the content. We prepared the content and we gave it to the National Commission, we were supposed to discuss with the president. And then we left. So when I was addressing the nation, I felt it is important for me to present this content. We can't wait anymore. That's why we presented it on the 6th.
And the role of the media, you had this press conference. It was prominently, very widely advertised. The example of Kat Matlala's tender, it appeared in the media, it was investigated. In fact, we heard from General Masemola, quite worrying, that had this not been raised by Minister Mkhunu in a briefing they held on the 24th of December, just almost a week before the directive, where he flagged the award of the tender to Kat Matlala. That was as a result of the media. Now we know, I don't think we need to debate that these media and media platforms are used for many different reasons, different purposes, different people, different agendas, different narratives. But will you accept that the media, together with Parliament, the courts, the people of this country, have an important role to play in addressing and correcting many of the things that you've highlighted that are wrong? Many things in this country have been exposed because we have a free press. You agree?
No, 100%. 100%. I agree. I've said when we were doing the press briefing on the 6th of January that if it was not for media, South Africans were not going to hear us. Thanks to the media that we could hear. Thanks to the very same media that makes South Africans to be informed about what's happening here. But to the extent that the bad ones amongst us do capture some officials of the media, we must not turn a blind eye that we have the bad ones. I've raised some journalists. There's one typical example, and I must say, and I've said it before, a media house employs people. The journalists that are employed, some of them are in the pocket of the wrong people. One typical example is this: when a senior investigator, Bongani Mtakane from the Sunday World. I'm not inviting you to go and read Sunday World because they're going to make money out of you. But they've got a tendency of writing a lot of negative things. Here is an investigating officer. You might have heard of a matter of Calvin Matibeti that I'm in court with recently. In his office, I'm not saying him, but in his office, someone is asking for an ID number of an individual. They give the name, say, profile this individual, we want his ID number. They get the ID number. That ID number lands with this journalist. Here's it. And this journalist writes a media inquiry to the South African Police Service and puts this ID number and says, so and so with this ID number. Explain his role in the police. We don't respond because we say, Popia doesn't allow us to come and talk about details of people. What the journalist does, he writes to the Minister of Police. He says, Minister of Police, I've sent this complaint to this question to the police. They don't want to respond. That's how desperate this Dagane person is. And to date, they have not published a story, but we have the media inquiry from him. So I'm just simply saying that amongst the media, they cannot be clean. If we are saying in the police, we've got bad ones, the media might be as bad as we have. So we can't say journalists are good. Media is important as much as the police is important.
Yes, we've got bad people all over the place.
Yeah, so
media,
it mustn't be conceived.
Media all over, and as you pointed out, prosecutors, judges, magistrates, politicians, our best chance and our best hope is to ensure that the good prevail over the bad.
That's correct.
And that is why your media briefing on the 6th was so critically important, because it has opened up what a lot of people have known and suspected for many years.
Yep.
So that's good. So, but you don't close down certain institutions, for example, the media, or restrict just because of that. You're going to always have bad media, bad press, bad journalists. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ms. Mkhwanazi, to deal with, and just to ask about an update on events subsequent to the 6th of July.
Good afternoon, General.
Yes, ma'am.
I intend to refer to the events or rather from paragraph 9 onwards of the memorandum, the items listed therein. And in doing so, General, in that paragraph, those paragraphs, you deal with an update of subsequent events that followed after you made the press briefing. And you refer to the establishment of the Madlanga Commission and the Ad Hoc Commission. Now we know in the Madlanga Commission as well as this committee, you had a graph where you made reference to the cartel and where you refer to the various role players that were involved in the implementation of the directive, like Mr. Nkabinde and Minister Nkunu. And also, General Kellen, you had a graph where you indicate the respective roles that they played. I'm trying to get the diagram thrown up so that when you provide us an update of events, and to the extent that you can, speak about your subsequent investigations and the outcomes thereof. Chair, if I can just be assisted to have the diagram, there's Mr. Romano now, to just put up the diagram so that General Mkhwanazi can just speak to that. General, while Mr. Romano is putting up the diagram, maybe let's start with, we now know that the Madlanga Commission was established and this committee was subsequently established. You've spoken about your perception of the committee and that you've been watching the manner in which the witnesses that have been called, which you recommended and which other witnesses recommended. Do you have a particular view before we get into the issues, and did you want to identify certain issues that came out of evidence that were given by those witnesses that could assist in you giving an update on subsequent events?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I said in my opening remarks that while I appreciate the decision taken by the Speaker of Parliament to establish this committee, and also appreciate the President of the Republic from when he appointed the judge to preside over the commission that is running in Pretoria. But one, being a citizen in the country, taking time through the media to watch the proceedings as they unfold, we get to notice what is happening at the Madlanga Commission, and we also get to see what's happening before this House. And the concerns that one will have, appreciating, as I said earlier, the long hours that the honorable members are putting into this, sacrificing your sleep and stuff like that, and interrogating facts. But when we see committee members that have a posture of seems to suggest that they are in a corner of Mkhwanazi, or they're in a corner of Mkhwanazi, or they're in a corner of Sbia, or they're in a corner of Mkhunu, and so forth. It is that is disturbing for me. I expect honorable members to keep neutral. A one person who said, I'm not saying that he's a good person, Honorable Souls, when one person says that person is driving a particular agenda, and I said to that person, Honorable Souls might be analyzing things in his own way, and it does not necessarily mean that it's wrong. But when he's aggressive towards one person and he seems to be praising the others, he then sends a wrong message. But allow the questioning of each member of parliament to go on the way they want it to present. But what I was worried about is that there are some instances where the honorable members will seem to be more relaxed towards a particular witness that appears here and don't probe it. So when I'm here, I expect the fireworks to come my direction and not only the applauding what I'm doing. I might appreciate, yes, it's human to talk good about me and to show me that you appreciate. Yes, I appreciate that. But there are things that you need to get to find out. So you should not put back and ask questions in future. Well, you've done now, this is the end. But I would have expected in future that you become aggressive to everyone as you are aggressive. Honorable James and everyone else will experience that. And until we come and we present before you, why are we saying what we are saying and why are we doing what you're doing? You don't necessarily say, pass a comment of a judgment that you're going to put in a report. You acknowledge what you are saying. You pose a question, you get an answer, you take note. If that answer doesn't satisfy you, you get a conclusion and say, Mkhwanazi is smoking something here. Make a note. Don't tell Mkhwanazi in the face that, because on the outside person who's in a favor of Mkhwanazi, they'll judge you. So, and a person talks something that you like, don't make it visible that hey, I'm excited about this, what this man is doing. Take note of it, make a note of it, so that when you deliberate, when you're together, you are able to say, these are facts, this is fiction. And this is what we must do going forward. Then you come up with a report. So we must guard against that in future. That is my only observation that I had, and I thought when I have an opportunity, I'll address it. And I did raise it when the chair gave me the opportunity earlier.
Then, General, just with reference to that diagram, you provided us a diagram that listed some of the, or at least only 2 of the syndicate members that you've identified during your investigations because they were arrested. So my question is to you, is there an update on some of the investigations, and can you maybe inform the House whether, because when you came here, you came on allegations, and we understood that all of these things were still subject to further investigations. So what have you since discovered in relation to the issues identified here in this diagram that could assist the committee when it looks at the record, and where could we find the evidence in support of that?
No, thanks. I think everything else other than the red dots that you see on the diagram involves those that's supposed to assist the police in making sure they bring the perpetrators to court and the prosecution is done correctly and the convictions are realized in court. All those other than the red dots. So whether you're a government official in the police, whether you're a government official outside the police, you're a private individual, you're part of the media, you're a parliamentarian, executive authority, on whatever role that you play, you're supposed to be assisting to catch all the reds that we see. But our frustration, honorable members, was that these officials that's supposed to help are connected one way or another with these red dots that we're looking at. And they play different roles, each one of them. So that's what we were trying to reflect on this screen, so that you get to see that we have identified each entity and the role played. We didn't give more details. We were talking about journalists. When we say agents of misinformation as a typical example, that's where you're going to find the medias. You call a professor, a doctor, or Miss Merity Haas. I don't know what title she moves with now. Mr. Or Miss, she's not a professor. You find the Merity Haas in the black square. You're going to find the police officers. So all these people that are peddling information, that are creating problems, they are in there because they've been used and they participate. We are showing the security cluster, then top right corner. It's supposed to help us to win. But when you have the likes of Mr. McBride, that Nkabinde came to confirm his role. Remember, he said, Nkabinde told me these things about IP. Nkabinde was here, and he presented exactly what he told me. So, and now McBride has been elevated to state security. It is McBride that facilitated Mr. Adams' transportation with blue lights police cars to the prison in KZN through his cousin, using blue lights of the state. So these are the things that we're concerned about. We're highlighting it here. Members of this particular this ad hoc committee, they know for a fact that there's a case on the Louis Vuitton. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan came here and said, no, I heard it from the media. The case of Louis Vuitton is sitting at IDEC, I'm told. Cleared or not cleared, but it was at IDEC. How did it land at IDEC? It's a question, because it was an IP case. It went to IDEC because it migrated with the IP members under Sisoko when the IDEC was formed. They took these dockets with them to IDEC. Is that what the parliamentarians wanted IDEC to do? It's a question. So these are the role players that we have in our mix. To date, you heard of the minister opening a case against me at IDEC, at IP. To date, say a year later, I was told by IP, the minister complained. A week later, no, the minister didn't complain. The same head of IP, he goes and tells the acting minister that no, this complaint came from the chief of staff. He whispers. To date, nobody tells me about what's happening within Pangani case. These are the players, officials we have in these places. So we are trying to show the picture of who does what. General Tele is here communicating with Kat. He came here and he confirmed that. So we're trying to show that there are people here in our organization, within civil society, that are playing certain roles to allow these RED to operate. Honorable Chair and members, it will be one day we're sitting under the tree, maybe we'll talk, that the almost duplicate of what we know as union building in South Africa was run in the farm that belonged to one Mr. Mswati in Pretoria, where politicians will account, business people will account, the whole lot will account. Give the list of those that have made a turn that they've had to account, you'll be shocked. So when you have such, and we see that Mswati is no more, and someone else is taking over from him, the name that the media are even afraid to pronounce, Steve Mutsumi, amongst others, and nobody says anything about it, it means we are allowing the bad to continue to happen. So we are having these red blocks. We are not saying they're the only ones. They are mainly red blocks. But what brought about the letter of the minister was as a result of these ones. There are many others that we still need to attend to.
Yes, General, just on that, because we've also been paying attention to what's been happening at the Matlanga Commission and also in front of this committee, and it does seem that a bigger network has been exposed. Would we be correct to say that it is in fact a bigger network, and there appears to be serious concern that, like you've indicated, senior officials in SAPS indicating that they fear some of the individuals implicated in the cartel and syndicates?
It is that bad. We expose, honorable members, the activities of law enforcement. Amongst them was Metro Police. You've seen what has happened with the Gurulin. There's even a witness that was killed. And who kills the witness, allegedly, is an ex-colleague of mine, not just a police officer, but a member of the Special Task Force. The person that worked under my command. I was involved on that Saturday arrest, assisting the team to get him. It is that bad. The owner of the security company that gave him a firearm reached out and said, we had issued this man with a firearm that resembled the caliber of the gun that was used at Witness D. Please come and fetch it. Take it to ballistic and test it. I hope and pray that it is the gun that was used, because if it is, then we have a serious problem. But I'm grateful to that security guy for coming out and say, hey, I want to assist. I do not know if this is a gun he used or not, but he used to use this gun. And the gun is an AK that has got a mounting for this aim point on top. For those nose guns, once you have an aim point on top, it takes a second to release that shot accurately to the target. So wonder why the witness DV was killed. These are events that unfolded after. We might say we are grateful for what has been discovered, but we're also worried because there are still other people that are in danger as these things are unfolding. When you hear the general saying, we are afraid to call the names of certain people, it tells of the extent of danger that is out there.
Are they currently, and this is my last question before I hand over to Advocate Arendse, are there investigations against these senior officials that subsequently have been initiated?
Well, there are investigations. There is investigations against Gerald Spear that I know of. Gerald Shibiri that appeared, did not come here, but he appeared in Pretoria. And there are many other officials that are implicated. Ngosi, such and Ngosi is one of them. But there are others that I did not know whether the investigation has been launched, and some of them recently I've learned. Typical example is a general that was modeling in front of you here. There's investigations that has been lodged because of the behavior and the things she said. I don't know if you listened to what she had said on the record with Gerald Spear when Spear recorded it. I'd like to play it here so they can hear the person that we were appreciating to be one of the other members says you run a good opportunity of becoming a national commissioner. This is a typical person that was here that portray a certain image. He's one of us. I raised a complaint about that so that investigations can be done. And I'm told that there's investigations conducted. But there's a typical example of how manipulative police officers can be in getting their ways.
I'll ask Mr. Romano to play the recording, but I'm handing over to Mr. Arendse.
The Sibia recording.
There's the recording between General Sibia and General Sentumule.
You can already play it there, or you want me to play it?
Do you want to play it?
I can find it.
I can also send it to Mr. Romano.
Yeah, please do. Please play it there.
Okay.
So this is, honorable members, just for you to see that everyone that appears before you, don't say Mkhwanazi is 100%. Honorable Saul says even Mkhwanazi got holes. I agree. We all have got our downfalls. So, but put a straight face, throw questions, don't celebrate, we walk out. You make your decisions. That's what I'm asking for. So Sentumule comes here with their own things. And when she walks out here, she's more like a celebrity. And even some members are even thinking that, oh, this is a potential person. I removed her at Crime Intelligence in 2012. Nobody asked why. Just so you know, her history. So he's a person who acts to be doing good, but when she speaks to Spear, you can tell it is not a good person. When I presented, I said, I had experience of manipulation of resources of crime intelligence back in 2012. And there's not much change to date. Not much of the change, said. So there are many other things that we might not raise, but yeah, we can talk the whole day. Do you have, David?
I've sent it to Mr. Romano. He's going to play it just now. But just while we edit, General, you said nobody asked why she was removed or that you have in fact removed her from crime intelligence. Now that we have you here, would you be able to tell us why you removed her from crime intelligence?
It is all because of this abuse of secret fund account. Attending functions and parties, chat gatherings and stuff like that should not be attended. Using the money. Honorable Chair and members, in 2011-12 when I was acting, I asked the entire management of crime intelligence to move away temporarily while we launch an investigation. Unfortunately, I couldn't finish that because Jara Pierre came in and she put other people in there. There were a lot of wrong that we saw at the time that we're trying to deal with, that we didn't get to. There are many crime intelligence officials that are benefiting on the wrong. I'm sure the National Commission will have presented before you how Gerald Khan, the darling of some of the members in this committee, has been receiving payment on the lease of his own property to the police using secret fund account, amongst others. So there are too many wrong within crime intelligence been happening that we couldn't. So General Sintumule was there at crime intelligence, the abuse of the secret fund account and the resources of crime intelligence that led into her removal. Without getting too much into details about it, but I'm the one that removed her. And fast forward, she becomes the general head of investigations in the police. Don't ask me how it happened. I must say, honorable members, that clip is not in English, so I'm not sure, Advocate, whether you were able to, for those that can hear Zulu, because in summary, it is Gerald Sintumule talking to Gerald Sibia on the phone call that Gerald Sibia recorded. And Gerald Sibia goes to the Madlanga Commission and he says, I recorded Gerald Sintumule because Gerald Sintumule had gone to the National Commissioner and he said things that I did not say. So now that I'm talking to Sintumule, I want to make sure that I can trust this person. That's why I'm recording it. That's what Sibia said. So he recorded Sintumule. And the recording, Sintumule is the one who's doing more talking than what Gerald Sibia is talking. And Sintumule is blaming the PKTT. Sintumule is rubbishing. Colonel Kumalo even said, me and Colonel Kumalo, I think we're brothers or a father and son. She made all sorts of allegations, unprovoked by SBA. She voluntarily just said all these nasty things about all of us. And at the end, the conclusion, I'm not a closer person, I got someone to translate the words that she used at the end. I don't know who was she giving those, I don't know, is it what, mene get or something like that. Do you know that word? What is the word that she used? She used a word, funny word, that implies that her own boss has got no backbone or something like that. I wrote a complaint to the National Commission to investigate this because you can't have a general that behaves like this. If Sibia did not talk about it at Madlanga, we would not have known. And she acted as if, no, she was trying to, she's an intelligence person, yes, she comes from intelligence. She can manipulate and infiltrate people. So she spoke to Sibia about this thing long, honorable members, before these letters, I believe, of Sibia. She was in support, 100% of it. She can't turn around and say, Sibia wrote these letters, I didn't agree with it. But when you listen to her on the recording, it tells you that she was in full support. She even said Kumalo was moving around with Lucky. Lucky is me. Even Sibia asked, who is Lucky? I said, no, Jerry Mkhwanazi. This Kumalo has been moving around with Mkhwanazi, was a driver of Mkhwanazi, is this, and this, is this, of Mkhwanazi, all the way. This is the general that came before you. That's what I'm saying. Before you can say Mkhwanazi is a good man, listen to Mkhwanazi, take notes, make your conclusions. Because you're going to come and applaud Mkhwanazi in the presence. So you turn around, someone is going to walk in here and say Mkhwanazi is this and that, like I'm doing now. So this is just a plea to the parliamentarians that in future, anyone who's in front of you, trust them as the South Africans. Trust that they're honest with what they're telling you, but don't show that much support in your face. Until you go back behind doors, you analyze what they were telling you, gather other evidence, you make conclusion. Then you'll know this one, no, it's not to be trusted. That's all I'm asking for.
Good, General. Honorable Chair, can we break at this point? And hopefully we can get the recording up and running. And then immediately after lunch, we would require another 30 minutes.
Look at the honorable member behind you. You can shake your head again. He's looking at you. Show him that you disagree. Honorable Skosan.
Chair, thank you very, very much. I'm just worried about time, Chair. I know that the issue of time, that we should not rush anything here. You, in your benevolence, you said you're going to give us 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. Now, I'm looking at the time. and I'm looking at all the members who are here. I know that we scheduled for 2 days, but we said we want to finish today. But if it means last time, some members complain about that we are knocking off, we are no longer productive if we are kept here until the early hours of the morning. Now, I'm not sure about other members. If they are compatible, it's fine. We can go up to 4 o'clock, but which means that we'll be out here around 1 in the morning. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I want you to break for lunch, and during your break, you will talk between and amongst yourselves. And then you will come back at 2 and tell me if you are granting the evidence leader a further 30 minutes. Yeah. When you come back, I need a report from you, honorable members. You are under the leadership of the chief whip here. When I make a decision here, I must make your decision. May you please stand up and leave the chambers and come back at 2 o'clock. The sound advice of the Chief Whip is that we are granting the legal team 30 minutes to conclude. 1 hour to conclude. Yeah, that is the sound advice from the office of the Chief Whip. It is not done out of favor, but out of consciousness that due diligence has to happen. Yes, we do not want you to come during the overview of evidence and point fingers at the committee and say, when I wanted to probe the following, you said no. Can we please go ahead? Bonana. Oh, you are playing it. Did not play.
Honorable Chair, we're just waiting for the recording to. Shall we, Honorable Chair, shall we have permission to proceed in the meantime? Thank you. General Mkhwanazi, you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
You're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
General Mkhwanazi, a number of witnesses came before this committee, and we will now deal with the ones we have not dealt with in your earlier evidence. We will start with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. When he came before this committee, he testified that you do not have security clearance, and this is at paragraph 72 of his statement. Before you answer that question, General Masemola took us through the process, the vetting process, and the difficulties that SAPS deals with in trying to obtain the security clearance. However, we have to put the question to you. Do you have security clearance?
The answer is no, I still do not have.
Could you perhaps tell this committee when was the last time you had security clearance and what is the status?
Honorable Chair and members, the crime intelligence, which is part of the problems that we hear, under the leadership of Major General Khan, manages vetting section. In the vetting section, when the security clearance are done, you have to disclose everything about you. Where were you born, where you grew up, the primary school you went to, your friends, family, relatives, bank accounts, and everything about you, assets you own, and so forth. It is that office that controls things. On the record, Honorable Chair, the members, my last security clearance, top secret clearance that I had expired in 2018. It expired in 2018. In 2013, I submitted an application to State Security. State Security did everything, polygraphy, everything, tick the box, but they could not issue that because there is foster who's a IP person in KZN, who said to SSA at the time that there's a case of, I'm told, a hit squad or something like that, that happened in KZN in 2013 that I'm implicated in. I've never worked in KZN in 2013. I was working in Pretoria. So that's the reason why SSA did not issue another clearance at the time. And nobody came with a feedback. I made an application to Crime Intelligence. It's on record, this. In 2022. Today is not finalized. Crime Intelligence, according to the file that is with the Divisional Commissioner, is that they themselves are coming up with stories. One of the stories that Sunday World wrote a story about an allegations against a case investigated by IDEC against me. They apparently confirmed with Advocate Johnson, who wrote back on an email and said, yes, indeed, IDEC is investigating. The question again, how did IDEC get to investigate stories? How did they get, who referred that thing to them? Why am I not told about it? That's one. Two, there's a case allegedly that was open in Sinoville in Pretoria, where I was accused of interfering with the investigation. And the people accused, there is Patlane's wife, I don't know who's the third person. Again, nobody have ever come to me about it. This is 22, back then. Again, there's a case open, I think in Brooklyn and Pretoria, if I'm not mistaken, of a car hijacking. I'm the suspect. When they went to check, I was not even there. So these allegations of cases that they say they cannot finalize the clearance because of these pending. I'm told that the division have written to IP more than 3 times to ask them to explain these cases. So once there's something flagged, it's a reason not to give you a clearance certificate. So that's a deliberate thing done within there. And it does not affect me alone. There's many of us. It is that office that Gerald Khan was controlling, is still controlling, that does vetting, that will make sure. That's why Paul O'Sullivan is going to know about it, being an outsider, that there is no clearance certificates because they are feeding him with that information.
Okay. Thank you, General. So General, it looks like these cases are, this issue that you have is a historical issue. It dates back to 2022 and we are now in 2026. What is the status of that case? And is there possibly anything that you could do or anybody can do to assist you with finalization of those cases? Because surely it cannot be the reason why you still don't have security clearance.
I'm not in charge of the organization, but if I was in charge of the organization, I would have removed the whole lot that is sitting in that vetting section, starting with Khan, because they are the ones. The whole file of Gerald Patlane that started that criminal investigation on the house was initiated from the files that were stolen by McBride's girlfriend from that office. So it's a dirty office. So we might want as parliamentarians to start asking yourself a question. How honest is the office of vetting in the police and many other entities? How honest that office is? Because the officials working there, you give them information, they verify, they interrogate you, they bring you for polygraphy, they throw you questions, and they satisfy themselves that you're a good person. They make recommendations. But when these things are supposed to be finalized, someone stalls it. They stole it because a Sunday World published something. They don't have to verify it. As long as they can't issue. And the right to IP won't respond. So maybe IP must then explain. For all these reminders, because from what I know I have no case. They just threw my name in it. So it looks like my name is just flagged. That's why even Nangi's case up there. I was part of the torture, I was part of, so they threw cases all over. That's how the system operates nowadays.
Thank you, General. The follow-up question to that is, if you don't have security clearance, are you then able to access the secret fund? That is at paragraph 73 of Mr. O'Sullivan's statement.
What does he say on the paragraph specifically?
He says that you are not permitted to access the secret fund without security clearance.
You know, Paul O'Sullivan is an old man. And I mean, as a Zulu man being cultured from the rural areas, it's not going to be a good thing to speak bad about an old person. He was fragile when I saw him sitting here. He's an old man. But the things that comes out of his mouth is problematic. Serious problematic. I'm prefacing the response to your question that how does he get to know about these things as a civil servant? That's a start. But number two, I do not work at crime intelligence. I don't get involved with secret fund at all, zero. In a matter of fact, when I was acting in 2011, 2012, the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence only got to see me on passages. The first time I ever walked into the office here of the Joint Standing Committee of Intelligence, it's now after this whole saga of July 6th. Before that, I never interacted with them because it's not my role. It was never my role. I respected that the head of intelligence is the one that must account there. Head of intelligence is the one that must control the farms. Head of intelligence is the one who must run the operations of intelligence. I've never been involved with secret fund account. I've never done it. And I said to Jaru Kumar, maybe inviting the committee, talking to your colleagues at JCI, because he speaks about a 30 million rand worth of vehicles that were bought, and he calls it luxury cars in 2012 when I was acting. Those vehicles are the sedan, small cars that were bought for operational members. The sedan, the luxury vehicles that he mistaken with are the luxury vehicles that I collected from people that were not supposed to be driving. Generals of the police, Q5s, the late Minister Mtetwa, the ML with a wheel at the back. A whole lot of those cars. I took all those, I gave it to Task Force and TRT because they were used. Luxury cars were bought, used by people that are not supposed. Then we took the money and we bought it for the operational members on the ground. So he's been fed information, but he interprets it wrongly.
Okay, thank you, General. Just still on the secret fund, for the basis of clarity, are you able to, you've testified that you're not in crime intelligence, but is it correct that one cannot access the secret fund if they don't have a clearance certificate?
I must repeat again, I don't work at crime intelligence, but I can give you the real fact of the situation that we have in the SAPS. A security clearance certificate is valid for 5 years and it expires. The rule that we currently have in the police is that the post get advertised, you apply for the post and you go for interviews, you complete that form for you to be vetted, you get appointed pending that vetting. In some instances, people start working without the vetting being finalized. In some instances, you don't work until your security clearance is issued. It depends where you're at. But after 5 years, even after you've received it, it expires. It means you must then, at least a year before, submit a new application. But because of the demand in the organization, over 100,000 members that must be vetted, the resources that crime intelligence has in terms of human resources that must conduct investigations on these applications is not enough. It's not sufficient. So that results to the expiry of the security clearance certificate. Mine expired in 2018. They cannot explain to you to date why I have not been issued with one, beside these cases. But just to process that administration process, it has taken that long because of the delays, the workload that they have. They can't keep up with it. It causes a delay. So once a person working at crime intelligence, like Gerald Khan, his vetting clearance certificates, as I'm talking to you now, have expired. But as I'm talking to you now, he's at crime intelligence. I like to believe he does have access to the secret fund account. And he's not the only one. There are many of them that their vetting have expired, but they do access. The how part, how they manage that, I'm sure JCI can explain it. I can't explain it because I'm not in that space.
Thank you very much, General. Now moving on to the last question from Mr. O'Sullivan's statement. There's an allegation that you recruited a number of young men in KZN through a man called Baba Mutetwa. That affidavit, that statement of one of the recruits has been made available to you for your consideration. In that it's a redacted statement, so we do not know the identity of the young man. All we know about him is that he's a young black man. He was recruited to be part of an operation that you were doing. Some of the allegations that he made was that he was taken to an unknown location to himself, where he was, they got some type of training over a 3-day period. He was paid on 2 occasions amounts of 50,000 Rand each. And finally, the third amount was 120,000 before doing any sort of work. Thirdly, they were then together with a group of other men that would have been recruited, were given police uniform, which on them do not have police rankings or identity of a police officer, but the uniform mirrored the police uniform. One of the operations that he says in his statement they had to do was in Mkhwanazi, where it was a drug operation, unarmed young teenagers were killed. And they then had to leave, but before leaving, you arrived to come and assess the situation and plant evidence. What is your comment to that allegation made by Mr. O'Sullivan?
Honorable Chair and members, as I say again, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is an elder, but is saying a lot of wrong things. I saw that redacted statement, and we then requested from the Provincial Commissioner to investigate whether was there ever a case open as such. The member that commissioned that statement gave her own statement to indicate, yes, there's a gentleman that came with Paul O'Sullivan and asked for the statement to be commissioned, which she did. And from there they left. So, but he cannot even remember the name of the person and stuff like that. That was, I don't know which day it was. He comes here and he presents this thing before you. He doesn't go to a police station to open a case, so he doesn't encourage this person to go and open a case on those allegations. What I did after that, I contacted with the station commander of Mkhwanazi to confirm these multiple matters, because there's been a lot of shooting incident that has been happening in that police station over time. And the station commander said in that month of August, there was only one multiple murder that was registered in 2024 under the case number. And it does not correspond to the story that this Paul O'Sullivan and his unknown complainant saying. So I don't want sometimes to waste energy and argue and disown things that people are making allegations on and they cannot come and confirm. Let the person who opened the case go to the police station, open a case so it can be investigated. Alternatively, you must come to this committee and present the evidence. But as the head of the police in KwaZulu-Natal, police in KwaZulu-Natal have been involved in a lot of shootings. And many people have not been happy about that. And it's not one police officer, it's not one team, but all those that have been involved are police officers. So if this person says that he was not a police officer, he was recruited, they are making up the story to try and convince the committee to believe that there's bad things happening in KZN. Similar people that will sell stories to Meriti Haas, amongst others, then make them to believe certain things. That's why to date, you hear for any action, shooting, whatever, is PKTT.
Perhaps
those are the stories.
I'm sorry, General. You can.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying that stories have been fabricated, so there's nothing of that sort in KZN.
Okay.
You can investigate.
Perhaps what we should do is leaving aside Mr. O'Sullivan and just asking the question slightly more directly. Are you involved in operations of this nature as alleged?
Not at all.
Did you make payments of 50,000, 250,000 batches plus 120,000 to various people who were doing operations?
That's wrong. I did not.
Okay. So you have no knowledge of this, even
I don't have knowledge and I like to believe that it doesn't exist.
Okay. If we can then maybe play the clip if it's ready.
Nah, that's not Nambonane,
Hey.
and then I'm giving you my honest opinion. Unfiltered, ne?
Yeah.
Le team yabo,
Mm.
igijima ngento ezirong
Yeah.
under the guise of this task team.
Nathi sikhona lapha
Honestly,
siyaphandwa lapha siyaphenywa lapha.
yabona General.
Mm.
And ngiyacabanga ukuthi eNatali, I'm sure busy because this is where these things are cooked. What I find embarrassing, and you know, when I talk to people, sometimes you are complicit to crime being committed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which are being complicit because sengicala ngalo mfana lo wakakhuma lo sebenza nabo
Yeah.
ne
Yeah.
le mfana bekayi constable nini ngise HRD ngoba warrant ngoba ucaptain seka uKennel but uhamba la khamba khona uLucky
Oh, uLucky ulomobe.
uLucky Mkhwanazi.
Oh.
So at some point there was into engathi bayarelate baze bayafana futhi ngathi they relate.
Oh, fana noMkhwanazi.
Yeah, kakhulu futhi. So
And uyena lo suspect ukuthi uthathe imali.
hayi ukuthi suspect uye lo uNPA ethatha imali but
Ngithumela ushabalala.
manje into engingayi understand ne ukuthi abokhumalo like bakhuluma ngathi benza into eziright like yazi mina bese mina kuthi generally ngafunda ukuthi uba isilima kuyanceda yabona ngoba mawusuka ubabonisa ukuthi uyabona kula wenza khona izitha so rather abacabanga ukuthi uhleli la abacabanga ukuthi uhleli khona but it's the same young Khumalo we busy. I asked him the other day ngimbonise ngathi ufuna la bathi kimi ukuthatha ngathi ungacishe ngawo cishe ngathi hawu so uMkhwanazi ukuthumele ngala
Ugijima ngami lo.
so uthunyiwe because trust me at some point he was his driver ne ukuthi nje yela ungambona ufana noLucky at some point I can't remember wathi no ngathi bayahlobana yabona so I understand ukuthi le team wayengakhona ukuba sorry but it is because khona udoti nje abawuphushayo that I can tell you because yini into enzima that's why ngithi mina tomorrow sibize ukuthi ama docket if I say court there's no need for a team ukuthi ihlala yenzani if i-case ya court niyabizwa niyasapuna nama witnesses you understand niya on that day hayi ukuthi kumele lihlale ngathi nilinde
I think uConsult noLucky like wathi no amadokedo amalethela kimi.
But akakwazi. Angisho kune instruction general.
Ukuthi aye kuwe.
Yes.
Yebo.
So which is why ngithi mina yabona ukuthi without ukuthi siveze ukuthi mina ngime kuphi asiyenza official wena usibize nje uthi hayi na instruction general sinthumule give me feedback yebo.
Yeah, ngizombiza but angithi uzongitshela nje akunikeza iexcuse ukuthi akekho local. Or ukuphi angithi ubonile ukuthi yena siya attend wonke umuntu uyattend yena akaveli.
Ufonile nje ubalasha ama documents ngathi mina sonke base size khona John ubuku wathi yena hayi ucela ukuhlala office. Ngathi mina kumnandi kuba ngoba wena uvunyelwe uyabona.
Yena ubusy uyazi ngokutshela babusy bagijima ngami left right and center hot monitoring. Bazama amafoni wami ngapha nangapha ngiyathola konke lokho yabo.
But into ebuhlungu general ne ukuthi umgodi mina ngafunda ukuthi umgodi mawugubha akungeni lo mgubhela ngena wena.
Iproblem ukuthi ngihlala nomphathi wami ongathi akazi lutho kodwa uyazokungiya. Ngicela ukuphendula lokho lengenayo tu.
Okay general mina tekele sharp general.
General, just for the sake of the record, who are the persons that are speaking on that clip?
It's General Sintumule and General Sibia.
If you can just summarize perhaps what is the content, the basis of their conversation?
The base of the conversation is regarding the case dockets and the investigation that the team is doing in KZN, which is PKTT, and the fact that Sintumule is in support of these dockets being moved away from KZN. He's even encouraging Jarasbia to invite both her and Kumalo to the college to come and account. So she seems to be the master of why these dockets came to her, according to the conversation they're having.
Lieutenant General Sintimula came before this committee and she testified that she did not even know how the dockets arrived in Gauteng, and she did not even see them. Now, I'd like to take you to specific parts of her affidavit, just in light of what we have heard on the clip. General Sintimule was responsible for the disbandment plan that related to the dockets. And part of the plan was that the dockets had to be transferred from KZN to Gauteng. She was questioned by this committee as to, firstly, is she aware who gave the instruction for the dockets to be transferred? She testified that it was not her. She also testified that you were quite unhappy, and this can be found at paragraph 60 of her affidavit, where she says, accordingly, on 24 April 2025, I telephonically engaged Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and requested that we arrange for the handover of the PKTT dockets to the murder and robbery unit in KZN. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was, however, confused by the request, as he was not aware of what I was talking about. I informed him about the disbandment of the PKTT and that one of the actions on the implementation plan was that all the dockets under investigation should be handed over to serious and violent crimes in KwaZulu-Natal. She then further stated that you declined to accept the dockets. And one of the things that you are said to have said is that was a wangimoshela ilanga, General. Are you aware of this conversation with General Sintimule? And what are your comments in relation to what we've now heard on the clip?
Yeah, well, General Sintimule did call me, and understand that they had tried to get the members under my command, to collect these dockets. And those members said, we're not taking anything, not unless the provincial commissioner tells us that. And she then contacted me and she informed me that there are case dockets that are in Pretoria that must be brought to KZN. So I inquired, what dockets are those? And she said, it's PKTT dockets. And so I was surprised and I asked, but how did these dockets get to Pretoria? Who are they in Pretoria? He said they're in their office. So I asked, but what are they doing there? Then he said, but don't you know, didn't they tell you that the docket, Charles Bia gave instruction, this docket must come to Pretoria? So I was concerned. I said, no, I don't know anything about the docket. So if you take the dockets to Pretoria, then you must see how you're going to deal with those dockets, because nobody told me about dockets going to Pretoria. So subsequent to that, I then sanctioned the team that is investigating PKTT to come to my office to give me a presentation to confirm what I'm hearing. Upon confirming, I then contacted General Kumar. I even wrote to General Kumar to establish that you are explaining to me, General, about how it came about, but I want it in black and white. So that's how the communication officially started, that coming back to me. But she did tell me that. So in listening to this recording, and I'm grateful that you know, when there's no peace amongst thieves, you will see what you see. Because General Sbia recorded Sintumule. Otherwise, we were not going to know about this truth. And she then ran around after this recording was given to her before the ad hoc committee, before the Madlanga Commission. And she ran to the National Commission, I'm told, she ran to General Kumale to try and justify her action. She has not spoken to me to date because she knows that she cannot approach me. I guess the only time we're going to talk is when there's an investigation somewhere where I need to come and testify if there's anything that I'm involved with. But this, I brought to this ad hoc committee to show the committee that what you see might not necessarily be the truth. This is a person who came in and presented herself as a good person. But this is what she's busy with. I don't have the date when this recording happened. Maybe it was shortly after the instruction or it was prior to the instruction. But from this recording, I deduct that she knew about the letters that are written by SBA. Perhaps she might have been the author of those letters. Maybe she compiled the letters on behalf of SBA. I do not know.
Okay. Perhaps maybe we can then go to the next paragraph where she says, on the 25th of April, she called the National Commissioner and informed him of your discussion and the serious reservations that you had. I remember saying to the National Commissioner that there was no way that we could disband the task team and replace it with another task team, as that would make no operational sense. The National Commissioner advised that I engage with the DNC and he must decide on what to do with the dockets. The National Commissioner testified that at some point he told the DNC that he heard that the dockets were at head office and instructed that the dockets be returned to their station of origin. I suppose when I called him to give him feedback of my conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the National Commissioner realized that the dockets were still at head office. Hence, he said, your boss should decide what to do with those dockets. Now, listening to the clip again, and now knowing that General Sentimule and General Sibiya were speaking with one voice in respect of the dockets and not necessarily what this committee was informed. What is your comment regarding General Sentimule's role in ensuring that the dockets reach the destination where they are supposed to, as instructed by the National Commissioner?
Oh, I had listened to Gerald Kumalo when he said Gerald Sentimule kept coming to his office and he will take a cell phone and take a picture of boxes that were lying in the office before the dockets came so that she can send it to Sbia as an assurance that the dockets are here, which was a lie. That's what Kumalo told me, that she will take photos and send to Sbia. Said, no, I've fetched the dockets, because she was getting this pressure from Sbia. Subsequent to that, the dockets were delivered. So that's why I said again, Sentimule cannot be trusted. I could not trust her in 2012. That's why I removed her from crime intelligence. I cannot trust her now when she appears before these two commissions. And what surfaces after that is this recording. So it's a person that you need to trust with your own, risk your own life to trust. Otherwise, I still don't understand how she ended up being in the position that she's in the organization.
Lastly, on General Sentimule, Lieutenant General Sentimule said that in response to this clip, she was using counterintelligence. Perhaps not, it may not be in response to this clip, but in response to her attitude towards Sibiya, she used counterintelligence because she realized that she was not going to get far. What is your comment to that?
That's why I'm a police officer and she's not. Because I'm a police officer, deal with facts and deal with things, not counter and make stories. So her whole career profession is intelligence. So if that what she was doing is fine, but in terms of the evidence before us on a criminal investigation, she did not disclose that what she did, which means she was part of the wrong. It's a clip that is going to make its way now to the team that is investigating the movement of this docket. She was never a suspect, but I'm now presenting to the team because it's a new evidence that we picked up that we thought she was not part of. All along, we're blaming SB alone, not knowing there's a player behind. So this is a person, I don't know in her statement what she gave about a profile career in the organization, but it's a person that has been moving up and down. This side promotion, this side promotion, that side promotion all the time. But I don't know how she got it right. But it's one of those that maybe as we conclude here, we need to then start talking about some reforms in the organization because she arrived and she ended up being a lieutenant general heading both crime investigation currently, and forensic service, the heart of policing.
Thank you, General. I'd like to now move on to Mr. McBride's affidavit. Mr. McBride, testified that Mr. Mandla Mahlangu and Mr. Kuba, who were IPID investigators, they submitted a statement to him regarding your involvement in trying to get him out of IPID. The allegation there is that you wanted these two investigators to frame him of wrongdoing so that he can be removed from IPID. What is your comment to that?
It is false. And there are a lot of false things that Robert McBride came and presented here. One of them was that I was not even in a funeral of the late Mahlangu. So it's a story that he made up out of his own, because he just didn't see me talking in a funeral. To him, I was not there. Maybe you should ask Ms. Wakembole where I was.
Okay. Before we get to the funeral, General, because that was going to be my next question, perhaps let me give a little bit more detail regarding the statement. This offer that you made to the IPID, you allegedly made to the IPID investigators, was in exchange for a brigadier rank. If we could just deal specifically with that first before we talk about the late Mandla Mahlangu.
Okay, well, first, maybe let me start here. I don't know when date that he's talking about that I made that offer. I've said that allegations are false. There was never such. But I had heard in the process that from Mahlangu that there was some intervention from someone from crime intelligence and on issues that they were investigating. I just cannot remember the name, but there were some interferences that were happening at the time. It might be mistaken me for that person. I'm not sure. But as far as I'm concerned, I have never interfered with anything.
Amongst the cases that you testified about, which are at IPID or IDAC, has there been a complaint regarding this very thing that we are talking about?
You know what is strange for me is that there's not even a single of any of the case where Mkhwanazi was ever invited to give a warning statement or being interviewed on anything. And these cases, they date back more than 5 years ago. The story is about the case against you, but not a single person has ever come to me and say, Mkhwanazi, give us your version. What happened here? The least I could say I know of investigation. The only one ever that I was approached was last year when Minister Mkhunu, allegedly, according to what was in black and white on the letter from IPID, laid a complaint with IPID on a matter of Mpangeni. That was a time when IPID wrote to me to give a statement to explain myself. Before that, there was never, to date. So I can't necessarily talk about cases that I was never confronted with. I don't know. They will make stories about cases. Like many other people can make stories about cases, but nobody has ever come to me to say, there's this case against you.
Thank you, General. If we can now then deal with Mr. Mandla Mahlangu. How did you know Mr. Mahlangu?
You know, the late Mahlangu, may so rest in peace. The sad part is that we're talking about the person when he's not here. And it is a culture of the intelligence community to always make reference to the deceased because they cannot talk to for themselves. The late Mahlangu, I got to know him because of his brother. I met his brother at TUT when we were studying there, who was a brigadier in the police. So we were close with him. He was working at DPCI one stage until he left the police. So I got to know Mahlangu Mandla through him. That's how I got to know Mandla. I got to know Cedric Kabinde through Mandla because I was not necessarily friends with them. My friend was their elder brother, his elder brother, who was in the police at the time. So the incident of Mahlangu then happens. The brother is working in Mpumalanga at the time. The incident happens in a plot. I don't know the plot. I was never been in the plot. So the brother calls me and he says, my brother has been shot. He gives me the location to come and attend. It is driving from Pumalanga coming in. I lived in Montana in Pretoria at the time. So the plot is not far from Montana. So I drove from Montana to go to the plot, to the crime scene. That's how I arrived at the crime scene. I didn't even know where the place was. Fast forward, the members of the National Intervention Unit, they assisted with the investigation of the arrest of a person that was identified to have been a shooter. The person is arrested. The members are interrogating this person, and this person tells them that we shot this one and we acted as if it's a robbery. We took this thing to a particular house somewhere here. We left it there, and according to the vehicle, we drove back to Joburg. And I was paid so much money. It's a policeman that coordinated this thing. But to date, there's nobody else been arrested on that case except the shooter. So we believe that there are people that were behind it, that hired this man from Johannesburg to come and do the job. The funeral is held. I'm in that funeral for Mr. McBride. I sat in a front seat on that funeral. But he didn't even see me. I don't know what he had in his eyes. I was in a graveyard. He didn't see me in a graveyard. I went back home after the graveyard. And I was not alone. I was there with my wife. So this is a man who talks things he doesn't know about, and he starts making allegations. I still believe today there's something behind the murder of Mahlangu. Perhaps we mustn't look too far. We must look closer to the people that he was working with at IPID. I suspect something there with those that were closer to him.
General, you are a police officer with many years' experience, and I'm not sure whether to couch what you've just said as an allegation or perhaps creating some type of suspicion. What informs that question? Perhaps you can just comment about that. Why do you say that? Why should that be probed?
It is because the information I received from the National Intervention Unit members that interrogated a killer. So, but when the investigation is done, the people that the killer were making a reference to are not arrested. The killer is arrested. I think is convicted. But the people behind it, they have not been charged to date. So I believe that it's a case, whoever that is selling the docket in Gauteng, that remain unsolved, in my eyes. And that's why I'm saying I suspect the crew that was around Mahlangu all the time, whether on his private capacity or at work. So when you hear some issues that were happening at the workplace, you also start to asking question mark whether couldn't have been compromised at work. Perhaps there's a possibility there.
If we can then go to Mr. Nkabinde's statement. The ad hoc committee has heard that Mr. Nkabinde participated in meetings where the disbandment of the PKTT were discussed. What was his participation in the implementation of the disbandment plan and his relationship with the minister?
I must say, Honorable Chair and members, I was not in those meetings, so I cannot talk much about the role of Nkabinde except what I read and what I hear about. But other than that, I don't know. The relationship with the minister, I know it was as a result of a murder case that happened in KZN.
Could you expand on that? Mr. McBride testified that whilst he was at IPID, he did an intervention. He visited the minister. He was not the minister at the time, Minister Mkhwanazi, together with Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. Is that the complaint you are referring to, or are you referring to something else?
That is the one that he talks about, that the two of them went there, because that's what Nkabinde told me.
What is your comment to that?
I strongly believe, Honorable Chair and members, that there is something criminal that was hidden by IPID that might have implicated the minister. Underline my words, might have. I'm not saying it implicated him. But I believe, why do I say that? It cannot be that the police walks into your door. They come to investigate. And from there, you become friends in a manner that Nkabinde and minister are disclosed. From that, it's unbelievable. They are operating completely different levels. It made me believe that what made the relationship between the two of them. It's what Nkabinde told me. They became close as a result of that visit. There might have been something that might have been a cover up. It is a murder case that involved one of the protectors of the minister when he was a premier. The person is killed. His exhibit are found. One of the exhibits is a cell phone. The cell phone is kept as a deceased property at the police station. It is alleged that a protector of the minister, another protector instructed by the minister, went to collect that phone because the phone had some evidence in it that might link other people. So he went to collect that phone. So when there was a complaint about that, it is that complaint that led to IP'd because a police officer has defeated. The case is open against the police officer, not against the minister, against the police officer. The police officer packs his bag, he ran out of the police. It disappeared because he should be charged. He goes. So when this investigation is given to IP'd meets up because they pick up that this member, when he went to fetch this place, he was told, he was tasked by the premier at the time. That's why they went to the premier to say, Premier, we are told you're the one that gave instruction. The relationship is built from there. But that case doesn't go anywhere. A police officer that had left the service, when the minister becomes a minister at public service, the minister come back into the police. He's currently working with him. You'll see him one day when he comes in.
The evidence that you gave just now, General, contradicts what the head of IPID, Mr. McBride, testified when he was here in relation to that case. His testimony, even though I'm paraphrasing now, his testimony was that they had visited, he was in KZN for at the time, Mr. Mkhwanazi, I think he may have been the premier or he may not have been in office, in Mpangeni at his home. But the issue was regarding his protector who had passed, and there was no progress on the investigation on the passing or on the murder of his protector. He subsequently hired a private investigator to look into the matter. And in looking into that matter, I think the Hawks may have then got involved in the matter, but it had nothing to do with a cell phone. Is this now the evidence that you are giving this committee to say, in fact, there was a cell phone which was removed and it led to a case of defeating the ends of justice? Is that what we are now, the evidence that you are leading?
Honorable members, when I was here last time, I told you about the relationship with me and Nkabinde, how I got to the minister's house. Nkabinde came here, he tried to twist how we got into the minister's house. I testified about knowing Nkabinde and Nkabinde, how he was appointed at the minister's office. I came in and testified about Nkabinde, how what he had told me about the operations of IP that involves Paul O'Sullivan and Robert McBride in a house in Sentin. He came here, he confirmed that. So all the things I've been telling you is what Nkabinde told me. And two of them, at least we can say now comfortable, he said with his own mouth. What was not asked on him is about this case. This is what he told me. I was not involved in the case. I don't know the details about it. I still don't even know the case number, but that's what he told me. Because the question was, how did you become close to the minister? He said, we were investigating. And I asked, then what happened to the investigation? He said, no, we couldn't find anything wrong with the minister. But that's where the relationship started. That's what he told me with his own mouth. That led in one stage to invite me to go and meet with the minister. Later, he says we went on a boys' trip. You know what is an interesting thing, Honorable Chair members? That day he came to the house. I told him that it's late, I'm going to drive, and you drive in my car. Not my car, my wife's car. Then my wife controlled the tracker in that car. How stupid can Mkhwanazi be going boys trip with the wife's car that has got a tracker? We left, we drove there. It was late at night. I didn't have time to call the protector, so I drove myself. I had to do a tactical driving on the road getting there. The tracking device is available for this committee to download if you want. With the details of the car, the starting of the engine in Durban and Mhlanga, the switching off the engine at the minister's house at Mpangeni, the starting off the engine in Mpangeni, switching off at Mhlanga. We didn't stop on any toll gates because there's e-tech in that car. So for Kabinde to come here and try and justify that we were going somewhere and we passed at the minister is false. Tracker records would prove that. It's a car that belongs to my wife that I was driving. So it's just an indication that people will fabricate things. So Kabinde said to me, we flew with McBride, landed in Durban, and we drove to Mpangeni to see the minister. The date when they traveled probably was using a state budget. If we go on the records of IP, we should be able to get the records, whether did they travel on that day, what the state paid, the flight bookings. If McBride says he did not fly, we will be able to get evidence. So I'll invite the committee to go and investigate that. It's a record. If the state mandate was used, bookings of flights were done, and if McBride had traveled before that, he must indicate how did he travel. And to throw those records, you'll be able to get the truth.
Thank you, General. Just lastly on that point, is it common for an executive member, like the head of IPED, to visit a home of a complainant in dealing with the matter?
Well, I don't think there's anything prescribed in writing that you may or may not. So I like to believe, as a head of investigation at IPED, you might have all the right to visit the home of or visit the complainant in any other place where he wants to meet with the complainant. You might assist with investigation and so forth. I don't know.
And I think my leader has taken you on this regarding Mlojwa, Mr. Sergeant Mlojwa, who was here, and Mr. Nangi. I don't intend to take you through that evidence. The only follow-up I have on that is regarding the house, the guest house that belongs to Sergeant Mlojwa, which was burnt in Mpumalanga. In relation to that, Mr. Mlojwa testified last Friday that police officers from where he lives, I just need to find the exact name, were sent over, and they did find officials who said they were from KZN, even though they don't have the specific names of those officers, but they did confirm that they visited the home. So that's not really in dispute. And I think you also confirmed same that Sonona did tell you that his team went. What is new evidence is that DNA that was done to test the area showed that Mr. Zachariah Desai, who was the individual who was kidnapped, they found DNA, his DNA at the house. But what we also know is that the house was burnt a couple of hours after the police officers had visited. Just if you could perhaps confirm when was this DNA taken, and when were those results submitted? And are we able to find them on a docket or somewhere?
Honorable
Yes, guide us.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, you see me looking on the phone because I was sending the team the video footage of the house, alleged fire before and after the times there, but it looks like quite a long video. I'm not sure if they'll be able to play it for you to see. The entire investigation is done by DPCI, not me and not my team. So the feedback and update I receive, I get it from Jarasnon. So I don't necessarily have much of the details as to what is it. My interest is, here's a kidnapped person been found, here's a perpetrator has been found. The details of how they go about, he keeps updating me on some of the things. That's why I cannot tell you, point by point, hour by hour, what was happening throughout. I can only share that which was shared with me. That's what I spoke about it earlier. So in as far as that team going there? What time did they get there? For instance, I didn't know from looking at the video, it looks like they arrived at night. What time did this guy come back into South Africa from Mozambique? And when was the date? I didn't necessarily go into details to check that. But what I know is that they came there, they left, a house burned. When you look at the video, you see police cars, although not clear because there's lights, and from the lights disappears, and later fire comes up, and later the fire subsides and the fire brigade comes in, or a medical response comes in. That's what you can see on the video. If it can be played, you'll be able to see that. But anything else surrounding that house, even the DNA, I was informed that there was a DNA discovered. Whether it's done before or after, I don't know.
Okay.
Which part of the house burned, which one did not burn, where the DNA might have been found, I do not know.
Yeah, to be fair to you, General, you did testify that you were not present at all in Mpumalanga. I suppose the question was because of the evidence you gave that DNA was taken, but you've now confirmed that you received that information from General Sinono.
The investigation team also updated me about it.
Okay. If you could perhaps furnish us with those details. Thank you, General. Maria. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, it's just one or two more questions that we'd like to ask General Mkhwanazi in relation to the third directive of the minister. So I think General has covered quite a lot, and the intention was to allow the General to respond to each item of the directive. And I think the remaining item is the moratorium on crime intelligence that's also part of the memorandum. And under this particular heading, General, you've mentioned Major General Khan, and my colleague has asked you about your vetting in crime intelligence, and you've mentioned General Khan as a big obstacle, and that past and present divisional commissioners has had a challenge to get their vetting clearances. And I think it begs the question that I first would like to establish, because I think the name keeps coming up and not much has really been said about him in the ad hoc committee until I think today, really. So if you could maybe just explain to the committee what the relationship or what General Khan's role is, first of all, in crime intelligence, and then maybe also the relationship, because I think in the memorandum, what is suggested that there is a relationship that General Khan has with politicians and members of parliament. If you could also maybe just speak to that.
I said when I started earlier, honorable members, that some of our politicians, yourselves as leaders of society, you get thrown into the wrong that we do. And you get trapped into that. And you end up siding with them when they do wrong. Crime intelligence has always had this type of people that are evil, that do wrong, but they make use of the people in high position, in powerful position, to manipulate. I cite General Khan here for few reasons. One of them is that, and this is something that comes from his own mouth to me at times. Maybe before that, we have seen an amendment of regulations in the South African Police Service over time. Police regulations, employment to be specific, and ranks. To the extent that the ministers in the past changed these regulations because they were influenced by certain things. Minister Mkhwanazi, the late, went against the Constitution of the Republic, where the Constitution says there shall be commissioners in the police. By Minister Mkhwanazi at the time, introduced the rank titles of generals. We are generals today. But the Constitution doesn't call us generals, it calls us commissioners. Regulations were amended, that violates the law. That is but one example. Other ministers came after that. We know of how Minister Mkhwanazi benefited the wall that was built in his house by crime intelligence. We know the former president with a swimming pool in his house, justified by crime intelligence that it is a fire pool. amongst others. We know of the new regulations that have been published by the former Minister Mbalula, where he then says, I'm taking these powers away from the act that says the National Commissioner must appoint. But the minister says you shall not appoint on senior management, not unless you consult me. That's what Mr. Mkhunu used to freeze this post. It's a regulation against the act. It's the powers that the minister granted themselves that do not belong to them, because the act does not give them those powers, but they took them through the regulations. Minister Mbalula, when he first changed these regulations, he was responding to what he deemed as an abuse that was happening in the police. We had a Lieutenant General Motiba that was acting. A person who joined the service in 1991, Major General Khan, was promoted overnight to become, from a colonel, to become a Major General without advertising a position, and he skipped the rank of a brigadier. There was no justification for that. So, but Motiba felt he must promote him from this rank to this rank. And Khan became a general. We are calling him general today because of that. But
sorry, Chair, if I may, apologies for interrupting you, General. May I ask just a quick question for clarity, Chair?
Yeah, I think I'll allow him to conclude the response, and you will come up, because she just asked a very short question.
100%.
Yeah.
so Major General Khan get promoted by General Motiba at the time, obviously with the support of the HR. But then I think the minister was upset about that. It looks like there were some things that intelligence were doing that might have been used as a reward to Khan, which the minister was opposed to. Then the minister, through secretariat, decided to change the regulations. And from that time, we had to then go via the minister for us to fill the vacancies. Again, changes because of Khan. He had worked in different areas until this PSS division was started and he became part of it. It is there where he became closer to politician. I'm sure majority of the people that are in the building, let me not say the African National Congress, honorable members, but the people that are within that building of the headquarters of the ANC knows Khan very well, because he brags about it. He moves up and down that building. Members of EFF will come and say they know Khan very well, because he's very tight with the lead of EFF. So Khan is this person who has played politics to get his way. And that's a danger that Khan brings into the picture. I said he's in charge of counterintelligence in the police. He was in charge of the vetting section where all the profiles of everyone sits. So he's a person who's been that powerful. So Khan started fighting with Khumalo, and he will come to me and complain about Khumalo. I will ask Khumalo. Khumalo will simply say, Khan's appointment is this post, which is support. The only thing I'm asking him to do is to go back to his post. He doesn't want to, because Gerald Jacobs had moved him, or before that, he had moved him away from there to counterintelligence. Counterintelligence is where activities are happening. And he wants to stay there, because that's where the investigation of these hijacking, kidnappings, drugs are happening. So he wants to be there. But the fight with Khumalo is only about the position. That he doesn't want to be here, he wants to be there. So Khan remains a person that causes a lot of issues today at crime intelligence. In the past, it was not him. There were many others. But at this present moment, it is him, the key player. And we believe it is Khan that influenced IDEC to behave in the manner they behave. Yes, others might have come in. For your information, at one stage, Khan, if I'm not mistaken, no, not Khan. Someone presented here that Atis Mkhwanazi, who said, I had myself and Gerald Clearly facilitated a tender for one company in KZN to be issued tender, and that is Magma Security. That's when I realized, after reading that, and I said, okay, now it's clear. Mkhwanazi is just an information peddler. He gets told by Kat about our meeting, but he thinks the meeting is in the Provincial Commissioner's house. He doesn't know where the meeting is. He claimed to have been following Matlala for that. He hears things about this. He claims it's his. He hears things about Thabo Bester, for instance. He claimed he was part of the Thabo Bester. So he claims a lot of things, Mkhwanazi. One of the things they claim is this one of magma security. Then when I saw that, beside me having received WhatsApp messages from Mkhwanazi on discussions of crime intelligence, that only person within crime intelligence can share that, Mkhwanazi writing to me and say, Khan is going to update me. It became clear that Khan is a big player in crime intelligence. Now I know him and the Inspector General are very tight. Now come Khan here, I was talking about the issue of magma security as an example. I'm going to wrap up quickly. When I arrived in KZN to come and act in 2018, I did not know magma security. Khan introduced me to magma security. And when I met with magma security, and he was breaking about what they're doing, that they are helping with CIT cases and many other cases in the country. And I happened to see ex-police officers that are now working for this magma security. And when I arrived there, places there was in the news, a lot of murders. Magma security showed me the whole chart of the syndicate that's operating in place there. We're able to deal with those criminals thanks to that magma security. So I built a relationship with that magma security from the day. Now Khan knows their capabilities. He knows what they're capable of doing. So I believe, thinks that a lot of things maybe that are happening are assisted by magma security. They are a good team. I must say, sometimes they provide information more than what I get from intelligence. And being a private sector, it is Khan that is introducing. So in intelligence and almost everything happening in their intelligence, Khan is in a center. So I was trying to indicate that regulations are changed, is Khan. The member of parliament, Mr. Adams, runs around all these other places to open cases. He said to you here, he decided to go to Soweto because he loves Soweto. Soweto is hundreds of kilometers away from both airports, Lanzera or Tambo. He had no reason to say he's going to Soweto. I can tell you. He went to Orlando because there is a member of crime intelligence in Orlando that works with Khan, that walked with him to a police station to go and open a case. One of the ROC members, the member that is in the list of the people that Ket Matlala paid for to come to the January 8th statement. As we see the evidence from Matlala's bill that Mkhwanazi gave him, he said, these are the people who must book their flights. That Kenel is in that list. And it's a Kenel that works with Khan like this. And it's no mistake, I'm presiding over a case against Khan of drugs and Gauteng. In that case, I cleared him because the people that were wrong, that arrived there, that I felt that the organization should have dealt with, they were not dealt with, but they were dealing with Khan. But what was strange in the testimony is that, Honorable Chair, a member of Flying Squad in Soweto, after learning of what's happening in Eratin, that member decided to phone Khan to come to the scene. Khan arrived in the scene being mobilized by a member from Flying Squad who works in Joburg. Why did that member choose Khan of all the people to come and attend the drug issues? I said to you, and I'm saying it again, big consignment of drugs were found there. Khan left it with the PCI. The question remains, did all those drugs arrive at forensic? Were all those drugs destroyed? The modus operandi can tell you. Don't steal on the crime scene. Take it. En route to forensic, we swap it. When it gets there, it's diluted, and the forensic analyst will test only 10% of it. So you might be clear-headed of not having done wrong, but you know you're going to benefit out of this same thing. So in all what is happening that we see nowadays, honorable members, information lending with the honorable members from crime intelligence, it comes from that office that still has Gerald Khan in the mix. I don't know why it does not have a security clearance. You asked me earlier. It still doesn't have, but it's there. So it's majority of the things that I feel, the not filling of the vacancies directive of the minister is because Khan wants to dictate who must control where. Because these are senior positions of crime intelligence. If they are filled by Kumalo, they won't have control over them.
I just have one last question on Khan, because we've seen Khan's name come up in.
We take the follow-up from Honorable Camera.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Advocate. Apologies, Chair. I'll be very quick. The first one, just for the record, General, you said it was Major General Khan that was promoted overnight. Was there wasn't there another one? They were both promoted overnight, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not 100% sure, but what I know, what angered the Minister Mbalula at the time, Khan's name was the one that popped up. I don't know who else might have been promoted at the time, but I'm sure the organization can provide that information.
And well, I can qualify it with both General Khan and General Moodley. What was their relationship with Richard Ndluli at the time?
Honorable Chair and members, I cannot tell. Khan at the time was junior, the time of Moodley, but Moodley was a general already in KZN, the time of Moodley. So at the time of Ndluli. So I really don't know the relationship. But what I became aware of is that they were operating in opposite directions.
Okay.
They were in different camps, the two of them. They didn't get along very well. I don't know now whether they are colluding somehow, but from what I heard is that they were in different camps.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
My closing question, Chair.
Yeah, it must be the last.
Yes, Chair. General, you mentioned Khan's disciplinary hearing, and we've heard it from Mr. Adams. Honorable Adams has spoken about General Khan's disciplinary hearings. We've heard it from Brown Mkhwanazi as well. And we've seen in the WhatsApp chats that Mkhwanazi and Matlala were also talking about General Khan. And there was reference that money should be asked from Khan. Are you aware of a relationship between General Khan, Mr. Mkhwanazi, Mr. Matlala, and to a certain extent, Honorable Adams? I mean, he mentioned, and I don't know if he just happened to have known about the disciplinary hearing or whether he has a certain relationship with General Khan.
Look, in the relationship between Khan and Mkhwanazi, other than the messages that Mkhwanazi gave me, sent to me, which in some of those messages, he had presentation of classified information from crime intelligence, where crime intelligence were presenting their policies. So he took a screenshot, or there was a screenshot taken from there and was sent to Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi then sent it to me, that screenshot. When I asked him more details about that, Mkhwanazi told me that Khan will brief me. So that's how I got to know that means Mkhwanazi and Khan are in talks. Other than that, I don't know much about their relationship. The other relationship, but again, this one is suspicion. It's not confirmed with anything other than what the Chief of Staff, Gabinda, told me. He said, Khan has been trying to get to the minister, but he has not been allowing him. But Khan found a way of using Mkhwanazi to get to the minister. That was when I asked Gabinda, who is Mkhwanazi? And then Gabinda told me, no, he's a person who's close to the minister. That's how Khan got into the minister through Mkhwanazi. So that's all what I heard about the relationship. Between Ket Matlala and Khan, I don't know anything except what I heard from Mkhwanazi, from Matlala himself, saying that he used to give Khan money as well. But Khan was demanding money. He was not just giving him because he didn't done something to him. He was always demanding money, that he must give him money. But again, it came from Matlala. I cannot necessarily come and be 100% sure about that. The Khan and you said is Mkhwanazi and Khan and?
I asked about Honorable Adams.
Oh, Honorable Adams.
Yeah, because you've mentioned him here.
What I know between Mr. Khan and Honorable Adams is that where we connected first was this case open in Orlando. That's where we connected. And we connected Mr. Adams with Mkhwanazi because the person that Mr. Adams went to see in Orlando is the same person that Mkhwanazi flew down here. That's where we connected them. But beyond that, is the visits that have been happening at the Inspector General of Intelligence by Mr. Adams and Khan visiting there. That's how we got to know the relationship between the two of them. Those are the relationship that I could confirm that I know of between them. Other than that, Honorable Chair members, there will be a lot of connection from members of crime intelligence with other players that might be associated with Mr. Adams. I made mention earlier of Mr. Adams having traveled to KZN, the facilitation and the whole trip, how it came about. It involves people from this intelligence community and the police.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The person that you must thank is the chief whip behind you. Because know that before he arrived, the honorable members have said that you must wrap up at 1:30. So he was, through the charm of his office, he was able to convince honorable members to allow you to the time that you had earlier requested, between 3:30 and 16 hours. We have now come to the end of presentation of evidence. We are going to take just over 10 minutes break and come back at 15:30. The members of the committee are going to stand in front there for a photo session just outside this building. And when they have taken their photos as a committee, they will be joined by everybody who wants to be part of this memory. Can we immediately stand up and go to the place that the chair is directing you to? I'm saying this because I'm looking at you, how you are dressed today. I see that if there is any valuable award we can give you, is to take a group photo. Yeah. You must have a sense of occasion. You don't have to be told by. You don't have to be told by anybody. You must just have a sense of occasion. Honorable members, we must proceed. We must proceed, and we are going to proceed this way. When we take the next break at because we are going to take the next break at 5, and the other break will be at 7 or 7:30. When we break at 5, the support staff of Parliament and your support staff from caucuses have raised a grievance with me that honorable members have taken pictures that exclude them. And they are the ones who support you every day. They are the ones who make you. And they further said that they even suggested how you must come dressed today. And so now you disappointed them because you just stood there for a minute and you left. So I said I will come and plead on their behalf, and I see that all of you are agreeing that at 5 o'clock we must go and correct that mistake. Thank you so much. We are going to allocate every speaker, the full-time speakers, full-time members, 30 minutes. And we have said that if there is an overlap, it may not go beyond 45 minutes. We are allocating we're allocating alternates between 20 minutes and 25 minutes. Can I get an indication who is starting in the African National Congress? Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair.
It's now 15:33.
Thank you very much.
You will start at 15:35 and your time will expire at 5 minutes after 16 hours.
Thank you very much, Chair. General Mkhwanazi, good afternoon.
Sabona.
Do you love to park?
Second?
Do you love to park?
Do I love to park?
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Why did you send General Spear a song that says we'll kill them at night whilst they are sleeping?
I did not send it to Spear.
You sent it to
it is now me understanding that the person whom I had sent that song to was Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi sent it to both Steve Mutsume and Spear.
Sergeant Nkosi says you sent him a song that says last motherfucker standing. Breathing, sorry. Then the other one you sent either to Shibiri or Spear, I don't know, but the Spear was complaining about it. That you send people midnight songs that you'll kill them at night while they are still sleeping.
No, I did not. He can show you his phone. I did not communicate with Spear and send him anything. So
but you did
he might be reading something from somewhere. What I believe he might have read or listened to the song that I sent to Nkosi, because it looks like Nkosi did send it to him.
Okay. No, that was in passing.
Yeah, he's a good artist. He was a good artist.
Chair, I think in respect of what the general has submitted relating to what would be seen as an affidavit handwritten by him. My worry, firstly, is that it looks like it will be hard for us to question the general around the contents of that affidavit on the basis that he does confirm that he got it from someone else, who gave it to someone else, who took it from someone else, and he can't solely verify or confirm the contents that are contained in that affidavit. And if you check the nature of the affidavit, Chair, it's an affidavit that has not been commissioned. It's handwritten. It has not been commissioned. Yes, there is a signature at page, I think page 8 at the end of that affidavit. And looking at the contents, Chair, it contains a lot of serious big allegations against a number of people who are presiding actually over a number of institutions of government. So I would suggest, Chair, that we first seek for a confirmatory affidavit from this prime person, and two, we request the National Commissioner of Correctional Services to confirm in detail to us if there are people who would have been in at HOC Correctional Center who requested to see Mr. Prim in relation to this matter. Do they have in their record any form of visit to Mr. Matlala on the 9th or 10th of September 2025? Because the allegation contained is that it's the lawyers of the minister who went and to see Mr. Matlala in a way of trying to do some affidavit. I'm sure the affidavit was meant for the appearance, according to the allegation, was meant for the appearance of Mr. Matlala before the committee. So I think, Chair, from where I'm seated, was he himself will find it difficult to confirm some of the contents in respect of that affidavit. Moving forward, Chair, I want us to go back, General, to the Mlochwa issue. The evidence leader did ask some of the questions.
Before you go ahead, must just concretize this and make sure or ascertain that the request that you place on record here has been captured by the Secretariat. Because I did. When when you were still out, the honorable member has placed a request on record for some information to be requested from correctional services. Okay. But I just wanted to make sure that that the request is recorded, honorable member. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Illegally. The Border Management Agency submitted a statement where they confirmed they don't have his records crossing the border. The police in Mozambique participated in assisting with that investigation. They engaged with the office, South African High Commission office in Mozambique, to help bring the person back. And as a result, the South African High Commission that side issued a temporary passport, one-way transport, for him to be brought back into South Africa. So how did he get to Mozambique? I'm told by the team that they say he was running away with a victim. They took him to Mozambique. That's why he did not clear at customs. So if he was on business, he would have stamped his passport to go across. He came here and he said his passport was taken. But for me, the passport was not the issue. The issue was the authorities that are responsible for stamping the passport, they register you in the system. His name doesn't appear there. So which means, indeed, he did not cross legally.
Okay. He played a video of you here in relation to the burning of his house. And he says it is not true that the house was burnt by the community. You guys are doing a cover-up. The police or whoever was working with the police at the time, including a private individual who's a brother to the alleged person who has been kidnapped, connived and did a cover-up, burned the house and said the house was burnt by the community. And he actually brought an affidavit, handwritten affidavit, that he claimed was from the ward councillor. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware. However, I saw the videos that were played before this at the committee. I watched them.
Okay. So he says also, there is a shop just across, close to the property that was burnt. And the police there's a camera in that shop. So police went to the owner of that shop and paid 2,000 rands for them to get the footage and destroy it. What is your knowledge about that?
I have the footage from that shop given by the same police that he alleges they destroyed.
Do you know about the 2,000?
No, I don't know about the 2,000, but I know about the footage and I shared it with the evidence leaders. It's a footage that I was saying that we can fly to jail if you so wish. If the team investigated and destroyed it, why did they share that with me? Because they claim that it is part of their case.
Okay. He also alleges that you, amongst the people who drove them to a farm, tortured them, made them strip naked, made mockery of them, and he said your attendance in the torturing was confirmed by his co-accused. That someone who was in the room or in the house or wherever it was in the farm said, because his eyes were wrapped up. So someone said to the co-accused, please tell your co-accused who has arrived. And that person said, is the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, General Mkhwanazi, who has arrived in the scene where they were tortured. What's your comment on it?
Well, there's a total lie. What I'm glad is that if there is a case open to investigate, it would uncover those things. Because from what I was told is that I was implicated to be with the team the entire period, not only in one area. From what I gathered, that I was in the burning of the house, and I was in the arrest in Joburg and every other place. But as I said earlier, the case is investigated by DPCI. DPCI. So I don't know the details, the date when they came in, how they booked them in and out of the correctional facilities, and what did they do after that? I don't have the details.
So okay, that's fine. I think let's pass this. Okay, the issue relating to. He says he is a co-complainant in the Nengi case that IP'd against you. Are you aware of that?
That's what I was told, that all three of them that were arrested, they opened a case. That's what I was informed by Jarosno. So I have not seen a docket, neither engaged with the investigating office. So I don't even know who the complaint is, except what Jarosno told me.
Yeah, he also says he got a confirmation from Nengi that you sent Matlala to speak on your behalf, that the complaint must be withdrawn.
I remember what I can confirm, what I can tell you is that there is an allegation that the Nangi story was discussed at the meeting at Umhlanga. I've presented before this committee that the Nangi story is Nona that told me about how he and Ket Matlala communicated with Nangi. So if Nangi, beyond that, shared the message with that member about it, that indeed there's something that Matlala was talking to him about, it's up to them. I don't know. I don't know what's the story. Like I say, I've never been consulted about that case, so I don't know anything about it. To say there's a case, a story, the details of it, I don't even know the case number sitting in.
Okay. Who is Mr. Mutsumi?
It's $1 million question. I'm glad you're asking that question because Jarasin Nona, who was in a meeting with me in Matlala when they told me about Mr. Mutsumi, the Mutsumi's property, the location and everything, and how he and Spear operate, they were afraid to read the name. He was afraid to read the name when he appeared at Matlala Commission. And that made me realize that when they were afraid, at the time when they were telling me that I must not disclose that. And eventually when it had to be disclosed at Madlanga, they were worried. We listened to the evidence at Madlanga, how the name of Mutsumi keeps coming up. We hear from even Nkosi as I was testifying, how the name of Mutsumi. This morning I spoke to Nkosi, he phoned me. I asked him, I said, who is this Mutsumi? Why do you share my details to Mutsumi? What is of an interest? Mutsumi was mentioned by Kat at Mkhwanazi. To me, it seems like Mutsumi is a big player. I then engaged, of course, after hearing them with the team in Gauteng investigating. So I don't want to give details about that, but his name is somewhere in the mix and very prominent for that matter.
So one would be justified to quickly make an assumption that he may be part of the big five cartel you're speaking about on the 6th of July.
What I can tell you that Mutsumi seems to be a powerful person within the police and outside the police. Very powerful.
But not in the employ of the police.
When I'm talking about the police, the stories are saying that it looks like there's some influence on appointments of the head of DPCIs in different provinces.
It looks like he is the one who may have expanded or extended the capture amongst police, senior police officials.
Yeah, well, his name, the way it comes out, and when you see the media not profiling the person and putting him out there, it just tells you the extent of perhaps the influence that the person has in our country, that even the big trusted journalists don't talk about.
Okay. Let's now pass and talk about your reporting line as the provincial commissioner. Who is your immediate boss?
General Masimula.
General Masimula.
That's correct.
General Sibia alleges that in terms of the structural arrangement at SAPS, you are supposed to be reporting to him, and that's not the case. He makes it appear that you're supposed to report, but defiantly, you are not reporting to him.
No, I do not report to any of the generals in the police except the national commissioner. Neither any of the provincial commissioners report to anyone else except the national commissioner.
Okay. Let's take it back to the meeting between a police official and a criminal, as you call it. General Spear testified that the meeting was successful to an extent that the mediation was signaled to be successful by the gesture that you even shook hands there at the meeting.
Honorable Chair and members, what I can indicate on the meeting, when the minister started introducing the purpose of what the meeting is about, the question I asked the minister was, Minister, you are calling this meeting few months after we hosted the Interpol police chiefs in KwaZulu-Natal in Durban when they came to celebrate the police day with us in January. You are now a few months later inviting us to come and forge a peace between me and Sibia. The Sibia that I was hosting in KZN in January, sitting, I even took him on an excursion on a boat, sitting with him next to the boat to give him comfort in the water, enjoying the refreshments that was provided. He was talking to me, all was good. For every other meetings that we meet at the POC, we talk. Sergeant Nkosi kept coming to me and said he wants to arrange a meeting between me and Sibia. Sibia is asking to meet with me. So I kept asking Nkosi, I said, what is it with Sibia? Because I go to the meetings in Pretoria. We interact there in the meeting. Why doesn't he tell me what he wants to tell me if there's something? So I did not understand what is this peace talk about. So because it was proven in that meeting that it's not clear as to what the fight is about. So that means we must go back and work as we're supposed to be working. So that's how the meeting ended. But I learned later that Minister Mkhulu did good to speak about the meeting. Actually, the meeting was supposed to be engaged by Minister Cele before. Because Sibia had approached Minister Cele and Sibia had approached the National Commissioner to arrange the same. But the reason I'm told that Cele and the National Commissioner did not do that meeting is because of Sintumule, who told them that Sibia told him that Mr. Balula from the EFF is the one who he spoke to organize the meeting. Mbalula from the EFF. Mr. Mbalula from EFF. Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. Oh, yes. Malema from EFF. I'm bad with these mixing up of names. My apologies. Mr. Julius Malema from EFF was going to
I have a problem with names today. You always twist them around.
Mr. Julius Malema, these are allegations. Mr. Julius Malema, Spear has spoken to Julius Malema to arrange a meeting between me and Spear. So there's no need for the Minister Mcele and the National Commission to arrange. So these I hear from the National Commission. Why do I say this, Honorable Chair? Is that after Spear testified before the Madlanga Commission, Spear says to the Commission, I recorded Sintumule because the National Commission had confronted me about what Sintumule told him that I said. And as a result, Spear felt that he must record Sintumule. Hence the recording we're listening to here. That was Spear justifying why he recorded Sintumule. So when I asked the National Commission, I said, Spear is saying this, is it true? The National Commission said, yes, it's true. We were sitting in a police jet. And Sintumule told both, I don't know how the conversation came about, but he told both Tele and the National Commission, he said, no, Spear he said he's sorted, he has asked Julius to help him to set up a meeting between himself and Jerome Mkhwanazi. So maybe there's no need for you. That's when the Minister Tele and the National Commission said, we're no longer going to be part of that. So I then discovered that means this peace talk was not starting with Minister Mkhwanazi. It's something that should have been done back then, was not done. But then in my own analysis, where this peace talk come from, in the main, I think it comes from the fight that we had over the AKA matter. That investigation of AKA, which Spear wanted to interfere with. I suspect, I don't know the reason for that. But subsequent to that, I believe that the other things happened in Gauteng, and he felt that maybe I'm stronger closer to Gerald Khumalo and the other people. Perhaps to have him getting things done, he must come through me. I don't know.
Did you shake hands?
Well, I cannot remember whether we shook hands on the day, but we spoke.
You smoke a peace pipe?
Not peace pipe, we spoke.
Do you consider General Spear a criminal?
From the evidence that I had picked up before the July 6th and what I've heard now, what Matlala told me about him is true.
And you still maintain that there can never be peace between you as a police officer and him because he's a criminal?
Well, there was, at the time I made a statement of peace between a police officer and a criminal, not necessarily saying Spear per se. I can tell you now that there cannot be peace between me and Gerald Spear.
Okay. Now let's take matters to the PKTT.
Yes, sir.
Amongst issues that were testified here by both the minister and General Spear was that amongst a lot of reason that has led to the directive of the 31st of December is a work study of 2019 that has enlightened the department to do away mostly with non-permanent structures. Hence, it led to the dissolution of the PKTT. Are you aware of the work study?
Well, when the minister came to display it here before the ad hoc committee, but as a senior manager in the police, I was never briefed about that work study.
Okay. Then amongst other things is the fact that it became too costly to run the PKTT. And amongst issues that were cost drivers was issues relating to overtime, issues relating to subsistence and travel, issues relating to laundry, even laundry, issues relating to accommodation for members of the PKTT. Would you agree with such assertions?
Allegations were made and they've been disputed by the Chief Financial Officer of the South African Police Service that appeared before you. So it is not true.
Okay. Now, part of what would have been testified before the committee is that this thing of some senior SAPS top management members appearing surprised with the 31st December letter is actually a fiction because there would have been numerous meetings that sat between the ministry and the top management of SAPS who actually work towards a plan for the dissolution of the political killings task team. So have you been part of those meetings? If not, are you aware of such meetings and all that?
I was never in any of the meeting that sat and discussed the dissolution of the task team. Hence my effort to try and reach out to the minister in January as soon as I learned of the letter, which was not successful. I've been in the meetings where the minister has been chairing. One significant meeting that drew my attention, and I started because of the past experience, where I started questioning the motive behind, was a meeting that was held in Pretoria at Kivitsgrund. That meeting, when it was sanctioned, I think it was a Friday in November somewhere, 21, if I'm not mistaken, the date. I was in KZN with the Minister of Public Works. There was a event there at ICC. The minister was there. When that meeting ended, the minister then spoke about this meeting that it was going to be in Pretoria. And I told him I'm not going to attend. And he pleaded with me that I must come. And I said, no, but I need to be in engagement in Pietermaritzburg. Then I cannot go there. I was summoned to be in Maritzburg. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem. So he then asked me to negotiate with those people not to attend. And I still said to him, but minister, you want all the generals there, but the two generals are in China. And I think they're coming back on Thursday or Friday. They won't be able to attend the meeting. Then he says, no, well, he's going to check. And he came back to me and said, yeah, no. The two generals are landing on Thursday, and on Friday, they're going to be there in the meeting. So I then also got the permission to be excused in the meeting I was supposed to attend. I went to Pretoria because all the generals and the police were invited. So we went to Kivitsgrund. The surprise that happened at Kivitsgrund is that other generals were there, where the minister was there. When General Kumalo walked in, next thing the instruction was all those generals from head office are not needed in that meeting. They were excused. He is one of them. They had left their offices, canceled their diaries because of this invitation. When they arrived there, I think because of the presence of Kumalo, things changed. So they were all kicked out. It was only the minister, the national his deputy, the national commissioner, head of DPCI, ourselves as provincial commissioners, and the deputies that were there. Only. But what was discussed in the meeting that was of concern? We were given a lecture by Vusi Pikoli, who's a legal advisor of the minister. He gave us a lecture about the Constitution, about the Act, that we, for the past 30 years, we've been enforcing. He was lecturing us about the powers of the minister, this. Because I had been part of these transitions in the police over time, I could tell that something is coming. I concluded that something is coming out of this. And I'm going to invite the ad hoc committee to invite the DG, the Director General, who's responsible legally that you have created a structure of government to oversee and guide the Minister of Police in the right thing. And there's a DG at the Civilian Secretariat, Mr. Sboy. In all what you're talking about, there is no DG in part being involved, being consulted, being engaged, advised that he gives. There's nothing. But you go to the Police Act, you find the Civilian Secretariat supposed to do a certain functions. Minister has not been engaged in them, including the letter of December. That DG doesn't know about the letter. And yet legally is appointed to give this advice to the minister. But the only person was directing the minister was Advocate Pikoli. So that lecture, that meeting indicated to me there's something coming. But beyond that meeting, I don't know, up until eventually the letter came out, which itself was not sent to me.
So the lecture did not indicate that it's preparing for the dissolution of task teams or a task team.
No, it didn't. The emphasis on that letter was to remind us about the powers of the minister. That was the point that we were driving. The minister has the powers. The section of the Constitution gives the minister powers. This is the powers of the minister. These are powers of the minister. So at all time, that was a message that was cutting across. That's why I could conclude that I was the senior manager in the police from 2012, or from 2011, actually. So I've seen it all. I could read that something big is coming out of this, although I did not know what it is. So later, when the letter came out, I then started wondering that could it be the build-up to this?
So you're also not part of the 1st November and the 22nd November 2024 meetings?
No, I was not there.
You're also not part of the meetings that were dealing with the organizational structure of SAPS?
Honorable Chair and members, the disease that we have in the South African Police Service again is that the Police Act gives the powers to the National Commission to organize the service, not the minister. So for the minister coming here and say he was part of the structural thing, he gives himself powers that he doesn't have. So the discussion they were having, I was not part of. And I'm sure all the provincial commissioners that are there in terms of the constitution, they were not invited to be part of. The only engagement we've ever had regarding the new structure, which the minister was referring to, is when we invited in Pretoria the Board of Commissioners. The person who was presiding over the meeting was Gerald Musikiti, if I'm not mistaken, with CB sitting on the high table. The rest of us were in that conference. What was presented in that meeting was the new structure. A new structure that my comment was, we cannot just keep on restructuring without applying our minds. You created division because you want to please someone. A lieutenant general, you're going to pay 2 million rand salary plus the vehicles that you must have, plus the staff in the office. The cost of one lieutenant general, it's a lot of money. So you can't keep on creating structures, blocks that are not well informed. So that was engagement. I'm sure you can find minutes of that. That is the only time where we engage on the structure. But we said, in any way, we are talking about the structure that only National Commission has the powers. The structure presented to us is already signed. So we are just discussing after the fact. We can't do anything about it. So whether what led into that structure being the blocks is put and the National Commission signing was preceded by a meeting with the minister, we were not part of it, at least provincial commissioners, I can speak on their behalf.
Okay. Now, the evidence leader asked you about a funeral of Mandla, whom you regarded as your friend and a brother. Were you very close to Mr. Mandla Mahlangu?
I was not very close to Mandla Mahlangu, but I was close to his brother, his elder brother. I happened then to get to know Mandla, but to the extent that we can say we're close, not much.
Were you the first?
When I have a typical example, when I go to a soccer stadium, I'll go with his brother, not him.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not a person that I was having that relationship, but I knew him because of his brother.
Were you the first one or among the first people who arrived at the crime scene when he was shot dead?
I will not remember exactly who was there, but to the extent that the brother called me to go to the crime scene, so somebody might have been have witnessed the murder and contacted the brother. And for me to travel from Montana to get to that plot, surely there might have been people in there. I cannot remember because it's not what is in my head. But definitely there will have been people in there. But who it was, what I know, his brother was not there because he's the one who asked me to come clean early.
But do you understand this insinuation in that statement, without having been expressly said, is that it may happen that you would have known about that prior it happened, hence you were amongst the first people, if not the first person to arrive at the crime scene. And it goes further when it is testified by Mr. McBride that time Mkhwanazi was even in HR. So an insinuation that people would have been expected to arrive earlier are the police officers on duty in preventing crime. So do you understand that kind of insinuation?
Definitely. Definitely, I do understand. I think that's why I kept on saying, honorable members, that I think that case needs to be started afresh. There are things that are not being brought into the open about that case. I don't believe that everything that was done to close that case was justified. That case might need to be reopened. Some things that are hidden in that docket. I'm grateful for the fact that, as we say, I was at HR and other places, minding my business in Montana. The person that mobilized me to get there is a brother. Had he not called me and give me the location, I wouldn't have gone there. Even his house, Mandla Mahlangu, where eventually I ended up, was his brother that took me to the house. Because otherwise I did not know. I was always meeting him at the brother's house in Central. That's where I was always meeting him, not where Mandla's house was. So Mr. McBride making an insinuation that goes all the way to me not attending the funeral. At least from my side, the brother knows everything and he was there and he saw me, not even me alone, with my wife there. So that's the advantage that at least I have. So for the fact that he's making those statements, it makes me suspect that perhaps Mandla Mahlangu's murder might involve people that he was close to.
Another insinuation in respect to Mandla Mahlangu's murder is that Mandla Mahlangu deposed an affidavit to IPID that implicates you of having a hand in trying to sabotage the case against General Pahlan. And he was later after that killed. Another insinuation in this assertion, which was also said by Mr. McBride, is that there would have been a dialectical relationship between the deposed, the deponent, or the statement deposed to IPID against you and the murder of Mandla Mahlangu. Do you understand that insinuation as well?
I do very well.
What is your take on it?
Oh, the question is why to date Mkhwanazi has never even at least been brought to be questioned about that by a person who claims to have led the investigation and is still part of the security cluster. Why to date he has never been caught? So for what he's saying, if there was a statement, might have been fabricated. If there is a statement, perhaps there's not even a statement for that matter. But it doesn't surprise me because when I get the information now about why Crime Intelligence is not finalizing my security clearance, one of the things I mentioned in that reason is that there is a case docket open in Pretoria against Pahlan and his wife and someone else, where I'm implicated in it. It is that docket that makes Crime Intelligence not to issue me with the security clearance. That is many years back. To date, nobody has ever come to me to ask me questions. So it might have been maybe the case does exist, maybe there was a statement in there that was fabricated, but I've never been involved with anything on Pahlan. Pahlan was the acting national commissioner at the time. He became my boss. But other than that, we will only meet at the gym in Montana. That's all I knew about him. No other relationship.
Lastly, did you submit the video or the record of your meeting with Mr. Matlala and General Sanona to the evidence leaders?
No, I did not.
Can you please assist us with that?
I will have to speak to the investigation team because when we conducted that, it was part of the criminal investigations that we're busy with.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I will allow my colleagues to pursue where I might have left. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See, I'm disciplined.
You have used extra 5 minutes. Kuse, do you want to come now or later?
No, I'm deploying the Secretary General of Umkhondo Sizwe Party.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, I accept the deployment. I'm accepting.
The new Secretary General from
Yes, Chair.
from the box.
Yes, Chair.
Remember now when you speak, you no longer speak as an ordinary honorable member.
Chair, no. Don't do that to me, please.
You speak as
Don't do that,
you speak as leadership. And what we want to see from you is the leadership argument.
Don't patronize me, Chair. Good afternoon, General. Maybe let me, before I go further with my questions, do what my colleague here has been doing since we started, Honorable Sols. When we had an altercation with him, I accused him of doing motivations and reading scriptures for witnesses instead of asking them questions. But today, I think I must do what he did or what he has been doing. I think, General, for the bravery that you displayed on the 6th of July last year, you deserve to be commended. I know many people want to accuse us of favoritism. You are a police officer. You are not a prosecutor. You are not a lawyer. I mean, you are not a lawyer. You are not a magistrate. You are not a judge. A constitutional and a statutory obligation of a police officer is to investigate and arrest based on prima facie evidence. In this country, we have prosecutors who have taken dockets on the basis that they have prospects of success. And when those dockets go to court and get withdrawn, and some don't make it in court because some cases get dismissed and so on, that does not mean that they do not know their job. So your job as compared to a job of a prosecutor and a judge is very minimal. So you must never be demoralized when people accuse you for what you did on the basis that we have not been able, as this committee, to prove some of the things further. You did what you were supposed to do as a police officer, and subsequently, because of what you did, some explosive revelations have been made here before this committee. If it was not for what you did, the country would have not known the deep-seated rot in our justice cluster. Our country would have not known that Begicele, because it's an allegation that has not been challenged, received an amount of 500,000 from Matlala. Since that allegation was made, Begicele has never contested it. So it remains the only version that is at our disposal. If it was not for the bravery that you expressed, we would have not known the deep-seated rot and the shenanigans that are finding expression in IPIT, because the overwhelming evidence presented here shows that IPIT, to a greater extent, has been captured and has been criminalized. We would have not known the shenanigans that are happening at IDEC. We would have not known the extent at which the relationship between Mkhwanazi and the Matlala, the extent at which their relationship impacted with the running of SAPS. So I'm saying for all those things because we shouldn't behave like here you have a responsibility of being a police, a prosecutor, and a judge at the same time. You are a police officer. And on top of that, you are a human being. So if there are mistakes that you made during your press briefing, that cannot be used to characterize you as a dishonest person. That cannot be used to characterize you as a person who lacks credibility. You did what many people have been wanting to do, but because of fear for their jobs and for their lives, have not done. So this country must commend you for that. Because this country, or the justice cluster and the security cluster in particular, is highly compromised. And that has been expressed as evidence before this committee. So you must go to your home from this parliament. You must go to your family knowing that you did the best for this country by what you did on the 6th of July.
Thank you, sir.
So I thought it's important, General, and I'm saying this without any fear of contradiction. Many things have been exposed here. All those things were not going to be exposed had you not taken upon your shoulders to go to the media briefing on the 6th of July, 2025. But I think when I ask you questions, I must start here, General. I know some people might think that by asking this question, I'm going beyond the confines of the terms of reference. I'm not, because within the terms of reference, there is a term of reference which says we must investigate the alleged infiltration and abuse of SAPS. I'm not quoting it verbatim, but it is within that context. Now, the question I want to ask you about is a question about a man, a businessman in KZN, a man called Kelvin Matibeli, who made serious allegations about you. I know that you took the matter to court, but I think the matter did not deal, the court did not deal with the merits. It only dealt with your application to interdict. So all the merits that, and the allegations that he raised when he spoke about you were not dealt with. And therefore, they have not been tested by any court of law, and they are not under any judicial scrutiny. So the allegations that he made, I think you know all of them, General, but I will summarize them. He says you are working for business bosses. He further says you are using the police to settle scores, and the police are doing dirty work. They target KZN police. They target certain individuals, and they pretend to be conducting investigations with an intention of killing those individuals. What is your reaction to that? How is your reaction? How do you react to that?
Honorable Member, Mr. Matibedi, I did not know him. He believed one of the business people in KZN like many others. But what I become aware is when I'm told about the things that the man is writing on Facebook, comments he makes about me as a person. But what is interesting on that is that he even includes the issues of Minister Mkhwanazi and what we are discussing here. And when I establish, inquired more, then I established that he's a person who's very close to the minister. So he made a lot of false allegations, and allegations of things that are coming from the media, amongst others. It's a given. There are people that are loyal to Mr. Mkhwanazi. The press briefing was in no way to make Minister Mkhwanazi as an evil, but it was a person that was an obstacle for the administration of justice, and we had to come out with that and make it clear. But the people that support him, like Matibedi, came out strongly and started throwing accusation around. So it's for that reason that I took it out of my own to challenge him. And he made use of the media, amongst others, to make those stories. Again, as I said about Minister Mkhwanazi, he's a person that's been fed the wrong information. The least the man can do is to stand up and say, I was told by so and so this information about you. Because me and him never met, but now I know his face, and I hope we'll meet very soon. We're in court now. And that was the first matter in court. We are following on that because they've not honored that court order. So we are continuing with the court process on it. Obviously, there are many other actions that are going to follow thereafter. Thanks to him for having come up and start making that noise, that we started getting to know a lot of things about him. from his staff that have brought to attention. That's why there was a search in his properties in different provinces, because his staff are starting to share some irregularities that are happening in his space. Not because we wanted to do that. It is because of what he exposed himself, being influenced by the people that influenced him. The allegations that he made that involved taxi people, I would be happy if you were to mention which taxi person or company or family is talking about. But to my conclusion from after investigated about who is he associated to, because I did not know he's in a taxi as well. I thought he's just a businessman that run tenders. Later I learned the dog is in the taxi environment. In actual fact, the police arrested some of his security guards. I think about 2 of them, if I'm mistaken. But when they were arrested, those security guards were protecting one taxi boss in KZN from Inanda Taxi Association. He's a chairperson there. His surname is Getsemane. When that Getsemane was arrested after invasion of a site, a mine in KZN, the police responded. They were arrested. They were detained. His guards, his Matibeti's guards, were amongst the people that were arrested. So that what triggered Getsemane to start accusing the police on a lot of things. But I learned later that Getsemane has issues with other families in the taxi business in KZN, which is historically between them that dates back to, I don't know, 2013, somewhere about. So I then believe that that means Motipedi being very close to Getsemane, maybe because Getsemane has issues with another family. It perhaps Motipedi assume that I'm associated with the enemies of Getsemane. So that's my conclusion. But other than that, I have no issues. All the taxi people I engage with, I was there last weekend, Sunday, Saturday, with another taxi companies before coming down here. I'm not associated with any of them. So whatever he made out there is not the truth.
Yeah, maybe I should have declared that I also know Mr. Kelvin Matibele from when I was a member of the ANC. So we used to be very close when I was still in the ANC. I think it's important that I declare that, but that is not my interest. My interest here is finding the truth. And I want to establish the basis for his allegations. Because he says, General, at some point, the police, I don't know whether it was the PKTT or the NIU, raided his house. They wanted to arrest him without a warrant or with a fake warrant. And he established later that the warrant was fake, was not authentic. Do you know that story?
Yeah, no, I do. Perhaps let me, honorable member, from my assessment of Mr. Matibedi, and I believe that that's what I'm saying. If we're to sit with me here and he be honest, that he comes and blames me about things without even having engaged me in the past. Someone fed him that information. That's why he went out public to do that. Mr. Matibedi, when his 2 guards are arrested, it is because Mr. Getsemane had engaged with a chief in KZN. That's why the chiefs sometimes get killed themselves, because they become part of these tenders and conflict within the business people. The chief has shares in a mine, but the chief authorizes Mr. Getsemane in exchange of a Toyota Fortuner car that is given to the chief. The chief gives Getsemane the right to take over the mine. He's a shareholder. He's not owning the mine. 10%, I'm told, that is controlling in that mine. But this Getsemane goes to the mine, accompanied by guards. In this mine, he's not a wanted, he's trespassing. So he enters the mine and he says to them, I'm here to take over, I'm in charge of the mine. It's a quarry. Now, the people that are managing, one of the directors managing this mine, is contacted by the officials. And these officials contact him and say, hey, these people are coming here, they are carrying guns, and they are coming to take over the mine. This person then mobilized the police, not Mkhwanazi, he phones the police. Police arrives, they arrest these people for trespassing. Matibedi's guards are there. That's where the first garage where the police comes from. Fast forward, an incident happened in December last year, allegedly, I'm told. An individual made contact with a senior police officer, a detective in KZN, and says, I am Colonel so-and-so from the HOCs in Gauteng. I'm investigating a case against Matibedi and I've got a warrant of arrest on Matibedi. Can you please help me secure this man while we are traveling down to Durban to come and take him? The police officer says, send me that warrant. And the warrant is emailed to a police officer. The police officer takes this warrant and give it to a captain to take the team and go to Matibedi's house. Remember, they're waiting for this detective to come down. And the verification of the legitimacy of the warrant is done separately. So the team arrives at the house of Matibedi. And when they get there, then they ask, where is Matibedi? The wife says he's not here. They say, no, we've got this warrant of arrest to come and arrest him. That's how he gets to know. They give the copy to the wife. That's how he gets to know the police are looking for him. And then the police communicate back, no, we don't find this person. And the police officer that sent them contacts the HOCs member, but he doesn't get the HOCs member. He may contact again, he doesn't get the HOCs member. So they continue verifying this warrant, they discover that this HOCs member doesn't exist. Then the police have returned. They didn't do anything in the house, but they delivered this to the family. So the police were acting, thinking that they are assisting their fellow colleagues from the HOCs. It later, fast forward, don't remember, discovered that that person who pretended to be the HOCs had used an email of the police in Eastern Cape to send that fake warrant. Date, stamp of the court and everything. And that person have defrauded many people, apparently is sitting in prison himself in Pretoria.
So when you say the police general, are you referring to the PKTT?
No. The honorable chair members, maybe let me repeat again. And I want you to always maybe help South Africans. A PKTT has always been made out of less than 200 members in KZN. 200. Their sole mandate is in black and white about cases of political killings and later traditional leadership. Anything outside that does not involve them. There is 19,000 police officers in KZN. 19,000. So it is the rest of the police that are doing the work in KZN and not PKTT.
So was it a specific unit or
the person who's contacted is a provincial head of one of the detective teams in KZN, in my office. He's the one who's contacted. Actually, the head of organized crime was contacted first, but he said, no, he doesn't have teams to go and assist. He referred it to his brigadier next door, and his brigadier then dispatched his team to go and help. These are brigadiers sitting at the provincial office. They are provincial heads of different units in the province. The PKTT is a team that sits somewhere else. They're not part of the management structure of KZN. They are just there as an intervention for this.
Yeah, no, because the reason why I'm asking you further is because the impression that the allegations are giving is that there is a coordinated, concerted effort to deal with Mr. Matibedi as your project. So it's like he is your project. You are dealing with him in pursuit of interest of certain individuals from whom you are taking orders from a taxi industry. That is the allegation that is being made against you. So have you ever ordered the police now within your official responsibility to go and raid Matibedi's residence?
No.
Within your official responsibility?
Well, up until the most recent one, where there were search warrants on his property, that's when I was involved. Prior to that, no.
So what triggered the last one?
I've got thousands and thousands of complaints that came from the Matibedi staff that were sent to me. So I had to act on it. But it comes from different people who are, some of them in Durban, some of them in Gauteng, some of them in Limpopo. I did not know that Matibet has got offices in all these places. This is the staff they used to work, and some of them are still working for Matibet. So they are talking about fraudulent contracts. They are talking about murder cases. They are talking about all sorts of things. So it's many of them. As a result of that, I then had to engage with my colleagues on the other side. They said, I've got this in front of me. We have to investigate. Of course, we had to then make an application to the court to get an authority to search. Authority is granted. Another application to another court to search the premises. Authority is granted, and so forth. So the investigation that I was involved with is the one that's happening now. But prior to that, from my understanding, there were two raids in his premise, or not two raids, but two police visits. One was in his house in December, which was as a result of the fake, I can confirm it is a fake arrest, warrant of arrest. Well, he's got the legal recourse if he so wish to engage on. I can't stop him. He's got all the rights. But they were not sent by me. It was communication between that person in prison and the police officer, and they sent a team there. That is one side. The second one is happened, I think it was the 13th of February. I'm busy with the operation in Durban on that same day. On a Monday, I'm told that on a Friday, I sent a team to his house. I had no clue. When I started establishing who was there, I discovered that the people that were there were from the head office that came to do farm inspection at his premises. I didn't know about it, but he's the one I'm the one that is blaming. So that's why my mind was, well, I couldn't just phone him and say, hey, sir, you barking at the wrong tree. I had to go to court.
So please remind me, General, the last raid, did it happen after you took each other to court? After you took him to court?
Yeah, the last one happened.
The last one.
Yeah, after.
So do you confirm that it was not a reiteration?
No, it's not. That's why I can show my phone the complaints that came to me for people I didn't even know. And why I would not just sit back and not act is when I see the team is going to fight me on this one, because I'm not going to declare some of the things that are part of the complaints that are there. Is that a tender is completed. In this tender, there are certificates, and these certificates must be commissioned. Now, when the person who commissions the document is sitting in Limpopo, he commissions the document, is taught how to commission a document as if he's a police officer.
Okay.
How to write a rank, how to put a personal number. The stamp belongs to a police station that he has never seen.
Yeah,
He's done this thing in the office. That's what I'm saying.
I think, General,
is those type of complaints.
I think it's because it's still under investigation. Yeah. I don't want to jeopardize your investigation.
All right.
I just wanted to get the gist of this altercation.
No. Yeah, well, prior to these recent searches that happened in all four provinces, I did not even know him.
Okay.
For that matter.
General, my observation and my conclusion about the National Commissioner, General Masemula, is that to a certain extent, he also abdicated his responsibility with regards to the disbandment of the PKTT. If I can use a silly language, I can say he also slept on duty, because he was on leave. A decision is taken by the minister. When he comes back, he does not contest it. He implements the directives. He even goes to an extent of making a presentation in Parliament about and they start to implement a plan, a post-disbandment plan. So don't you feel that as a matter of principle, the National Commissioner also is to be blamed for this? Because if he knows his constitutional powers, he should have not allowed that decision. He should have contested it right on the spot. He should have said, no minister, you do not have powers to do this. We are not going to implement this. So don't you think this is a fair criticism? I mean, me, if I was a national commissioner, I was not going to allow the minister to do what he did. I was going to tell him right in his face that, Minister, you don't have constitutional powers. I am the only person who is the accounting officer here with operational responsibilities. So the national commissioner as well participated indirectly in violating the constitution. What is your take on that?
Honorable member, the National Commission and myself are different. His approach on things will not be the same as me, and I'm sure yourself as well. Someone will have asked me, why do you go out public and make these pronouncements that involves one of the things was spoken here, presiding officers or judiciary? Why didn't you complain through the structures that exist? And my response will be, the procedure of complaint is there, but it was going to take long, and I did not trust the process. That's why I felt it is important for me to approach it in this fashion. The National Commission might say, in my approach of things, I was going to get into the same outcome as Jerome Mkhwanazi, but coming in a different way. Yes, I was frustrated, I must tell you that. Because for me, I needed action and action done fast. That's why I took it out of my own to phone the minister in January and to also send him a message in April. Because I felt that I need to engage him directly. But that was not successful. So I have engaged National Commission numerous times, pleading with him to engage the minister and even take it to the president. But of course, he will come back and respond. He's a person that's different than me. I'm sure you've realized that. He's a bit of a calmer guy, which is different than me. So
You're not
I cannot say what he neglected his work by doing what he did. He might have not agreed with the minister, but not wanting to go directly. Perhaps that's why the reduced way of closing down the team, which is a winding down approach and so forth. And I must say, honorable chair members, that the likelihood is that had the minister granted me an audience in January when I asked to meet him, and perhaps the minister convinced me that although it's not immediately, but we might want to get rid of this so that we can move it like this, perhaps I would have agreed with the minister and if he had that opportunity to sit down with me, listen to me, and we engage and we agree on how we should go about it. But that opportunity was not granted. So for the National Commission, he had an opportunity to engage with the minister, how they engage with each other, how he was able to persuade the minister to say, let's not shut it down immediately, let's have a plan of closing it. I cannot say he was sleeping on duty.
Okay. You know, General, when you were making the explosive revelations that you made, the first thing that came into my mind is that was phaguling news. I don't know if you understand that language in Zulu. Phaguling news, ziyaphuma zonke zize kuwena. So that is why you need to hide your face. And that thought came from the prevalent fundamental decay within our institutions. Ukuthi kubolile, corruption is everywhere. And we have seen good men and women in this country trying to expose corruption with no success. Some have been victimized. Some have been killed. Abanye today baneyintandane. I mean, baneyingane ezingenawo ama-breadwinners because they stood on the side of principle. So, have you not become vulnerable since the revelations? Have you not been attacked? Has your family not been affected by this whole thing? How are you surviving? Because even people who don't know you, they know you now. Some are characterizing you as a rogue individual. Some are saying you are a killer. Some are battery inkabi, we poison inkabi, and so on. And I'm sure that affects your family as well. So since the explosive revelations you made, how have you been surviving?
Yeah, well, I said before, and I will say it again, we all shall die, and nobody will live forever. It depends how you die as a person. I'm not much of a Christian. Christians tend to be afraid of dying a lot, and yet they pray. But I'm not necessarily worried about dying. If death gets me, it will get me. That's why I can still walk out here and play with explosives. That's why I can walk out here and do skydiving. That's why I can do, because anything can happen there, you can die. That's why I can still fly from one point to another, not being worried that the airplane will crash. So death will catch us all. But I must say, honorable member, that this action of the 6th, I took a conscious decision that I will stand for the truth, knowing that indeed my family is going to be affected. I can't easily walk around anymore with my children and enjoy sitting in a restaurant and having a meal because people come to you. You can't go and participate in any other place where normal human beings go to because people come to you. I'm the person that likes freedom. I don't like to be guarded all the time. That's why I've said, and I'm saying, those who might be planning something, they must move with speed if it happens.
Some
Because
are
if they
saying,
don't,
some are saying, General, you did all what you did because you wanted to secure your contracts. You wanted to be reappointed. What is your take on that?
no, that is not true. It has never been. When I took the decision to go to KZN is because I thought I'll do my bit and I leave the organization. So the organization approached me in December and said, we want you to stay. And then I had my own condition. First, I had to go and discuss with the family because it was never my plan to stay longer. But understanding the situation that we were in, I had to engage with the family and say, this is the request that is offered by the police. What do we do? And we discussed, and I went back to the National Commission to engage on that one. Hence, I'm still waiting for the decision from the National Commission in that regard. So it's not me that applies. The law doesn't apply. Once you choose to become honorable chair members, I was sitting as a lieutenant general in the head office. And that employment was going to keep me there until I turned 60. But I voluntarily left that contract. And I took a 5-year contract with not a single cent in addition. I moved, I relocated from Gauteng to KZN because I wanted to come home so I can contribute in the safety of the family around where I live. So that after 5 years when I retire, I can live in a peaceful environment. So me going to KZN had nothing to do with the money or the contract. It was voluntarily. It's unlike a person who applies for the post of being a provincial commissioner. He goes for interviews, he gets a contract, and when a contract is coming towards an end, he wants to extend the contract. For me, it was different. I was a general already at this level in Pretoria for many years already.
Okay. You see, when I was listening you talking about General Khan, I was asking myself if this committee has done justice to comprehensively investigate at length the allegations that you made. And I was saying maybe we missed an opportunity because the manner in which we have described the role of General Khan requires that he comes before this committee as a witness, but he was not called. The unfortunate part about this committee is that it is constituted by representatives of political parties. So it is not driven by principles of objectivity and impartiality to a certain extent. Some people become overprotective of their party interests. Some become overprotective of their personal interest. As a result, or ipso facto, they compromise principle and they do not arrive to issues that were supposed to arrive to. They just scratch the surface, and some protect, don't want the truth to be exposed. Do you feel, General, as the main complainant, because the reason why you are the only witness who has been granted an opportunity to come back is because we regarded you as the main complainant. Do you think this committee has comprehensively ventilated and investigated these allegations? Or we've just scratched the surface? Besihamba nje la emoyeni. Asifikanga la kufanele sifike khona. I'm asking this because we have not called any. I know that you said you don't have adequate evidence in relation to the judiciary, but it's open secret that the judiciary is not a paragon of virtue. They also have their smolanyana skeletons, but none of them has been called to come here. Do you think we've done justice as this committee? Leave the Madlanga, but this committee, which is structured the way it is structured politically.
Yeah, well, in as far as the work that the committee has done, I was hoping that the reason for the minister to come up with the letter of the 31st of December was going to be investigated. Not just simple us being called here to talk about it, but I'm talking about a forensic investigation done from his gadgets, where this letter was compiled, his communications between him and his staff, Vusi Piccoli that he made a reference to, that he shared this thing with, and those legal structures that are established to assist the minister, like the DG at Civilian Secretariat. So those are the things that I was hoping we're going to interrogate it thoroughly. And I feel they were not thoroughly interrogated. There are 3 items that the minister raised on his letter. And the majority of the time the committee spent was on the first one. The second part of it is just moving below the radar. The third part of it, which is border security, it's even more of a concern for me because that's a gateway for the bad things coming to the country. And I don't think the ad hoc committee have done justice to establish exactly what's happening there. I hinted on some weaknesses in these areas, but I thought the committee was going to even do inspection in loco for that matter to test what we're saying. Whether really are we that open in our borders that things can just come in willy-nilly and without being checked. So those are the type of things I would have expected the committee to do. The time you were given maybe was not sufficient. Perhaps going forward, different structures, different committees, depending on the recommendation, will dig deeper, especially the portfolio committee on police, will dig deeper to find out what are the things beyond this ad hoc committee.
Okay. Please bear with me when I cut you because there are questions that I would like to pose to you, and I'll be very flabbergasted if we finish without asking these questions. Evidence has been tendered here about the misuse of the so-called slush fund in the Secret Service account in crime intelligence. What is a systematic shortfall on how the slush funds are being run? Are there any gaps which are opening loopholes or which are opening a can of worms? And if there are systematic gaps which are attracting corruption to the Secret Service account, if they are, then how do we close them?
It's going to be difficult for me or a member to talk about Secret Service account because I'm neither a member of crime intelligence nor understand exactly the details of how they do business there. But one of the things that I picked up from the complaints I learned from the divisional commissioner, the Gerald Kumalo, and something I've learned when I was the acting national commissioner as well, was that the abuse of the resources becomes easier simply because there are these clandestine people that have been used. So a member is going to claim money on behalf of, and then that claim is paid, but that payment might not land to the person that is supposed to receive because of that system that they have within crime intelligence. Because they have to do things covertly. But also what became a weakness at the time which Arukuma was trying to close was that it is one individual trusted in decision-making to pay. So we came with control measures of putting a committee in place. It was aimed at trying to put some controls. But to go deeper to discuss issues of the crime intelligence or any intelligence community on how they operate, I'm not empowered to do that. I don't have necessary credentials to be able to discuss it.
Okay. When you were here, General, I asked you about Minister Senzo Mkhunu. I think the question that I asked is, do you have evidence proving that he is linked to criminal syndicates and drug cartels? And I think you gave a very fair response there too, because you said there are matters that you are still investigating surrounding him, and you have identified some trust account and so on and so forth. Now, General, my perspective here at this stage, is that there is no adequate evidence that links him to criminal syndicates and drug cartels. Where we find him wrong is in relation to the decision that he took to disband the PKTT. It is my view. I can argue it for a couple of minutes, but because I don't have enough time, it is my view that he does not have constitutional powers, and neither does he has statutory powers to do what he did. But with regards to the other allegation, there is no adequate evidence proving it to be correct. What is your take?
I can't agree with you more, Honorable Member. I've said it before. I met the minister early in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, just before the elections. Elections come. The minister appoints chief of staff. It's a minister that I was introduced to as being the good man. So when a letter is written on the 31st of December, I feel I must reach out to the person that I was introduced to so that I can be able to warn him about the implication of this so that he can retract it. And I'm not granted the opportunity. So the events that follows thereafter, all the way up until I send him a WhatsApp pleading with him to meet so that I can be able to discuss this role of Mkhwanazi that has come to the picture and the Khan in them. The minister acknowledges that, but he still doesn't grant me that opportunity. And then other evidences that comes out, we then realize that minister was consciously aware about the intentions of the people that are rogue within the organization to shut down this team. To what extent did he know that they were going to shut down the team? For what purpose? I'm not sure whether we have the reason for that for now. This statement of someone that come from prison that seems to suggest certain things, and the witness E at the Matlanga Commission that recorded the minister when he was pleading with him to give a statement, and the presentation the minister made here regarding the work study investigation, amongst others, it made me conclude that the minister is protecting people. He's using justification that does not exist. CFO disputed, everyone else disputed what he presents here as the reason for the letter. So it then leaves me with one conclusion. He was assisting the CBS, who in turn are assisting the cartel squad. So when you are assisting in that fashion, you might not be directly involved, but directly you are allowing the criminality to take place. So that is my conclusion. That's why I kept on saying, if he was honest, he was going to say, I was influenced by so and so and so and so and so and so. And you can easily forgive him for that. But he's not being honest about that. He says he's an author. If he's an author, then he gets into the constitutional question. What gives you the powers? That's what
Thank you, General. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Honorable Shongwa.
Chair, can I give my chance to Boss Kosan? I really need to restructure my questions.
You have 25 minutes.
Sorry, Chair?
You have 25 minutes. The only time we have now is towards break. So we can't run for more than 25 minutes.
No, it's fine. We can continue then. Kwale Nkosi,
Inhlonishwa.
ngiyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila njani manje?
Hayi asibonga. Ndaba ezithi angicale la waqala khona nawe owakwenza. Waya ebantwini emva kokuthi ubone ukuthi ikomiti lamaphoyisa alenzanga ngendlela efanele. Angiqale ngokuthi ngicele ebantwini base South Africa ndaba ezithi futhi ngithathe ithuba lokuthi ngibabongele ekubeni nesibindi esingaka. Thatha umndeni wakho, thatha freedom yakho uyifake kule nkinga engaka. Cabanga ukuthi nathi sibasha la eParliament sithole sikuleso simo leso sokuthi uma sidibana nezinto siyibuze ukuthi ngabe sizela isalary la eParliament noma sizela ukuzothi izwe lakithi ngalishintshe ngeenqumo esizithathayo. Ngithi angiyibongele kakhulu Nkwale Nkosi South Africa. Ngicabanga ukuthi uhleli lapha uyona ingelosi futhi awuyena umuntu owenze ukudlula abanye kahle. Kodwa okwenzile kuyisiqalo sokushintsha izwe lethu ukuze lithathe i-direction right. Siyabonga ndaba ezethu.
Ndimandi.
Sibonga. Ngifuna ukuthi ngicele ke baba uMkhwanazi ukuthi iSouth Africa nama ngibuyele kuyo ngiyokhala kuyo ngoba sekunenginqumo engiyithathile nezinto engizenzile zisifaka enkingeni futhi ezifaka ukuphila kwethu engozini. Umehluko kweyiko lokuthi angigadiwe njengoba ugadiwe wena. Kodwa sizokujika sofela khona. Angicela ama-South Africans ukuthi akwenze ukuthi asi-assiste thina nawe namaphoyisa njengawo ukuthi ekugcineni siwathola amandla futhi asithume ekuthenini sitshintshe ama-policies nemithetho ekuvimbile ukuthi usheshe ufake abantu evenini. Ngoba ngibonile ukuthi kuyi-constitution Samuel la ivimba khona ukuthi la ngabe sowungenile uqedile kodwa kubuye kuchitha isikhathi kusibambezele. Ngiyakuthembisa ukuthi uma singathunya kwale Nkosi abantu nabangalalelisisa kahle kahle sokwenza lokho. Ngoba uma sisuka la siyobhala i-report futhi siyobhala ama-recommendation to iParliament ukuthi lithathe inqumo. Angicele nje ama-South Africans ukuthi asibukelele. Kwale Nkosi igama elithi Pravin Gordhan, uJohnson, Batoyi, McBride, Sullivan, Padiachi, Khan, uSibiya, Mchunu, uJulius, uGeneral Fan, uSenthumule. Angilungise lapha kuJulius mhlambe kuzozwakala kabi uJulius Mkhwanazi. I'll fix the error. Bengizoqhubeka ngikhulume ngabo. Kodwa manje nawo umbuzo wami. Kuthinte kumculi engimthanda kakhulu ndaba ezethu. Uzinqu Malo. In the big five, who is Zinqu Malo?
What we know is that amongst the people that are within the big five, that there are many business people that are associated with them. There are many politicians that are associated with them, and some of them has been spoken about in public. But it does not necessarily make them to be the big five. I said earlier, in one of the farm in north of Pretoria, it became like another arm of government, where all these high-profile people, business, politicians, and everyone were accounting it. So for now, what we have on the record that Zinqu Malo is one of the business people that are associated with the people, not to make him a big five, but because of his business interest that he had that involved some of the people, he ended up in that space, and he's not the only one. You will see a lot of photos, a lot of names of others. Does not necessarily mean that they are part of Big Five. They are associated with these people one way or another. It does not necessarily make them Big Five. So from the records that we have of Zinqu Malo, he's, I think, one of the people that became closer through the taxi finance, if I'm not mistaken. He was facilitating people in South Africa to get funding for taxis, and the taxis were controlled, or the Santaco was controlled in that space. So that's why I think he lands in that space and his name is popping up all the time.
Ngibonga baba. Amaphoyisa njengalawa afuna ukuba njengawe abopha abantu kwangempela. Kodwa sovalweni ngoba yacabanga ukuthi uma uzoba u-detective and uthola ukuthi uphethe information strong, kodwa uma uzoya phambili uyazi ukuthi le information izophuma ikhishwa yibona lamaphoyisa la ehlalweni eziphezulu. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa anjalo ukuthi aqinise idolo nesibindi ukuthi aqhubeka aye phambili? Ngoba my concern is that amaphoyisa amaningi wabo aqoshiwe umsebenzi in general. Baqoshwe bafakwa ama-cases angekho, kuma nama-dismissals anga-understandeki, bese kuba nama-lawyers angenelela ukupressa labo bantu labo. Siwasiza kanjani amaphoyisa njengalawo ukuthi aqine idolo aye phambili?
Yeah, well, the reason why government came up with the labor laws in our country, yokuthi umthetho uvikela abasebenzi. The police officers are affiliated to unions. So if unions are strong in defending police officers against the abuse, I think that is going to go a long way to support them. That is on one side. But on the other side, channels must be opened. And the only place I think the channels for me can easily be opened is through Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Police. Create a platform, an opportunity, or a section within that can allow police whistleblowers that want to talk about things that are wrong in the police, that they see, or things that makes them not be able to do their work. But it must be an organized structure in such a manner that is going to receive complaint and be able to investigate these complaints and find them to be legit and be able to then take necessary action. They can take action by making reference to IP to investigate such behaviors, reference to the IDEC to investigate such behaviors, or in many other structures. But if the individual committee members are going to be receiving calls from police officers and they don't investigate, you write a question in Parliament that goes in, is not a solution. The question in Parliament will not solve the problem of a police officer. So we as senior managers might be doing something wrong that the junior member is aware of, but is afraid, as we are saying, to speak out because it's going to be reprimanded. We're going to charge and discipline and dismiss. There must then be a platform, at least in a secured environment, which I think the Parliament might be one of the secured environment, where this police officer is able to dispose of his challenges, because IP is created for that purpose. But we've seen a number of cases that IP has in their position where there's no traction in terms of investigation. I don't know the reason. We're hearing of the bad things that IPs are doing nowadays, which then creates a doubt about their capabilities. So Parliament must be then the place where one can cry. Presidents have created a complaint structure there, but a complaint comes in, they just dispatch to different departments. What I'm asking for, if we create a structure in Parliament, it mustn't be receiving dispatch. It must be receive, investigate, and then make a referral.
Maybe to follow up on that, as parliamentarians, in your view, what is it that we are not doing, Masenzi oversight, that we need to be doing?
I think that's a good question, Honorable Chair and members. The oversight role, well, I'm not in Parliament, I'm not the lawmaker, so it might be difficult for me to criticize much what you do. But I see in how ordinary living government works. You'll have debates about the subject, but that debate might just be a debate as a tick of a box. If a decision is taken, it stays. So same with the oversight. You might find something wrong in a department, but what are the legal things you do as an oversight body that holds an accounting officer accountable? Shouting and screaming is not a solution. You can bring a person and shout at them in a meeting, but it's not going to. They're going to leave here and go airplane and go away. How do you make sure that there is action taken. I don't think there's ever been, I'm not saying that we must start now, but perhaps it might be an opportune time. Provincial commissioners are appointed by the National Commissioner in consultation with the executive in the province. When the executive who represents society feels that the lead of this police is not helping in fighting crime, that executive should have a platform to send a communication to the National Commission and request for a fitness board. But it is the executive of the province that has that legal authority. The portfolio committee of police in the province or security, I don't know, community safety portfolio, they don't have that right. Whatever oversight they might do, they will have to write to the executive and raise those things. In Parliament, the person who accounts is the head of the police in the South African Police Service, the National Commission. And since the dawn of democracy to date, I don't think Parliament has ever initiated the process of a fitness board against the National Commission. It becomes a decision of the president to say we're dealing with this one or we're not dealing with. But the Parliament who does oversight, who see the wrong, who have asked for the report, presentations, make suggestions, and there's total ignorance on the things that the law says we must do. There's never been any opportunity, or as far as I know, a time where this portfolio committee will write to the person who's responsible for this accounting officer and say, this accounting officer is not fit for this job. Take action. All the departments, DGs, are appointed by the president. I'm not sure whether the past president and the current has ever received anything from Parliament that says, Mr. President, we are asking you to take action. Because if failure to do that, it means you do oversight over an institution where you really don't have any say on it. You are just calling them to shout at them and they leave again. They come back tomorrow, they leave again. It's the same thing. You'll do that and you become famous to be a very active parliamentarian, but the person you are active on remains in the position. Or the institution that you're doing oversight on, they still do the same things, same way. No changes.
Uchaza ukuthi into esiyenzayo ukujwayela kahle sesezinto ejwayelekile nje ukuthi kuhlale kwenziwa kanje but we are not effective. But let me appreciate that. Asikhulume nalo daba. What is in your view uma kukhulunywa ngawe nebag ye Louis Vuitton? Why did you feel the need to speak out ngayo wena usukela usuka khona uchazela abantu ukuthi ukhulunywa ngebag ukuthiwa wayithola? What prompted you to do that?
Honorable Chair and members, I'm glad you're asking me this because this Louis Vuitton has a history. The history is, I think, majority of government officials suffer the same thing. They fall victim of the similar thing. Mkhwanazi gets on a trip to France where there's a big exhibition to look at different equipment that we use as a police. We are there for a week. In one of the days, as we are walking and person is tired of being walking in this place every day, I come across a plate. I take this plate, I'm a task force trained person. Mine is guns and bullets. So when I take this bulletproof plate, it feels like a paper. I take this thing and I look at what is written on it. What can it stop? What caliber of bullets can it stop? The numbers that are written here, maybe not to believe it. So I say to the person on the desk, I said, this is not true. This plate can stop this caliber. This person says, no, it can. I said, no, demonstrate this. Then he gave my details, said, no, we're going to send an invitation. I fly back to South Africa. We receive an invitation. I put a report to the acting national commissioner at the time, Ms. Patlan, and I said, General Patlan, we went overseas and we saw this. I'm interested to know about this because part of the problem we have in police is the death of police. They are dying because they are not wearing bulletproof vests. Portfolio committee have been parading us almost every single day. Police officers are not wearing these vests because they are heavy, uncomfortable. And here I am seeing something that is weight of a paper. And they say it can stop the same caliber of the weapons that we are protecting our members against. I want to test this. So General Patlane approves that, no, we can go on invitation back to Germany this time, not in France, to where the company is, to go and test. Remember, I'm the task force person and mine is managing the tactical teams. I'm not a ballistic expert. So I won't be able to go details about what this plate is supposed to have. That's why we have to get forensic people to come with us. A colonel from forensic in Cape Town came with us. So we travel, we go to Germany. In Germany, they take this plate, they put it in microwave with a high temperature degree. They take it after a microwave, they put it in a bucket full of water. They take it from there, they drop heavy object on top of it to mess up with the material of this thing. From there, they put it against the clay. And they ask us, what is the speed of the bullet that we use in South Africa? They load up this bullet and they shoot this thing. 7 bullets goes into it, not a single one goes through. 2 AK-47, 2 R5s, pistol, and the likes that goes into this. Nothing passes. And for me, it was a wow. I've never seen this. The clay at the back, it's an indication of the impact for those that knows the gun. You put a clay in the plate. When you shoot, the bullet may not go through, but the impact the trauma is going to cause on the body, you're going to see on the hole that is going to be created on this clay. That size of that hole is going to tell you that the trauma, nonetheless, although bullet didn't go through, but the trauma can kill a person. So the plate must not be able to allow that trauma. It must resist even that trauma. So this plate passes everything. I still asked the colonel that was with us, I said, why are we using such a heavy things and not this? So they asked us, what plate are you using? We said ceramic. And then our colonel says the reason we're using ceramic plate because in our specs as the police, we have the specification of a bulletproof vest that must stop an armor-piercing bullet. I don't know if you know the difference. The armor-piercing is the one that goes through steel. So the only thing that will stop that bullet is a ceramic plate. And ceramic plates are heavy. That is one. But two, ceramic plate are easy to break. When you drop it like this, it can crack. So once it cracks, the integrity of it is compromised. This ceramic plate must be evaluated every 5 years. Do we do that in the police? We don't. So we walk around with bulletproof vests that we have been wearing for 10 years, thinking they can still stop a bullet, but we don't know because we're not retesting it. So that was a concern. I come back into South Africa. I speak to my management and I say, and I made a recommendation report, Gerald, I think we need to acquire some of these things and evaluate them with the aim of changing our bulletproof vest in the organization. But he says, no, well, start the process. Now, in starting the process, I'm the one that initiates this. So I engage with General Arlo, who's the head of support at Division HRD, and I say, General, can we have a budget to buy this? Because remember, this is not budgeted for by supply chain. It's an evaluation. We want to evaluate a new product. So General Arlo makes the budget available, said, no, we can only afford so much. And there were about 200 of them. We make an application to the division that is responsible for buying, that is supply chain. We say, we request you to get hold of this. This plate is in Germany. We'll want to bring it here into the country so we can test this. With the procurement rules of South Africa, supply chain should have gone straight to that company and get this thing to come in, but they didn't do that. They went via a local service provider. How do they source the local service provider? I do not know. In my understanding, there was no one who was providing a service of that bulletproof in the country when we met with the company. But later we learned that no, there's a service provider in South Africa that can import this thing. So supply chain goes and buy through that service provider. First batch 200 is delivered as per our request. It comes. So we take these things to different units for testing. It's an evaluation procurement. General Arlo come with a proposal. Arlo, he was working at HRD. He says to me, General, why don't we increase this number of these vests from 200 to 1,000 so that we do the assessment of Pretoria West Academy? There's 2,000 students in that college. We do the full medical assessment. We give 1,000 of them these new plates, new bulletproof. We give the other 1,000 of them, the older ones. After 6 months of running with these, we re-evaluate them medically to see the impact on their spinal cord and their bodies and everything else that the ceramic plate that is heavy has on the body versus this light one. So I said, but we're going to need money to do that. He said, no, we have some savings in the budget, we can do that. And I said, okay, so let's make an application. We do. But remember, we don't buy. We apply to supply chain. Supply chain wants to source these things, but obvious, the head of supply chain must engage with the CFO, which is Gerard Skete at the time. So then they decided, two of them said, but we've already bought this thing and it was beyond the money that we're supposed to buy on quotation, we must buy through tender. Because it's for evaluation, we're able to source it. But the second batch is going to be expensive for us to get it directly. Let's go to Treasury and ask for permission. They wrote to National Treasury. They asked for permission. National Treasury said, no, but you've got the 200 to evaluate. The reason you are giving for the evaluation of to buying the others, we cannot agree with it. Go on tender if you want to buy the others. So the response come back, and that's where it stalled. To my understanding, because the response we got back from supply chain said, no, Treasury didn't approve, so we can't buy. So we live with that. We cannot buy. But I didn't know that the company that was procured from the 200, supply chain, when they received the second request from us, while they're asking for permission from Treasury, they told the company to bring more. The order is coming. And the company ordered. But when the company ordered, they got the finance, I'm told, from First National Bank. They got the loan and they ordered the staff to come into the country. But when Treasury said no to it, supply chain did not send an order to the service provider. So the service provider suffered because he's got the product into the country, costing millions, and he's got no order. That was his, I think, stupidity that he did. But when there were investigations that were done by IP and many other people, it appears that someone from within the bank, they approached these members and said, this person owes us money. He asked for money because of bulletproof, but he's not paying us. That is what started everything to say this person received this bulletproof and the investigation was lodged. I'm told they raided these companies' offices, but they realized actually there was no order from supply chain. So they seized these gadgets, computers, and they did everything. That is on one side. But on the other side, I had asked the SC to help me yesterday. Remember those numbers that I asked if you can open them for me so we can reference to? I don't know if you saved them. I hope you did. What I then discovered, honorable member, is that in me introducing this light vest, I'm making a lot of big business angry because I'm introducing something that does not exist in South Africa. So I'm coming to disrupt their business. And out of curiosity, then I started investigating to say, we are forced to stick with this ceramic plate, even if it doesn't work for us, for all these years. Who are these people we are buying from? Then I saw the list. I think less than 5 companies or maximum who are solely responsible for giving us bulletproof vests since the dawn of democracy to date. So here's me coming up with something that's going to disrupt them. It's part of why there's this so much attack on me. But fast forward to that initial visit, there's another visit with the National Commissioner to the same exhibit, but we're going to visit the police there, then we pass the same exhibit. When we return from there, because this information now I asked from the National Commission, when we return from there, because there were many of us, one of us was Brigadier Leon Ras from Forensic. She's the one who was always, when I was in the task force, I was receiving a lot of things that she was buying for research that cost millions of rand without tenders. She's the one who was bringing these things. The drones were the first to have drones bought by her, cost millions without going through tender because she was doing that job at Forensic. She was with us on that second trip. We were about 5 or 6 of us. On our return, allegedly, from what I hear, is that she received a gift from someone. We are there for a week. When we part ways, you go to the hotel, you don't know what the person does. Others go shopping and this and that. Apparently, she received a gift of a bag, Louis Vuitton. They say it's a clash bag, from what I'm told. She comes back, she declares that. But none of us are declaring anything because you're not getting anything. It is the case based on that to say there were Louis Vuittons that Leon Russ declared, the others didn't declare. So which means that's why Paulo Sullivan will say, I don't know what he did with Louis Vuitton. That means he gave it to his wife because he knows that it was a clash bag, it's a woman's bag that was given to Brigadier Leon Russ. The rest of the men that were there, myself, I know I didn't get anything. So when the story went out, I asked the National Commission, I said, what is the story about this Louis Vuitton? He said, no, they approached him to ask him about it, but there was no Louis Vuitton. To date, nobody has ever come to Mkhwanazi to ask questions about it. But Mkhwanazi is out there in the media. So this goes to show that it was a fight back that I believe come from people that were disturbed on their business. On one side, for honorable members to know, the price of it cannot be the same as the price of a bottle that you buy in South Africa. If this bottle comes from abroad, there's taxes and everything that is going to make the price of this expensive. So it was a given that vest is going to be expensive simply because it comes as a complete unit. I wish I can present it before you so you can compare both. I'll invite the Portfolio Committee of Police to tell us to bring that bulletproof vest, old one, and that we found that site, bring the ballistic report, the member that was there to show the difference between the two. I'm glad today these companies are starting to make the very same light plate, thanks to us introducing that. But I can say to date, we are still on ceramic.
So I'll be
To date,
wasting
we are
my
still buying from the same companies.
So I'll be wasting my time asking you ukuthi bekune 100,000 kuleyo bag leyo because there was never a bag.
So they talk about the clash bag. I don't even 100,000 rand. How does it even get to that clash bag? So you can see it's a story that was just made up.
Makes sense.
Unfortunately, people that shared with Mr. Paulo Sullivan, he then believed that this is the fact.
Thank you so much.
Bese ngizobuza ngoKhan.
That must be the last question.
Thank you, Chair. No, quick one. Why would General Khan, if there's all these allegations, you as his colleague and seniors, if I may say, maybe it's your senior, I don't know. Why would you and in the state probe such a person on allegations and I'm asking this because I still feel strongly ukuthi if he felt ukuthi yena is innocent of the allegations, he wouldn't come to me. He wouldn't invite me to a certain place to speak to me on a video call. He would be doing exactly what you are doing with the Louis Vuitton issue. In your take, what's that issue?
I really don't know. I don't know because he's not working under my command. With all what I know, if he was working under my command, I would have taken action long time ago. But he does not work under my command, so I cannot be able to answer as to why there's no action taken against him. It seems to be, even in this committee, is missing. You know, we find a way of dodging everything. I do hope that the police commissioner will do something drastically this time. General Commando said he has dismissed over 30 members at crime intelligence. But that's not enough. There are many wrong members that are still there. That shouldn't be there. That have been part of the system. So we need to, I think General Khan is one of the richest general we have, maybe more richer than all of you.
Walter kulizwe mfoka kwale nkosi asibonge baba Mkhwanazi inkosi kubusise.
Thank you so much. We take a break. We come back at 20 minutes to 6. I want to remind you that your staff members want you outside again now. Thank you so much.
I wasn't here at your first visit,
Okay.
and so I may have missed some stuff. But on your own account, you've been a senior manager in the police since around 2011, right?
That's correct. Well, maybe let me rephrase. A senior manager in the police is when you become a brigadier. So that will take me back to 2005.
Wow. So that's a long time. And you clearly have a lot of clout in the police. You're a force to be reckoned with.
Well, I'm a serviceman to be reckoned with, not the force.
The issues that you raised at your press conference, these are not new issues.
That's correct.
Anybody who lives in South Africa who is even moderately knowledgeable
That's correct.
has some idea, perhaps not of the extent, but has some idea of these problems.
That's correct.
And they haven't been getting better, they've been getting worse. We're all aware of this. So while you were in the senior management of the police since 2005, and I understand a brigadier is not necessarily in the kind of position to do it, but a general certainly is. What did you do to address these issues, to try and change the trajectory of the police service, which we must admit has been a downward one?
Honorable Member, in my past experience in the police, in different levels where I manage, I've dealt with a lot of bad things and I've corrected them myself in those extent, but not to the bigger scale of the entire organization. That was within the space where I was operating, from the unit level all the way up until I was a task force. I left the task force and I became a component head. The former divisional commissioner, Lamour, who was once my boss, Gerald Motiba, who was my boss, Gerald Mawela, who was once my boss, they can attest to that, that I will challenge things while working as a brigadier and as a major general.
No, I have no doubt that you challenge things, General. But the question is more, why on a greater level, why on a more broader spectrum? What did you do to change things in the police, to change the trajectory? Not unit bound. I understand that in your own unit you probably jack things up. But I mean, as a senior manager, your concern should be for the entire organization. So what did you do to do that?
Yeah, well, beside the actions that we took last year, July, I had an opportunity to act as a national commissioner in 2011, 2012.
Correct.
The interventions that I started with there was to temporarily remove the management of crime intelligence because I wanted to clean house.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I didn't last in the office much. When I was removed, Jarpiaka came in, things went back to normal. So that was my attempt to try and clean things up.
Okay.
At the time, many people were being investigated, and amongst others.
So what are the changes that you implemented in that short period? I think you were acting National Police Commissioner from around October 2011 to around June 2012.
That's correct.
So what are the changes that you brought in then when you had the chance?
One of the things that was critical for me was to reduce the number of generals that we had. And one of the things I had said to General Standa, who was the head of HR at the time, that if any lieutenant general leaves, we don't fill that post. Whether that person leaves at the province, we move someone from head office to the province. But we must cut down, because when I came in, maybe I was a number almost 40 of the lieutenant generals that we had in the police. So that for me was a problem, because a lot of infighting at the head office especially.
Just as a matter of interest, why are there so many lieutenant generals?
Well, it ended up being a party thing. I get into a position for authority. I want to move my friend to that level. I create a division and I appoint that person.
That's really not a good reason. But
well, some of the members ask here, why did the president appoint Mkhwanazi overnight and promote him to lieutenant general? I did not apply for the position. I just became a major general while was still enjoying 5 months to be a major general. Next thing, I'm promoted to a lieutenant general. You asked me whether was it a good thing. It benefited me financially, but honestly speaking, we are too many. And
Yes,
I don't think it was ideal to even appoint me. There were many lieutenant generals that could have been appointed at the time, but they chose me. Well, in choosing me, automatically meant they must now elevate me to the same level with the others. And that cost the state money.
I agree that there are way too many. Yeah. Now, the issues that you raised in your press conference are all important issues. But why didn't you raise them before July 2025? Why did you allow the position to become so desperate? If you did raise them, where did you raise them? And don't go back to the history of the portfolio committee. We know this. What did you do in the police to raise these issues?
Yeah, well, we've had a number of meetings with the National Commission trying to address this. That's why I even engaged the minister myself directly, because I wanted to get to understand what makes him to come with this decision. And what I was beginning to see, up to April, I tried to reach out to him again through the WhatsApp, which he acknowledged, because I wanted to raise this with him internally so that we can resolve it. But it proved that I was not successful in doing it.
So is there just a general apathy, a sort of a laid-back attitude? Or is this, something that's done on purpose?
I wouldn't know, Honourable Member. I must say the actual press briefing happened immediately after I was given a statement by the National Commissioner that distanced himself from what was happening. Because I kept on saying, General, these dockets are gone. Did you authorize? There are many of these things happening. Did you authorize? He says, no. I said, statement. And he hasn't given me a statement. So I kept waiting. I kept asking. And I ended up saying to him, we need to go public now and tell South Africa about what's happening, because it looks like we're not finding a solution. And when he said, we can have a press briefing, because I said, I want to have a press briefing about the PKTT work. He said, oh, you can have a press briefing. And I said, but before that, can you help me to clarify this issue of the PKTT through the statement? Then he said, okay, take a statement. When I got that statement, that's when I said, now I can move. Nobody will turn back on me.
So yesterday, General Masemola said he thought that you went a little overboard with your press briefing.
Yeah, well, he knew the things that we're raising over time. He had committed that he was going to address that with the president when he returns from Brazil, because I've heard that stories many times, that things have been addressed, I felt, no, I don't think it's ever going to happen. Let me.
While we're talking about the press conference, and then I'll move off it, just as a matter of interest, why did you feel the need to dress the way you dressed, as opposed to wearing your normal uniform or a suit?
As I said, Honourable Member, when I was talking to the members before, that as things were building up, as we're assessing what is happening and assessing the danger that we are facing, I then engage, and most those behind me are task force members.
Yes.
So I started to engage them, and I said, I think there's some kind of a takeover of government that is happening. When people want to control security cluster, they are going to take over government. And we reached a stage where we must face an enemy head on. So let's communicate a message directly and indirectly. So I asked the National Commissioner for permission to dress like that, and he gave me permission to. I still had my uniform anyway. So that's why we put it on.
Okay, I'm sure you're entitled to wear it. Why did you think that there was some force trying to take over South Africa?
Yeah, we knew from analysis that we're seeing that once General Spear ascended to the position of the head of the police, with the relationship that he has with other key players within the security cluster, from intelligence to the NPA to presiding officers, some within judiciary, it is easy then for them to drive the country towards where they want. But what is a force behind them are these people that are controlling money. And the biggest pain on the people controlling money are within this drug business. That was a painful thing. And maybe members don't know, once you control the security cluster, you take over the country.
Yes,
that's where we were going. That's what we're seeing happening.
So I assume that you don't have to do it now, but I assume that you can prove these connections between General Sabia, the NPA, and the judiciary.
Well, Honourable Member, you know the court processes about the admissibility of evidence. There are things that you can be able to admit in court, but the things that might be factually there, but are not admissible in court. A typical example. If I were to come to you as a prosecutor and say, I've intercepted this communication between this one and that one, I've got this record of this one and that one, bank movements of money and so forth. The first question you're going to ask me, how did you access it?
Certainly.
Exactly. So for that, you might not accept it in court because of that. But it does not necessarily mean it's not happening.
No, that's true.
There's a typical thing that we have. We can prove things to you on facts, but might not necessarily be admissible in court of law. But because it's things that we have to go beyond the normal way of gathering evidence, because of the enemy we see before us, we had to gather information in that fashion. People were recorded, and they were, while they're talking to each other, photos were taken, and so forth.
Are you saying that you gathered evidence illegally?
We got that evidence through intelligent means.
Yes, that's an answer to the question. In your view, General, what are the changes and reforms that are immediately essential in the police and in the wider criminal justice system to correct the trajectory of the police and the criminal justice system?
Honorable member, when I appeared here before, I raised something that majority of members seems to be warming up to it, except one member, Honorable Julius Malema, also not totally objecting, but he said we still debate. This country is big. The Constitution written gives the powers to one person to be responsible for your safety in the country. That is this big. To the extent that all the powers are centralized at the head office, that on its own increases the risk that this country is facing, what we are talking about today. I might not be in a good position to say you must devolve this from the national office to the provincial office, but it is my own conclusion that we have to, or government must look at this monster of an organization and do benchmark internationally. There are many countries that don't have the size that we have. One person overseeing almost 200,000 people. I don't think it's good. That's why there's going to be shortfall. There's going to be a lot of shortfalls in between. Performance will be compromised, and then infiltration of the bad people will happen because there's not close supervision. Yes, we might trust all these managers that we've employed, but there's going to be problems that we have. So for me, I feel we might want to look at the risk mitigation measures against what we've seen that has happened or almost happened. Because if we have a wrong person as the head of this organization, a wrong person as the head of DPCI, a wrong person as the head of crime intelligence, then we are doomed.
Yes, I agree with you on that point. Now, your contract, whether you're aware of it or not, is, according to the newspapers, about to be extended for another 5 years. How do you, if it is extended, how do you propose to use this platform to effect the changes that you want to see done? How are you going to do that?
Honorable member, I'm a provincial commissioner now. If I'm going to be one next month, I will still be one. But the provincial commissioner is given powers by the Constitution. And the Constitution says this person must account to the provincial executive. But at this present moment, there is not a direct accounting to the provincial government. I inform them as and when they need to know. They can't hold me accountable for anything. The fact that the citizens elevate this leadership in a province to be in charge, and the citizen says health, safety, social, and everything that we need to be provided with education. When it comes to security, there's limitation that that executive in that provincial government can do. Whereas the Constitution says that provincial government must contribute to the appointment of these men and women to be a provincial commissioner. It ends there. Be part of the appointment, but when it comes to the accounting part, they are not involved. I think that's part of the problems. I might be a provincial commission, wish that I can do A to Z, but I've got so much limitations that I cannot do it. So most look at this present moment. We have vacancies. I've said before, I cannot appoint a brigadier in the police. In my own province, I cannot. I must write to my colleague at the head office and seek permission. My colleagues will advertise when he or she feels like, and will bring the approval to me. I do shortlisting. I send the names to them for verification. And they decide to approve or not approve the shortlist. They bring them to me. I do the interviews. I submit 3 names recommended. Doesn't matter how best is this one. But if they feel because of the color of the skin, equity or otherwise, we take number 3.
Sure.
It doesn't matter how I feel about it. Number 3 is going to be appointed in that position. So these are all the limitations that the provincial commissioner has. While you want to make a difference, but there's this limitation which I've engaged with the provincial executive. I've been talking to the police management that please devolve some level of authority or powers to the provincial office so that it's a provincial commissioner with a provincial government that might say we have a problem in that place. We need a police station there. That the provincial commissioner doesn't have to write to the head office to ask for that police station to be there. He can just create that structure, obvious following the prescripts that are there. So those are limitations that if I were to be still granted the opportunity to be a provincial commissioner, I will still cry for. Because it doesn't have that you have the rank, the title, but no authority.
Okay, then there's another story during the rounds that I must have misunderstood somehow. There's a suggestion that you are suggesting that there was a sort of a second shadow government somewhere in waiting, the union building somewhere on a farm. Did you discuss that? And if so, what is that about?
What I said in the past, honorable member, is that there was a gentleman that was very big in the taxi business. He's late now. He had a game farm in north of Pretoria. Talk about taxi bosses, talk about business people, very prominent one. Talk about politicians, very prominent one. Will all make a turn in that place. I had conducted a peace talk in KZN on the taxes. He came there. I think he did not appreciate what I said in that meeting. When he left, I had this thing from people that are close to him. One of them is this Sergeant Nkosi, because he grew up with him there. He was his father. Where this man says, I want Mkhwanazi to come to the farm. If you can't bring Mkhwanazi to the farm, that means you don't have control over Mkhwanazi. Because he believed that if you come to the farm, it's a sign of respect to him. So everyone, that means they walk into that farm or drive into that farm, they are subjecting themselves to his authority. So this person was that powerful, that man. So many people were associated with him. That's why I'm saying there was that parallel kind of managing the country that was run in a farm. And there are many people of his, some of them brought us here today that were attending this gathering. So that's why I'm saying the majority of the politicians know him very well. And so he goes, he passes on, other people want to take over from him. So that's why we had to stop. General Sibiya says at one stage, communicating to Matlala, that I don't have anyone else to look after me except you, Matlala. Mswati is gone. So when you have a general saying that, he's handing himself over to Ken Matlala by that communication. It's a worry. It tells you that we were almost having a problem. But it's something that was there for many years.
Okay, we keep hearing about the Big Five cartel. So now we know that at least Katie Molefe and Kat Matlala are apparently members of the cartel, and you today told us about Mr. Motsumai or Mr. Motsuma, who I assume is a member of the cartel. And we don't know who the others are. But what is being done to apprehend these people and stop this cartel business?
There's serious investigation underway, honorable member. That's why we're fighting for that counterintelligence to be allowed to continue to work. Under your supervision, of course, so that they don't abuse whatever they are doing themselves. But that's what we wanted them to be allowed to do because they cracked that investigation and they're running with it. And I might just say before everyone here that I might not disclose everything before the ad hoc committee because of the investigation. But the one famous person that is known as Vusmu's Cat Matlala, he was placing himself, he was trying to replace one of the big five. But he was actually a proxy of one of them before. So in this scheme of things of the big five, he's nothing. He's a non-starter. So he's a small fish in a pond.
Not sure he'd be happy to hear that, but.
Yeah, he knows it himself. He knows it himself. They are big bras that generals are afraid to call their names about.
Now, you say you removed General Sentimela at Crime Intelligence. Was that while you were acting commissioner?
That's correct.
And that's why you had the power to do it?
That's correct.
Where did you move her to?
I sent it to HRU, Human Resource Utilization.
See. But after that, she became the head of many different departments.
Yeah, that's correct. She came from into the crime intelligence as a brigadier. From there, she went to DPCI as a major general, and shortly after that, back to crime intelligence. I sent her to HR. Next thing, she got promoted and became a divisional commissioner of crime detection. And next thing, she's an acting national commissioner, or she's a deputy national commissioner.
And why did you only remove her when crime intelligence was and is still
I must be honest.
driven with corruption?
I must be honest, I could only deal with senior management. So I removed all of them. But I must say, not all of them were removed because they did wrong. It was a temporal arrangement to make sure that investigation is done without being compromised. And one of them, who was a good man at crime intelligence, was General Henkel. He was among those people that are temporarily placed out. But when General Pierre came and played security clearance, and General Stolle was investigating, he came to me when I was kept at home. I said to General Stolle, Ngobo does not have powers to remove General Henkel permanently because it was temporal. Number one, he's an acting divisional commissioner of intelligence. He's got no powers to move someone to another division without the division receiving. That's one. Two, Ngobo himself has got no security clearance. So how can you not have a security clearance and you want to remove someone else that has one? Because you're alleging that he received it fraudulently. So the road continued at the time when Jarapia came. It just went on. Ngobo came, did his things. Myself, Kumalo, we became a target of state security and SSA because it was alleged at the time that we were keeping this very secret document that was going to compromise the former President Zuma at the time. So we were enemies of intelligence community from that time.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair.
Is it your next, Honorable Kolapanat?
Thank you, Chair. General, yeah, that were Chris Nkobo, as I recall, was found to have I did try and tell General Piecha, but she chose to ignore the information. And of course, it was found out he had a fraudulent matric certificate. So he was booted out. I'm right, yes?
I heard about that, yes.
Yeah, so that was a catastrophe waiting to happen. And no, he had no power to do any of what he tried to do. I absolutely agree with you that the policing powers should be devolved to the provinces. It's ridiculous that you aren't able to appoint who you wish to or need to or are experienced with. And that goes for all the provinces. So yes, I agree. It's this monolith where even the basics have to be ordered from one central entity. It can take months to get toilet paper to a station. I mean, it's a ridiculous situation. I think my honourable member next door has dealt with the big five that have been referred to over and over and over the last forever. The 360 million rand Medicare 24 contract, it's particularly strange to me that 1 minute the SAPS is accepting donations of bar fridges from Kat Matlala via General Sentimela. Mule, and she claimed here before us that Major General Tema, is it? Tema?
Tema, yeah.
Tema suggested that she should approach him, which she then did for the donation to the SAPS. And it was astounding to me. I asked her over and over, surely it was clear to her that Kat Matlala was deeply involved in serious criminal activities, specifically as a tenderpreneur linked to organized crime, contract killings. And as everyone knows, around May last year, he was arrested for allegedly masterminding a botched hit on his former partner, the actress. But she approached him for a donation the year before. And even then he had a long history of arrests dating back to 2000, including a 2001 conviction for burglary. And then, of course, came the 2025 arrest, the tender business. I mean, it was all out there. He was firmly established as a major criminal suspect. And I asked her, don't you look into someone before asking donations of them? How many times must a person be arrested before the SAPS distances themselves from him or her? And her answer was basically, oh, my bad. I was gobsmacked. It really shocked me. How does that sort of thing happen within the SAPS?
Well, it's a deliberate. We tend to profile. Part of the donation process in the police is that you have to follow the process where you ask to accept a donation, and the person that is providing donation to you gets profiled as to who the person is, what business interest he has, the criminal status, and so forth, before the approval for you to accept the donation is made. So when you were told by senior managers that they received this donation and later they discover that the person is like this, the question is then, what was the procedure followed in receiving the donation from the beginning? Because if the procedure was not followed, they will definitely not know about CAT. But the procedure was followed for that person to be profiled prior to accepting a donation, you were not going to miss it.
I must say I was facetious. I told her that Google was her best friend. It was inconceivable to me. You did say earlier that you removed her. I figured it had to be when you were the acting National Police Commissioner.
Yes.
But if she was removed from there, why wasn't she removed from the SAPS altogether? Of course, that would have prevented the 360 million rand tender drama.
When I removed the honorable member, I appointed Jaron Munu to conduct investigation at crime intelligence. But before things were finalized, Jaron Pierre came into position. So I then had to go and sit at home for a year. Jaron Pierre then ran the organization.
I'm sure you know well my opinion of that particular lady. Mr. Komotso Patlane came before us a number of times, in fact, having been dismissed from the SAPS and having a number of losses in court. He still professes his innocence. He lost his Labour Court appeal to overturn his 2020 firing, being found guilty of dishonest conduct. The courts confirmed he intentionally or negligently failed to implement the 46 million rand contract for forensic cameras. That led to a 24 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure. He faces various criminal charges in the High Court of fraud, corruption, money laundering related to multi-million rand police tenders. Now, there are links to criminal masterminds and missing police funds. Your opinion on the matter, is he a victim or is he a criminal?
Well, if the court arrests you and they convict you, then you can call it criminal. He has not been convicted, but he's been arrested. A lot of the things that have been alleged are worrying. But from my little corner, on some of the observations that I've made, there were question marks. There were indeed question marks. Yes, I was worried about how IP and Paul O'Sullivan came about these investigations that they did, which was to me a breach of security from the police or security of the country for a person private like Paul O'Sullivan to get to know about the construction structures of someone's property. However, I'm a policeman. Not to expect everyone to earn the same as I earn. Other people will have other source of income. But when you start seeing your colleagues to live a certain lifestyle, you begin to wonder what leads into this. And I'll give an example. I remember that part of my discovery, I had gone to a BMW in Montana. I bought an X5 and I was paying installment of that X5. They still gave me a discount, I think close to 100,000 rand, but it was still expensive monthly payment. A month or so later, a colleague of mine, we are sitting and talking. She tells me that her car was damaged and is sitting on bricks. She's not able to service it. So I asked her, why don't you service the car? Because there's insurance. She said, no, I can't sell the insurance because I'm a single parent. I can't afford. I just bought a house that cost 3 million rand, which also raised my eyes. I said, you're a single parent, 3 million rand house, how do you afford it? Because I can't afford it. I'm married, my wife is giving me some money also, but we can't afford that lifestyle. So this one says, I can't fix my car. I think almost 2 months later, the generals are fighting in front of me. I don't know the reason for the fight. So when I went deeper to try and establish, I discovered that this one who said cannot afford to fix a car, she now drives an X5. So where does the X5 come from? The X5s come from the same garage where I bought mine, but was given for free. Allegations. And I'm asking, but why would a person get the X5 for free? What did you do? Then I discovered as they were talking that it was a kickback from the purchase of the fleet of the VIP, the BMWs that you see for the VIPs. The modus operandi in the police, what I gather is that we hold the money back because we have a contract, Treasury negotiates a contract with different companies to buy cars. And we must buy from the manufacturers of cars, not from a dealer on the corner of the street. But when you go to the manufacturer of the car and you want to buy, and the manufacturer says, I don't have the cars on my floor, then that manufacturer must refer you to a dealer that has the type of a car. But there must be a letter. Then you go to the dealer, you say, I want to get this car, that's how you buy it. But you don't buy it direct from a dealer because it's not registered on a central database. You then need to get a person who's registered on the central database. So there's this gentleman who's registered on the central database. The person stands on standby. A dealer in Montana goes to BMW South Africa and order 50 plus X5s and put them in a basement in his garage and don't sell them. The police, PSS, wants to buy a fleet of cars because you've changed the ministers and so forth. We need new cars. There's budget. We go to BMW, we say, BMW, we want to buy cars. BMW says, X5s are not made in South Africa. We don't have them yet. We have to import them. But because you need them now, they check on the system and say, that dealer in Montana has the fleet. They give you the letter. You take the letter, you don't go to BMW, you go to this guy on standby who's a service provider who's registered on a database. We say, place an order, we need 50 X5s. This guy goes to BMW, he collects these 50 cars and he gives it to you, you pay him. That's how, in return, the dealer releases an additional car as a bonus to whoever that facilitated the deal. So the purchases of these cars that come as a fleet towards the end of the year, over many years, have been systematically ordered in that fashion and there's kickbacks coming out of it.
What have you done about it?
So it's something that I picked up. Remember, I'm not part of this procurement, and I picked up there's something like this. And then I raised the colleague and said, but you need to open cases if there's something like this. But when the case, I'm told, landed in court, which some of my colleagues that you spoke about are in court today, I was happy. And one of the officials said, but we need that dealer. Because I confronted the dealer when I went to him. I said, you sell me a car, and I must pay so much installment, but you give my colleague a car for free. How is it possible? He was angry with me. There was a lockdown in 2020. The first opening of international travel, that gentleman sold his company. He was on the first flight out of South Africa to Canada. He's in Canada this week.
So he knew you were.
So it's a syndicate that has been running for that long. So that's what I'm saying now. When you start seeing colleagues living in a certain lifestyle,
You know.
Mkhwanazi driving a car that is installment of 20,000 rand. He stays in a house that installment is 20,000 rand. Children goes to school where the school fees is more than 10,000 rand. How much does Mkhwanazi get? These are the questions that
That's why we've called for lifestyle audits over and over.
long overdue.
Yeah. Look, if we're taking a more global view, is it possible that the batches of drugs and weapons that go missing from the SAPs virtually in every province are part of a system run by a particular individual or a group of individuals pulling the strings and with deep internal knowledge of the SAPs and their activities nationwide? They know when they're going to pounce on a huge drug haul or whichever. And as you said previously, some of it then disappears. And are they not perhaps linked to global syndicates? Now, there are, of course, global syndicates running drugs, child trafficking, prostitution, CRT heists, kidnappings everywhere. They're earning a fortune and they pay for equipment that can basically leave any police service in the world in the dust. They are that powerful. They can fly in under the radar, fly out, drop off, pick up children, off they go. It's happening globally. Is it possible that our problems are linked to those?
It's an intentional problem. You're correct, Honorable Member. Our people in the country and in different provinces, these big five we're talking about is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
There are big boys out there that have not been spoken about. Some of them in Cape Town, some of them in KZN and many other places, different races that are running these operations. The modus operandi is to import these things into the country. Majority of the time, they come under goods that have been imported and they get a lift from the container of a legitimate business that brings things in. Because so that when it's checked, you can be discovered. What is strange always amazes me, and I ask a question, I don't get answers. When you hear from the members of both DPCI and Crime Intelligence telling you that we have an information of a shipment, they travel from Pretoria to Durban and they identify a container. And indeed, in that container, there's drugs. How did they know about it? They'll tell you a source from abroad. Those are the questions. But they don't just say, we've identified Mkhwanazi, we leave you the container and they leave. No, they don't do that. They say, we've identified the container, we take it, we go to a police station, we book it in as SAP13, we book it out immediately, we put it in our cars, we drive with it to Pretoria. Yeah. So what's happening in between that? So I've raised these things as a problem. That's why the NSHACOM is looking at the methodology of making sure things like drugs, when you find the drugs, you must destroy it almost immediately. But with there to be legislation amendments with NPA on that regard.
I'm still trying to work out who and which police officers were the ones who, during the riots in around eThekwini, went to the harbor, ordered them to pull down a container. There was 3 containers up, and to drop it in an empty room and then leave. And of course, it was filled with ammunition and it was then looted. And I know full well there was a truck offloading boxes of ammunition into the Lacey Road settlement. I told both police stations, to the left and to the right, I had people watching. Neither of them arrived. Nothing happened. So someone is running something. And they were running that, and it's hugely concerning because nobody, it seems, has ever been arrested for doing that from within the SAPS.
A part of the problem, Honourable Member, I will not know exactly how it came about, but part of the problem, provincial commissioners, Honourable Bredenbach said, what will you do as a provincial commissioner? I don't control the borders as a provincial commissioner. They are controlled by the division at the head office. But what I was told is that, and which I learned later, Durban Port, as you see it, it's not like the precinct of this parliament where you have the gate entrance, then you are in a precinct. When you leave this gate, you are outside. The Port of Durban is not like that. Yes, there are control gates to come in, but the storage of the cargo that is still under customs is kept outside the premises, offsite. So that container is one of those that came in and moved from the ship to the truck. The truck took it to a warehouse that is outside the premises of the port. It was kept there. So when that looting then happens, the opening of it, someone knew that there's ammunition in it. They would not have guessed that container out of thousands of them. But there are many containers that are still under customs that have not been cleared. In other ways, they're still within the port. They've not been released. But in the true sense of things, they are not in the port. They are sitting 5-10 kilometers out of the port.
Are you satisfied that you have sufficient evidence against Lieutenant General Shadrach Sibiya to have him arrested, charged?
From what the case I opened in KZN, I'm confident with that. And from what I gather from the team working in Gauteng, there's quite good information that they have already.
In your opinion, did the Minister of Police, Senzo Mkhunu, commit a crime? What crime would that be? Was his order to disband the BKTT illegal in terms of the law?
From me as a complainant, it was illegal in terms of the law,
What law?
defeating the edge of justice. It is action that led into what transpired after that affected the investigations in KZN.
You have spoken out about investigations probing a specific trust account belonging to Minister Mkhwanazi in order to identify the source of the funds. What is that about? Is the investigation part of a broader inquiry into allegations of corruption and whether the minister, he is still a minister, I think, has links to criminal syndicates or tender tycoons, and how far along is the investigation? As someone, well, you say there are criminal charges. You know, as a parliamentary committee sitting here, these members do not have forensic audit capabilities. I know you would like to think that we do, but we don't. We're not SAPS members. And if there are investigations, criminal investigations, they have to be done by you, not by members of parliament. So what is the status of the matter that's being investigated about him?
Although without getting much into details, I remember, and I'm talking not necessarily directly on that investigation, but from the information I'm getting, a briefing from the colleagues, is that part of why we end up talking about the trust fund account is because it extracted from the communication from the Matlalas and the other people about having moved money into a trust fund, BMWs and the likes. That's what made us to be aware that it's a trust fund. We didn't know that. It comes from communication. We didn't communicate everything that we've received from the communication. So there are typical things that also you'll know about, honorable members, which I will want you to probe. We are talking about the lifestyle audit. A chief of staff gets appointed in August, somewhere about. Before December, he drives a Viano Mercedes-Benz and he stays in a 5-point-something million rand property, and. How does he afford that lifestyle? The information I'm getting is that there was a big tender that was contested in the water affairs in KZN, Guinea Water, which ordinarily the highest bidder was supposed to be 5 billion rand, but that highest bidder lost the tender because the one that won a tender came at 7.2 billion rand. So it's some of the things that members should not just let it loose and must be able to check it up. That how is it possible that some things like this can just happen?
And finally, please put something to bed for me. There are seemingly endless complaints from members of KZN SAPS, not crime intelligence, SAPS members, saying they have to repair their own cars, buy their own tires, literally feed their own detainees because there's no budget. We all know that SAP's budget is massive, massive, massive. Is it not going down to the provinces? I mean, there's obviously, they make claims, oh, but you take all the budget and send it to the PKTT. So there's a lot of envy there. So is it true? Isn't it true? Why is the budget not hitting the ground at station level below that?
Honorable member, I'm glad you're asking the question. As yourself being at a committee and also as a police portfolio committee, it's one of those questions that you can formally ask me to respond to on my official capacity, where I give you a breakdown of the entire budget of the SAPS in KZN, how the money is being spread. The person heading my finance is Brigadier Mutley, and I think she's doing a wonderful job in managing the budget on our behalf. The garage problems remain the biggest sore point for us. There's a shortage of artisans. There's a shortage of equipment in the garage, but then there's also corruption within. So you'll have a vehicle that should be serviced in the garage and come out, but that vehicle is not serviced in the garage. It gets referred to an outside person. Some of them are foreign nationals. And this outside person is contracted by a company that has been employed and given a contract to service cars for us. So the car is there. Some of these officials might be involved in servicing that car. Eventually, the car comes back in and is fixed, and it goes. A month later, it comes back. Then you ask yourself a question. When it leaves and it comes back a month later, what is the problem? Diagnosis is done, and they give you a different problem on the car. So every time the police car comes to the garage and it leaves, it leaves with another problem. So it's a system internally that is not working. So for us to correct that, we need to have these in-house services, cameras every corner of that property, so that nobody goes in with things and go out with things. perhaps we might start seeing cars being repaired properly. The parts, vehicle parts that are being procured, being safely stored in those places. If we run our garages, proposal I made to management at one stage was that if we're employing Mr. Arendse to be a service provider, we must say, Mr. Arendse, we're giving you a contract of servicing cars. In your garage, you're going to service our vehicles for this period of a year. No other car goes into your garage. So that is held accountable for cars coming in, get service, and they leave, and the quality of those cars. He then be accountable for that. At this present moment, what we do in our contract, we give him a contract, but it goes and outsourced to other people.
Outsources.
And when it's outsourced, those people will strip, send a quotation. Quotation comes in this amount, sometimes inflated. And when it's inflated, the budget is not there to pay for that part, which becomes part of the problem. So there's a whole garage management that needs to be addressed in the South African Police Service. Again, honorable members, that these things are centralized at national office. Be it a
I saw-
contract, be it
yeah.
everything is centralized.
I saw it happening. It started, I think, under Ria Piecha. There was a person who'd supplied SAP's tires nationally. The system was working. The tender had to then be reapplied. He put in his tender. It was low. It was, we knew he had the ability, but in fact was ignored and went down to the third chosen tender of two gentlemen who had no factory, no background, no ability, and she ensured it went to them, as I recall. And of course, anyone trying to challenge something for not receiving the correct tender result, they have billions of rands against their own kitty, and they just end up backing off and leaving. And that was, I think, one of the starts of the dramas that has ended up with these vehicles who sit around month after month, even years, not serviced, gathering dust.
Yeah, it's that problem, I remember, and plus a problem of a police officer as a driver. The way we drive a state vehicle, we don't drive it the way we drive our own cars.
No.
We don't even respect a speed hump on the road on a police car, but we respect a speed hump with our own cars. So what do we expect when the car is driven like that? It's going to break. A lot of things are going to be damaged because of how we're handling it. We want to punish a police officer. We still, to date, the risk of the organization don't have any employment condition that compels a police officer to drive a car.
Or to have a state license.
Yeah.
License. A lot of them just don't bother.
They might have license, but they say, I don't touch a state car.
Yes.
So pretty soon, we'll have cars parked and nobody drives them.
Some
Because
stations too.
on an employment condition is not a compulsory thing to have. So those are some of the things that one talks about, which is a risk to the organization. But yeah, we hope management.
Powers were devolved to the regions, to the provinces, you would be able to deal with situations like that. Exactly. Thank you, Chair. Hello, sir. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, I was
shocked.
No, you are exactly on the dot. It's now 5:30.
Thank you.
It's already at 5 minutes past. So your 25 minutes have ended. Honorable Matthys.
Don't have any questions, Chair. I'm joking. Imagine us not having questions. Good afternoon again, Lieutenant General.
Good evening.
We wrote to the President to respond to some questions that have arisen through our proceedings, and he's responded. And in particular, he responded to our question regarding the disbandment of the PKTT. I'm not sure if you've been privy to it, because you seem to be privy to a lot of things.
No, I have not seen that response yet.
But anyway, the President indicated in his response that he was not aware of the Minister's directive to disband PKTT. He did not agree with the view that the IMC had ceased to exist in the sixth administration. And President Ramaphosa further stated that the Minister was unaware of, or was aware rather, of this position, and he did not support the conclusion, the conclusion that the PKTT was operating unlawfully. And pretty much you are saying he did not endorse the decision to disband it.
And he indicated also that as late as February 2025, the PKTT was still continuing to do its work and had not been formally disbanded. And that was according to his knowledge. So this evidence differs very greatly to what Minister Mkhwanazi told us, because he said that the president had supported his decision. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, but not too long, please.
Okay,
Lieutenant General.
honorable chair and members, I can still repeat.
Mhm.
The minister Mkhwanazi was influenced to write that letter by bad people. He must admit. If he doesn't admit before South Africans, he must admit at least to his boss. He was influenced. That which he presented here was trying to justify the actions, but he was influenced.
So we pushed him, because that brings me to the next question. We pushed him on that, and I'm sure you watched his testimony, and he was very clear that it was his own decision, and that he has taken responsibility for it. So do you have any other supporting evidence that he told the committee that it was his decision? So you saying your view is that he was pushed. Besides you having a view, do you have any concrete or evidence that can, or where we can go to get that information that he was pushed?
Well, when you assess the relationship that he has built with these people and the meetings that he's held, I mean, Jeremy Sikit at one stage, she writes about how the minister was talking about the border issues and transferring of functions to the BMA. This is Mosikiti saying that. I was not in those meetings. So, but when you assess all these activities that were happening, then you cannot help but to reach a conclusion that these three things listed in the letter were not coincidental. They were strategically decided upon on the 31st of December, when a national commission is on leave, that it must be commissioned like that. The worry biggest one for me is that now this thing has come out. Now there's search and seizure of these equipment, these gadgets that they used. Then the minister does not avail himself. The team was sitting at his property at Matlambandov. The team told me that we know he's inside there. Can we jump and go in or break this case? I said, leave him. There's no need for you to break in and go and do anything, because you're going to cause a problem. Eventually later, he brought these gadgets. But guess what? They are wiped off. And the team had to then go deeper to to retrieve this that has been deleted. They uncovered these things that were deleted. So you then ask yourself a question, but why would a minister wipe off information from a state property? What is there to hide? So it is those things, and one of the things I said there, that it was Vusi Pikoli that he communicated with. And we are not seeing to date any communication between him and Vusi Pikoli on the day. What we have is between him and the chief of staff, on record from the downloads that were retrieved. So again, it's the work study documents, the cost factor has been disputed, but the CFO and the investigating work study officers were not invited here, but National Commission says it was written to him, this work study, not to the minister. The Act does not empower the minister to interfere with the structures of the police and so forth. So there's so many things been presented here before this ad hoc committee that proves the minister's reasoning that he put in, it was after he's taken a decision, trying to justify. One of them was the president. President has distanced himself. So we can't help but conclude. For me, where I'm sitting, he might have been part of the squad that was doing bad, but I still strongly believe, I give him the benefit of doubt, that the minister was influenced. Being new in the department, doesn't understand much, like many leaders, they get captured by these members and they make them to do things that they shouldn't do.
So we wouldn't at this stage have access to the messages that were downloaded on his gadgets?
Well, most of them are with the team that's investigating in KZN.
Okay.
That is dealing with the case, and I know in Gauteng as well. But
So
KZN is the one that is, I'm sure, through the
And
engagement.
who's in charge there at KZN? Would we be able to access that?
There's a
Part of our
Brigadier
deliberations.
Gnane is a lead investigator, but he works with the prosecutors from the NPA in KZN. So, as I said, I'm a complainant, so I don't get deeper into understand exactly. They just brief me. I talk about things when they update me about the status. But otherwise, I don't necessarily know what they do and where are they with the key. I would have wanted them to be in court in December already, but they have not been in court.
So I think just as far as our legal team and evidence leaders, perhaps we should look into if we can access that, Chair. Thank you. We want to move on to the movement of dockets because I'm just a tad confused here. So when you were here the last time, you said you only found out about the dockets when they were already moved, right? And then, let me just open this thing that's just closed. When they were already moved. So we've had the National Commissioner, we've had Kamalo, Lieutenant General Kamalo, even Stabia and Sentimule say that they did not communicate with you regarding the movement of the dockets. And I might have misunderstood what you had said earlier, Lieutenant General. Did you know about the move that the dockets were gone, or you only knew they were gone after they had already left?
I became aware when Jarrison Tumule called me and tell me that dockets are in Pretoria and you need to come to KZN.
Okay, so it was how I understood it. We still don't have an explanation, and none of them could give us an explanation, and including you. Why would your team not tell you that they were moving the dockets, including Kamalo?
General Kumalo, I said before, and I'm saying again, I was upset with him because the team was reporting to him on the chain of command. So the team was not talking to me directly on day-to-day. They'll talk via him to come to me, updates and everything. When I want to engage with the team, I go via him. So when he felt this pressure in the head office, I think he felt that they might as well just comply with this thing now, Sentumul and them are involved. And he forgot, he omitted to talk to me about it. So when I became aware, I told him to give me a statement to explain that. And he knows that I was very upset with him, what he did.
So even none of the members in your team knew that the files, or rather the dockets, were going, even to just even send you a message to say, hey, Chief, they're coming to take these dockets?
Well, we have not built that relationship of the members that are going to bypass a common structure and talk to someone else.
So
So
you're very
they,
disciplined like that.
yeah, well, that's why they've been successful in what they're doing, because they follow the protocols that we've established. So, and we try to support them, we can. But they are free to talk about grievances that they have. But on work-related matters, even if they need resources, that's why at one stage I took vehicles that were reserved for the king. Because they did not have cars, I took those cars that were parked and gave it to them to work with.
Just to touch on just quickly, because this is based on your first testimony and what we've had later on from other testimonies. So you know that both Honorable Collard Barnard and Honorable Adams have been witnesses here. When you gave testimony here before, you were very firm that if you continued being pushed, that you can come with more receipts. Do you still hold that view about our members of parliament being involved?
Yes, I can. I remember. That's why I said before, that when I spoke today, that our political leaders become victims themselves because of intelligence. So as much as the members might think good, I spoke about Mr. Adams was here. He might think he's doing what is good for what he's doing, not knowing that he's actually been used to do wrong. So the evidence then is left behind that, okay, this one did this one did that. That's why I cited some examples about Mr. Adams, how he ended up at the prison in Devon, police officers that were part of it, the blue light motorcades and so. It's evidence that we did not present before the ad hoc committee, which we can present if we are pushed to do that.
So do you maintain that both the members of parliament that we had as witnesses, they were just being used unknowingly and they were not deliberately part of any sinister activities?
I like all the ones that we mentioned, Mr. Adams, Ms. Collard Barnard, and everyone else. They receive information from intelligence that tells them about things, and then they take a responsibility of acting on it without realizing what is the ultimate motive. That's why I said earlier, a member is released by court with a bail condition that says go back to work. But the members of crime intelligence calls the honorable member and say, these members are not supposed to be here. What happens after that? The honorable member writes, she takes a post of saying that National Commission, that means is violating the law. When the response comes, she only learned later, that time, that, oh, these members were wrong. But it's after the fact. At that time, when she made that noise, guess what happened? The National Commission removed the general from crime intelligence at that time because of that noise. He removed that person and said, okay, go and sit somewhere else until the dust settles before we bring it back. Well, some of the things that the members are going to talk about are legit. They are wrong things we're doing. But let me give a classic example against about the same general we're talking about. He was arrested twice for different cases. The latter one was with the crime intelligence team about the appointment. But the first one, he was alone on some questionable behavior that he had. But when the members are making noise about that, I cannot say they are wrong because must be answers. I also had question marks about it. I said, how do you interact like this that leads into such thing? But such must be separated. You understand? You mustn't say because this one is wrong here, it means it's wrong everywhere. So it is that which members get caught. They get caught into such things. Surely, Mr. Adams, I don't think he even knew where the offices of the Inspector General of Intelligence is situated.
So
I don't think he knows where Orlando is. If it was not the members that drove him to get there.
but you maintain that they're not intentionally involved.
I
They've
agree.
just been used. So what I'm trying to say is that they get information and they act on it. So it's not that they're involved in setting up.
No, not in the planning.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
they become
That's what I
enablers.
want to know. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same approach as said about the minister.
All
They
right.
become enablers of the people who are doing wrong
That's
by
what-
using
okay.
them.
So they're not involved in the planning of whatever is going on.
I
behind
don't
the scenes.
believe, we don't have
Or you
evidence to
don't think-
prove that
okay.
they're part of the planning
All
to
right.
some degree.
So that clarifies a lot. Honorable Adams, from what you know, is he under surveillance?
I'm not at crime intelligence, so I'd rather not talk
But
about.
you know things.
Yes, I do, but I can't talk about the
you can't
operations
tell
of
us. Okay.
intelligence.
And then you said he got blue lights. Who from who?
I think there was an abuse of resources at the time by the member, which was facilitated by a police officer for that matter, for him to land in Durban,
Who was the police officer? Do you
a
know?
cousin of Robert McBride, who is a police officer in KZN, who arranged with Mr. McBride to be picked up by Metro Police from the airport and driven on blue light
Metro Police.
into the prison. And he arrives there, he signed as a member of parliament. The prison believes that he's on an official duties and he leaves with blue lights back again to the airport.
So how can we get confirmation about this besides you telling us this?
I have
Can
it
we
in
write
black and
to
white.
Metro-
I have
Beg your pardon?
statements, I have entry into the prison, I have statements of the members that drove him.
Okay, we know that he went there because that's not disputed. I'm talking about the blue lights.
There's statements on that already.
Sworn
There's a
statement.
criminal case open against Mr. Adams. Because honorable chair members, and again, what became known, what made Merit House and many people start making noise, including Honorable Adams, about PKTT and the case of Cindy Somagado. The obsession with General Kumalo and wanting to manipulate that everything is about General Kumalo, that blinded them. Kumalo arrested the criminals that killed Makata, that planned and organized and killed Makata. He arrested them. Kumalo discovered that the resources that were used came from crime intelligence. A parallel investigation is running for that purpose. But Kumalo is blamed for the death of Makata. So because their members are trying to drive a different narrative. So, and then the member of parliament, Mr. Adams, doesn't pause to analyze this. Had he done that, he was going to get the facts and be able to realize that I'm now interfering with the police operation by going to this criminal that is convicted and getting some statements and trying to paint a different picture. So these are just but one example of many of those instances.
So just on the blue lights again, You said that you've got a sworn statement.
That's correct.
So is there anything else? Because Lieutenant General, the number of sworn statements we have here with one person saying the sky was blue on Sunday and another one saying it was orange on Sunday at 12 o'clock. It's going to blow our heads off when we go into deliberations. So is there anything else that we can access or you have access to?
Well, these statements I'm talking about are part of the criminal investigation. So I won't be able to bring it here. They're in a docket, but I was briefed about it.
No problem. The apartment you went to at the Pearls, whose apartment is it?
Well, I think the person that assessed me to go, I won't give his name, but he was renting that apartment himself.
So why didn't you meet at the Oyster Box? Because they have meeting rooms there. Why did you decide to go to the
The
Pearls?
plan was to control the space where we're going to meet this guy so that you can be able to dominate what's happening there. You can't go to Oyster Box and sweep.
You mean you?
I beg your pardon?
Who's we? You mean you?
Me and Gerald Kumalo.
Oh, okay.
So we plan it together to say, find a space, a place that no one else can come in so that you can be able to do what we
Were
can
you a
do.
bit nervous or unsure about what would happen?
We already knew who's Kat. So I'm meeting Kat already knowing who is this person you are meeting. So you
So
can
you're
then therefore
prepared.
not risk not to keep records of this meeting because it must build an investigation.
And did you actually record the meeting or you just said it was just sort of because you haven't given us the recording?
Yeah, well, I have not given you a recording, and I'm glad that the meeting, I've explained and I've disclosed the meeting or what was the content of the meeting, and I did not want to take whatever that we did there with intelligence and give it to Parliament. But for me, I was saying to him, I said to him that we dominated the space, so whatever activities that took place in that place, it's not claiming to be drinking. Once a criminal investigation unfolds, there will be evidence on it.
So besides what you told us today about what happened in the meeting and what you had written in the SMS or the message that you sent, there was other stuff that happened that you can't tell us.
No, there's no other stuff. We came in there, we sat and we spoke. It was only about.
And you spoke about what it is you reported to us today. There wasn't anything else.
Everything that we spoke about is what I wrote in that message.
So why wouldn't you give us the recording as well?
No, well, remember, I said some of the things when we do from the intelligence point of view might not necessarily be admissible in any investigation. So the how part and all that is with Gerald Kumalo. So I don't want to, because it is them that had to prepare the room, intelligence to prepare that room for us to meet.
Okay. Why did you believe that Mr. Mkhwanazi needed to be protected? That because you didn't tell us initially about the meeting, why did you think he needed to be protected?
Oh, no, he is the one who said to me, the names that he's giving me are people that are dangerous, and he wouldn't want those names to be known. And he wouldn't want them to know that he's the one that told me about them, because he gave me their properties where they're located. Now I know Steve Motsume stays in Waterfall Estate. Now I know Steve Motsume owned the property there in down Sentin side. I know SB has properties. So the fact that he was disclosing such personal information about the people that, according to him, are heavily involved in the wrong, that they might harm him. That's why I wouldn't have. The only person that I could tell out of that was a team that is investigation. That's why I sent Kumalo, this is information, take it further, which they did. So the only time I'm mentioning this, in actual fact, I remember, I did not even say it in this committee, nor at Matlang. The names of the people and the things that we spoke about, I wrote that to Sinon, and I copied that to the Senior Council. It ended there. But Sinona took it to the Madlanga Commission and was forced to go and pronounce on that.
Why were you confident that he was not managing you? So what if him and Lieutenant General Sabia had plotted? So go and approach Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and then you must give him information, because what we need from him, the most important, or their objective, was that they needed you to intervene on a payment of a tender. So why were you confident that it wasn't them just managing you?
No, the intention of him coming to me was tender. He was
Yeah.
made clear before he even arrives.
Mm.
That he's frustrated with his tender. So I knew that upfront. But our worry was knowing the person that he is. We cannot risk it. Tomorrow I'm going to meet him. He's going to take pictures of that, or someone else in the corner somewhere take pictures of our meeting. And that pictures is used for wrong things. So let's control and dominate the place where we're meeting.
But you're not answering the question, Lieutenant General. Why were you confident that he was not managing you when he was giving you that information, and that him and Lieutenant Sabia were not in cahoots on how they should engage you?
But what I'm saying, I remember, is that right at the onset, the intention of coming to me was because of his frustration with his contract. That one I knew
Yeah,
right at the onset.
right, yeah.
But to make me help him to meet up with Jaron Hall, he's going to give me information. It's the information that I did not trust.
Okay.
It's an information that he was going to give that we were not 100% sure whether he's going to be telling us the honest truth, or he wanted to capture us or me into his web. That's why we said we identify the venue, we dominate the venue, you must come to our place that we are controlling.
Did you threaten Major General Sanoa that you were going to inform Steve, what is it?
Steve Motsumi.
Motsumi, yeah.
I wrote that in a WhatsApp message.
It was only in the message. There was nothing
I
else
never spoke
outside
to
of
him
that.
after that. I was actually making him aware that his friend that he brought to me, he's the one who spoke about the meeting. Now that he had introduced the meeting, the content of the meeting is going to become known. And when it's becoming known, he must not blame me for making it known, because he's the one who introduced the meeting. I did not introduce the meeting.
And what did you know, Steve, or what did you know about Steve at the time when you sent the message to Major General Sanoa?
Well, at the time, I did not know who Steve Motsumi. When he mentioned the name, I just took note of it. I knew Sbia. I didn't know about Steve Motsumi. So when I left that meeting, when I contacted Kumalo, then I discovered that, yes, indeed, he's in the radar. And what I've heard ever since about Steve Motsumi coming out all over, and the silence of the media out there about him, made me believe that perhaps we're on the right path.
I want to go quickly also to just address something that Honorable Adams, your bestie, raised.
It's gone. It's gone.
He's here, don't worry, I'm sure he's here somewhere. Raised.
Yes, sir.
About the crime intelligence property that the PKTT members stay in.
Yes.
Right? Since then, our National Commissioner has responded and said there's crime intelligence properties that have been purchased, it's all above board. But are PKTT members staying in some of these crime intelligence properties?
No, they're not.
They're not.
They're not. And I must also, again, I'm glad Honorable Adams is here. As I said, he also fall victim. He came here, Honorable Adams, and withdrew the statement that he had made against Kumalo when he said the riot in KZN happened as a result of Kumalo failure. He withdrew it. After withdrawing it, when he came here again on Tuesday, he withdrew that withdrawal. He said, no, it was Kumalo. I want to invite all the members to take the Human Rights Commission report.
That's my question.
I want to invite all of you to go and check at the PKTT deployment, the call-up instruction, the paperwork. Who was deployed? Where were they deployed? Where did they stay? So they can see where was Kumalo when the riot happened. That whole period, I said to you, Gerald Chika was the one that was my assistant, was heading intelligence. He retired last year. So he was in charge of intelligence, was a major general. Kumalo only arrived at crime intelligence in 2022. So again, information that was fair to the honorable member, which he came here and he presented his facts. Oyster Box, honorable member. It's a very luxurious hotel in Durban.
I go there.
Very luxury hotel in Durban. And very expensive.
It's only lunch, guys.
There's no way that the police officers can stay there. If you want to prove that, go to Oyster Box and ask them.
I don't sleep there.
Go to Oyster Box and ask them to give you a record. That's a simple thing. Alternatively, the CFO was before this committee. Ask the CFO in black and white to give you entire cost of the PKTT from the first day to the last day. Cost for laundry, cost for accommodation, cost for the SNTs, cost for overtime.
Okay.
It's in black and white, it's accounted for.
Yeah, we do have.
So to simple throw a Beverly Hill, not Beverly Hill, to throw oyster box as if, no, it's not wrong. But what I must qualify then on this one, Honorable Chair and members, is that the CFO is going to cap the money and say you can only sleep at the 800 rand property. When the members are working, they are going to go negotiate sometimes with the service provider and say, you are costing 1,000 rand a night. We're going to pay 800, that's our limit. But we're going to stay here for a month. And with that deal, the owner of the property will say, no, I take that because it's a long stay, guaranteed income. It's fine, we can stay on this discount. So there are properties that members might be staying in. Maybe when you do a research on Google, you might find that the price is beyond 800. But go and check at the expenditure that the state paid for that property. It's as per the approval of the funds. So there's no difference. If Oyster Box had, which I know they didn't, if they had afforded members to stay there and gave them that discount to let them pay it 800 rand, there was not going to be anything wrong with it, because the money for accommodation would have been kept regardless of the place we stay. So it is that which we must always be careful about, because members will feed us wrong information.
Just to come, you mentioned the Human Rights Commission report. So when you were here, you indicated that Becky Cele, the then minister, asked you not to contest the report because they had some adverse findings about you, the Human Rights Commission report.
Me?
You regret not doing it, yeah.
No.
On July unrest.
No, the minister never asked me that. And we never discussed anything about contesting it. Not me, maybe the National Commission, not me. He has never spoken to me. They interviewed us and they produced the report. I was there, the human rights.
Okay, then maybe I must go back to your testimony the last time. From what I remembered, you spoke quite at length on the report, that there was a meeting, the national team that was set up in KZN, that you had suggested that there must be a shutdown of social media. They didn't do it. So you were quite unhappy about the Human Rights Commission report and some of the findings they made into you. And then you explained that your wife had just given birth and, you know, you had to deal with some of those issues. Okay, we'll park that for now. Because we'll just need to look into it, and maybe the evidence leaders can just do that. But I was under the impression that former Minister Cele had asked you to just let the report go because you were not happy.
Honorable members, can I beg with the chairperson to please allow you this minute that I'm going to take from you, because I feel this one must talk about when Honorable Adams is here. The issue of that unrest that involves my child. Honorable Chair, if you will add that minute to Honorable Member, because I'm taking this time from you.
Nice to be you, Lieutenant General, because you can even
Honorable-
put a minute.
Honorable members.
We get shut down very quickly. Okay.
Honorable Adams is here and is listening to this. What pains me is to see a leader of society and coming here and talk bad about what happened in July. And I was there on the ground. I faced the fire. That X5 I talked about earlier that I bought in Pretoria. I drove that car alone in the car because I was isolating, because a General Mkhwanazi had died and people that were General Mkhwanazi were with us in the operation. So I had to isolate. In that isolation, I had to go and see the operations. I got into my own car. I drove through Phoenix with my handgun, hoping that someone would attack me and I was going to fight with that handgun. If I die, I die. Because I wanted to see these attacks and these murders that were happening in Phoenix with my own eyes, with no escort. I drove that night. That's a sacrifice that I made. The riot starts and the riot ends, Mr. Adams. The ministers, they come down to KZN after the riots. After the riots, they visit KZN. Why do they visit? It's because their boss, which is the President of the Republic, is coming to visit the following day to assess the damage. So when ministers arrive late at the airport and they drive and they see what is happening around and we brief them, the following day the president lands. I'm the one who's doing the briefing. The following day the president lands. That time we're busy with the mop-up operation. We are cleaning now. The dust is settled. We are cleaning. The president arrives. I'm the one that takes the president around all these sites in KZN. In Durban. Me, this one. The president is satisfied and he hears the plan of how we're going to deal with this and investigation and so forth. He gets on the aeroplane, he flies out. 2 days later, we are busy with cleanup investigation. There's no riot at all. I then get into the car. I drive with that X5 to Pretoria. And arrive in Pretoria, the following day, my wife gives birth, cesarean section. And she stays in a hospital, Mr. Adams, and she gets out the following day with the stitches in the stomach. I put her in that X5, Mr. Adams. I drive with her and that toddler, 1-year-old, for 1,000 kilometers, Mr. Adams. And I leave her with a family. I go to the aeroplane, I fly back to Durban. I'm not there with a child. I left them like, that's a sacrifice that I don't think anyone would ever make. That's what I contributed in this July unrest. To come here and make it look like I neglected the duty, I prioritized the child over the safety of the citizens. You were not there, sir. I was here. So it is that I want to address because it's a very sensitive thing to me, personally. So if I can do that and someone who's a leader of society doesn't appreciate, I take an offense on it. The facts are there. Timelines of the violence are there. We are not in the business of thumb-sucking dates. We must say the routes happened on this date, ended on this day. This day what happened, and that day what happened, and that day what happened. So when I go, it's because there's no more violence. So for him to say, I neglect the job, it's the same with the former speaker of this parliament, who herself said that. She was sitting, Mr. Adams, she's the one who was sitting at Oyster Box, claiming to be running operation, with operation, a mop-up operation, sitting at Oyster Box. That's the minister of defense who was sitting there. So when I present these things, it sounded as if I'm arrogant before the Human Rights Commission, but I was giving the facts. I was telling the minister that the soldiers don't have equipment to do the work. You're calling them to come to Cape Town. I don't know what they're using to work in Cape Town because they don't have tents to sleep on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. I think you and Honorable Adams must have a moment.
Now at the room, one of us will come out.
No.
Give us a room. One of us will come.
Lieutenant General, you can't say that. That's like a threat.
Say again?
Point of order.
Can't do that.
General Mkhwanazi is threatening a member of parliament. Please.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to tell the honorable member that her time has ended.
But the general did not tell who is going to come out. He said, one of us is going to come out. He did not tell which one.
Honorable Chair, I begged for a minute for the old member because I took that time to air my unhappiness about Mr. Adams. Can you please?
Yeah,
No, she knows I'm forever benevolent. When we started, we agreed that today members will, upon the expiry of their time, they will not speak for more than 15 minutes.
Okay, now I don't.
So she can still engage with you until 20 past.
I don't think it's going to go that far. I just wanted us to go to the issue of the kidnapping case. You said there was a private investigator. Do you have the name of the private investigator that's linked to Sabia and Khan?
I'll get you, honorable member. I don't have his details here, but I'm going to get the team to send it to me.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just wasn't clear and I might have missed it. You said that the investigation was messed up, and that's why the charges were withdrawn or the case was closed. So on which side? Was it the prosecutors or was it the investigators in SAPS that messed up the case? I didn't understand what you were saying. And I think you also mentioned that there were some processes that were being taken against those who messed up the case.
Yeah, well, I said earlier, I remember that investigations are run by DPCI. So I was not privy to the docket, the details of it. But what I know is that the DPP in KZN wrote and they nullified to prosecute. From what I gather is that the nullification of prosecution is not because the crime was not committed, but the nullification of the investigation is the method that were used in the investigation. One of the things that I hear that might have been an issue is that this Mlotshwa, who had ran allegedly with a suspect to Mozambique, how he was brought back in. Yes, on paper, Home Affairs and everything, temporal passport to come in. However, the team was waiting for him at the border. So when he landed, they took him. So which means it was a way of bringing him in, but without using their courts processes in Mozambique. I suspect it's things like those that were technicalities that led into a withdrawal case. Not to say the crime was not committed, not to say those people that were arrested were not good, correct suspects that should have been arrested. But again, it's me talking from what verbally I was hearing from the DPP.
information
But what
that
was written down as a complaint was sent to via NDPP to DPCI. And I'm told there's a disciplinary case that is running currently against those members that were involved in that investigation.
Okay, that's what I just wanted clarity on. So as a committee chair, if we can write both to the DPP and also to the, the DPCI to ask and give us details. The evidence leaders are not even listening. Our legal team is on the phone. So we can just write and get information and clarity about the case because the testimony we had here was quite long and detailed. So it's going to help us in our deliberations. Lieutenant General Sentamule. So her CV that she presented to the committee was very impressive, Lieutenant General. And personally, I was very impressed. I think I even got teary at some point. So what is not impressive in your opinion about her CV or her experience with starting in a state security agency and then in SAPS?
I have not scrutinized the CV, honorable member, but I believe that in a career in the organization might be impressive to some degree. However, one moving within the ranks in the police and the place where you're working, you have to go back and ask the credentials of the person. So for Mkhwanazi to wake up the next day and become the head of investigation, and he has never ran investigations in the past, there's always going to be a question mark. But again, management experience might cover that, might make up for that. So I do not know what her CV entails between the period when she joined the police up until now. But I like to believe the training, maybe the exposure of where she has gone to, a type of work that she was part of and leadership might have qualified her to be in that position, which means it might be an impressive CV. So I won't dispute that. I will not dispute that. But it's a person that on paper looks something else, but the behavior is something else.
So you were talking about her behavior. We did, while she was here and giving her testimony, we did have a conversation with some of the colleagues that we felt that she managed us quite well. And she pretty much agreed. So she was not defensive about anything. She pretty much agreed with issues that we raised, particularly that she failed in her responsibilities for not being able. How do you not know who Kat Makhlala is and you, the deputy, deputy commissioner, etc. But she just kept saying she should know better. But having said that, you saying that the way she carried herself or her performance in her job you removed her or you transferred her when you were acting national commissioner out of crime intelligence. Why?
I've said it before, the abuse of the secret funders account and the resources of crime intelligence for personal use.
So so she was just transferred. Was there any DC processes or anything that you instigated?
Investigation were being conducted. Investigations that I did not see the end of it because Gerald Pierre came in.
So up to now, there hasn't been, from what you know.
Well,
when you transferred her, Lieutenant General, did you also instigate an investigation?
That's correct.
Into that, and then you left, and you don't know whether that continued or not.
what
In
I-
fact, she went through the ranks more.
I like to believe that some of these investigations were stalled. One of them was Moodley. We had removed Moodley from crime intelligence. We've launched an investigation, but after we were gone, he was back at crime intelligence.
So I think also as a committee, we should also write to find out what happened to those, particularly with Lieutenant General Sentimule. What happened to those processes? We're about to wrap up. Just about the criminal case that you said that you opened based on the affidavit that you received from the National Commissioner, and the main charge was defeating the ends of justice. And then you further stated that in your complaint in the matter that the investigation has been conducted by detectives in KZN, and that key statements, including from Lieutenant General Sabia, have not yet been obtained. That's what you told us the last time you appeared before us. Do you still maintain that there's sufficient evidence to support your case, and what's the current status of that investigation?
Well, I can't talk about the investigation. As I said, honorable member, that I'm a complainant. So I gave my statement and I provided whatever supporting information to the team. The information last that I was informed about was that they were able to retrieve the information that were deleted by all the ministers,
Okay, so that's
and the chief of staff from their equipment that was seized from them. So they were able to retrieve that, and then they did the analysis on that. So that's why they could highlight me
Okay.
some of the things that they picked up on.
okay. So that's what you spoke about earlier. And then just to conclude, you, in your statement to us, you indicated, you spoke about the judiciary. And so far in our proceedings, we haven't had any evidence that has been led by any of the witnesses that speaks to systemic. I mean, we know that, we say, yeah, the judiciary is corrupt, NPA is corrupt, whatever, but we haven't had any witnesses that has come here that speaks to the systemic corruption that is within the judiciary. Have we missed something?
No, I don't remember. I think it's because it has not been interrogated as much. In a court process, you will have a complainant and the prosecutor and the accused on the other side with his lawyers, and there's going to be questioning that are done, systematic in that fashion. There are questions that I would have wanted to ask that might uncover things, but I'm not in a position to do that, and I don't have a representative in terms of prosecutor to be able to do that. That's why I couldn't probe some of those things. But for your information, honorable members, some of the things that are happening in our country, which I know of a person involved in drugs, a person who's working with us and giving us information, is that one individual is arrested for a crime, is released, is arrested, is convicted, and he makes an appeal, and is released on bail pending the appeal, and is told by the prosecution that if you have X amount of money, you can pay for the magistrate to completely remove this case. Otherwise, if you don't have money, stay out of trouble. Otherwise, we will not call you back to court. The person is out pending an appeal. There are thousands of them that are released like that, and they never get invited again to come back to court. So this is a person who's close to Ketmatlala, who's released like that,
So how would
So,
you?
so it's a collusion that we get between the police officials, the prosecution, and some of the presiding officers. And this is across the board. But in this case of these drug investigations that were happening, there are only a few presiding officers that were picked up that participated in enabling this thing to happen.
So how would you guide us in terms of us doing, or as we are about to conclude our investigations in that regard into the judiciary? Because we haven't touched heavily on that at all.
I will say maybe we need to sit down with the Chief Justice or the judges themselves. And I'm glad we have judges like Malanga that is no longer part of that system, who's outside, who's busy with these things. You must sit down with them and be able to come up with Judge Zondo, who was probing some of these things. Sit down with them and be able to see how can we then be able to protect the citizen from the involvement of these presiding officers. Honorable members, when you have the powers given to a presiding officer, although the members will argue, the SC will argue, but when when the presiding officer is given powers to grant bail, and one presiding officer says, I'm not giving you bail because you were convicted in a foreign country after you misrepresented yourself. You're convicted for a crime of drugs. You misrepresented yourself by giving a false particulars. You left the country illegally for that matter. He was convicted. So which means you are a flight risk. You've proven that you have left South Africa to go to another country in the first place. I'm not granting you bail. The cases you are facing are serious cases of murder and the likes. So I'm not granting a bail. But this person then goes into the higher court. And the higher court grants bail regardless of those conditions. Regardless of those conditions. And it still says, you're free. So a person is given bail of 100,000 rand. He gets arrested again. While he's arrested, he's arrested for triple murder this time around. The first one was murder. Now it's triple murder. He's taken to court. Another judge comes and say, yeah, well, yes, you're on bail, but we're happy with you outside. Let's make it look like it's a serious bail. Then they add 400,000 rand. This person is on 500,000 rand bail for murder of 5 people. How many must he kill before the judicial realize that he deserves to be behind bars? There are people that are rotting in prison that have not killed anyone. They were arrested for an assault, a theft, but they are denied bail and they're in prison. But there are a person who was murdered, accused of murdering 5 people and more, and drugs on top of that, but is out on bail. So you begin to add, to wonder. So when you wonder, then you start probing more. That's why I'm talking about recordings that end up being made, that end up saying, okay, well, this is done in this fashion, this is done in that fashion. But for me, my position as a giving an advice is going to be difficult because I'm not in that space in interpreting the rights, the do's and the don'ts of the presiding officers. The judges that are now seized with these problems, perhaps are the ones that are in a better platform to come and talk to you. So they can be able to say, I was told that one of the presiding officers was someone to come to the Malanga Commission. I hope he comes there. So perhaps we're going to begin to see things.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant General. I think something the committee that we could also do is maybe write to the Justice Minister and get information about bail that has been granted over the last 5 years on Schedule 5 crimes, so we can sort of investigate a pattern and who were the judges or the magistrates involved in that, and maybe a pattern will emerge, but it's something we should have done much sooner, but it could help us during deliberations. And just lastly, Lieutenant General, in the words of my honorable source and what you have concurred, that you also have holes. You haven't told us what your holes are. Are you going to share it with the country?
Well, I'm not a perfect person. I don't know what honorable source when he talks about holes. And my understanding on his terminology means that everyone has got shortcomings one way or another. Nobody's perfect in this world. So there might be things that I might do as a police officer in my line of work that are wrong in law, that are wrong in front of the eyes of the public, but I still do them. If such I'm told about, I will acknowledge that, okay, well, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have done that. Does not necessarily mean that.
Has anybody told you that you've done things that are wrong or you should have done better and that you've reflected on and you agree with?
Well, I will be reprimanded at home, my wife will reprimand of things, and I'll reflect on my own and say, yeah, no, I was wrong in doing this. Even
But
at
you're
work,
avoiding the actual question in relation
even the
to
work,
your job.
you know,
Thank
even
you.
at the workplace.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you see how you
Can we
Even the-
get,
you're gonna
next,
appeal for another minute for me, Lieutenant.
we
I'm
must be,
joking. Thank you.
we
Rita.
must be consistent, honorable members. Bangazita. And it's until 8 o'clock.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Lieutenant General Gwal. I'm going to invite you to just travel with me through the Paul O'Sullivan testimony. On paragraph 56 of his testimony, he's actually alleging that at the root of all the what he calls evil in SAPS, which actually has brought all of us here, has to do with the activities of crime intelligence. And he actually says that the main issue in crime intelligence has to do with the control of the slush fund. Would you agree with that assessment?
Partially. I will agree partially, Honorable Member, because at crime intelligence is not only about the money. He is a beneficiary of the misuse of the vetting office of crime intelligence because they provided him with files. So crime intelligence, we have those two areas, and there's organized crime that's running in the country where the investigators are heavily involved in a way because they're carrying dockets. And what we see now with all these investigations happening in Gauteng, it is a result of an investigation that is happening.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 92, is actually saying that your statement was the product of a joint effort between you and the National Commissioner, where you met somewhere in Pretoria a day or two before the 6th of July to actually put the final touches on your statement. Did the National Commissioner have anything to do with your statement, which you actually presented to the nation on the 6th?
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will take the presentation that we made and be able to trace where it comes from. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will have relationship with crime intelligence members that are going to tell him about the activities in the police. To the extent that he come and say, I was with the National Commissioner. He was not there. And surely the members that knows that we were together, how will they know? They're going to check our phones and say, okay, no, this man is with this one at this place. This document is produced at this date in this place. The person that I was with was General Kumalo and the members that are working with the investigation. That's a person that I was with. I had met with the National Commissioner a day before when he gave me his statement. So their mistake was that National Commissioner had met with Mkhwanazi, and the following day there was a report that was produced, which then was presented to the Republic. It's another sign of the access that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has in the police for him to come and tell you where was a police general at any given time.
General, On paragraph 19 of the Honorable Adams' testimony, he is actually saying that crime intelligence actually bought some property around, excuse me, Musgrave in KwaZulu-Natal. And he is actually vehemently arguing that crime intelligence had no business to actually acquire that kind of property, because in terms of the law, they're not allowed to buy property. Are you aware, do you know of any property belonging to crime intelligence somewhere around Musgrave in Durban?
I do not know, Honourable Member. The property that I was briefed about, which crime intelligence were vacating from, was in Pinetown, an old dilapidated building. That's the only property that I was told. Again, not bought, but it was leased for them. They didn't buy it. But the properties that were bought by crime intelligence, I don't want to lie. As I said, I'm not at crime intelligence. For Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to even know about things like that, it just shows again the access that he has.
Well, thank you, the General. On paragraph 23 of Honorable Adams' statement, he talks about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo and other high-ranking police officers. I'm not too sure who actually the complainant is and what their charges are. Would you share that with us?
That is one controversial matter, Honourable Member, because Mr. Adams alleges that he received something underneath the door in his office. And he went to the police station to open a case. He says, Mr. Adams, he did not give the details of the case. In other words, there were no elements of crime on the case dockets when he reported it. So it should not have been registered in the first place. He claims that General Lincoln, the late, warned him that this matter is not going to be attended to in Cape Town. And then he flies to Pretoria. He flies to Joburg. And he lands in Joburg, goes to Orlando, and he opens other cases in Orlando. Same complaint. He thereafter writes to the Minister of Police and complain about both provinces interfering with his complaint. The Minister of Police then makes a reference of this complaint of Adams to IDEC through the Chief of Staff. IDEC receive these complaints and they sit and do nothing about it. Until the day when General Khumalo and the team start searching Ket Matlala and arresting Molefe on the 6th of December. Then IDEC springs into action. And they come in looking for these dockets. They go to Gauteng, they don't get them, they go to head office, Sintumule gives it to them. But fast forward, in June 2025, 6-7 months later, they register a case in Brooklyn, IDEC, which a case that has got a complainant who's Mr. Adams, on the statement written in January, and then they arrested him. So then I wonder, the question is, what did IDEC do with these dockets that they picked up from Jerry Tumuli? They took them without the referral, but they took these dockets. What did they do with them? And now there's another arrest on the side. So I like to believe that an arrest in court from the papers I've seen is as a result of the case open in Brooklyn and as a result of a complaint that comes from Mr. Adams. But I'll invite these members to pay very close attention on that case. The outcome thereof, the beginning is the bail condition, and the judge has already made some pronouncement. The outcome thereof, of that docket, we can reconvene again and say everything was above board in that case. I'll bet my money those members are going to be acquitted.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 26, if I'm not mistaken, is actually that is Honorable Mr. Adams is accusing you of having lied under oath before this ad hoc committee. And if you like, I can actually read you the paragraph so that you understand the context where he's actually coming from. If you do not have the statement, his statement there, paragraph 25. And he says, General Mkhwanazi is an eloquent man. He is more charismatic than most. And the last time or last line of defense for those who see the subs as their own ATM is now actually saying that you are the last line of defense for those who actually see the subs as their ATM. And he goes further to say, for those familiar with the facts of the matter, the show of force was a farce. As the most popular man in the country, he told lies that consumed the nation. And he goes on to say, both the press conference and his testimony at the ad hoc committee would have been dismissed in any civilized country by any civilized court. Yeah. That is on record here.
Yes. I had said when I came here before that you must invite this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to come here. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has got too much power in this country. But I don't know who gave him these powers. That's why he can stand before this committee and walk out. Because of the powers that he has.
Sorry, General, this is Honorable Adams saying this.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm reading from his.
It's from Mr. Adams. Yeah, well, somebody says must give us a room. Honorable Chair and members, I was watching Mr. Adams when he was testifying here. When he's asked to state something, whether is it fact or not, he doesn't want to. He wants to explain. That's why I'm even drawing your attention that the man sits here and he says, I was wrong about Kumalo on July unrest. And I come back, no, I was not wrong, I was right. So how can you be? This is a sign, Honorable Chair and members, that school is very important. You have to learn to read. If you don't read, you miss things. That's very critical. So everything written in that statement is his own mind. That's what he thinks about. It's not the things that he knows as facts. He says that him and his wife were discussing and said the only reason for this press conference is this. He made a conclusion already. I'm glad he's not sitting amongst you here to ask questions to the witnesses that are coming here, because he already prejudged that which happened on the 6th of July as the member of parliament. School again.
Thank you, Nkwali General. The PKTT, Honorable Adams actually told us here that the PKTT actually lives a luxurious life, and they are accommodated in 6-star hotel. I've never seen a 6-star hotel, but that was actually said here and is on record. Why I'm interested in that is that this is on record. If we leave it unchallenged, then it's going to go on as it is. So is the PKTT living in luxurious hotels, 6-star hotels? Are they living a lavish life as it was actually alleged before us here?
Honorable Chair and members, Mr. Adams, what he presented there before this committee was false. The record speaks for themselves. The CFO of the South African Police Service came here and presented before this committee that the PKTT were the least expensive task team in existence. They never slept in any six-star hotel, neither at Oyster Box. So it's a lie. The only way to justify that, it must come with proof, to say here is a proof where they slept. It does not have that because it does not exist.
Well, thanks, General. We had also some comments being made under oath that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, quote unquote, is a constitutional delinquent. Do you regard yourself as such?
There's been many allegations, honorable members, about General Mkhwanazi, that to date, I've never been someone to appear anyway to come and give my account of things against the allegations made. So every other allegation that is presented before this committee, it remains allegations that I can say here that I don't know about it and I'm not involved in any of those allegations.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. When last did you hear from Miss Mary DeHaas?
I had never heard from Mary DeHaas for a long time. I'm not sure if she's still around, but I've never heard of her.
The PKTT, is it still operational? If so, what is the reporting line now? Do they still report to ultimately to the IMC as it was the case before? If so, is the IMC still meeting? Because we had, through some other, testimonies that IMC last met, I think in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm glad if it's true what the honorable member said earlier, that the boss of the minister dispute the fact that the minister say that the IMC ceased to exist in the sixth administration, which means maybe the boss might need to reprimand his subordinate for that, because it is the subordinate that said it, who's the minister. The IMC has not met since the days that we presented to date. It has not met. The PKT is operating. I've assigned the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Jara Kupalo to oversee the work that they do, whilst Jara Kumalo at times still gets some information about the activities they do, but Jara Kupalo is overseeing what they do in KZN. There is a new PKTT that has been established. Some of the members from KZN has gone and joined the new PKTT. And this PKT has been established in Gauteng province. I do not know their command structures, but they are there in Gauteng operating. So we have two PKTTs now.
Well, thanks, General. Well, because this is probably the last time you will be appearing before this committee, I would like to also make my own observation about the PKTT. Because as you know, I come from Nongoma. Nongoma at some point was the capital of political matters for the longest of time. And in fact, the first councillor to be killed in South Africa was at Nongoma. And for that matter, he was the mayor, Mr. P.J. Scott. And there had been dozens of killings in Nongoma. But the advent of the PKTT, I would say, actually drastically minimized that. Over the last 2.5 years, we have not had any politically motivated killing in Nongo. So I would like to ascribe that to the presence and the working of the PKTT. So that therefore anyone who has any kind of doubts about the effectiveness of the operations of the PKTT, I would invite him to come with me to Nongo so that I am able to pinpoint the cases where the PKTT had been able to actually make some breakthroughs. And secondly, you know, as I do, General, that we've been actually sitting with what you would call faction fights in Nongo. There was a time when the two of us went to Kwamos, where more than 10 people had actually been killed in a period of 2 to 3 weeks. And since that day, when we addressed the community together, there's never been a killing or any other activity that actually, you know, ehlukumeza abantu kule ndawo. Women were actually, you know, sleeping in the field. You know, the children were no longer going to school, but we put a stop to that. And the third problem that which have become perennial in our area is taxi wars, as you know. Nongoma also is very notorious for taxi wars. And over the last 2.5 years of the activities of the PKTT in the area, we have not had any taxi war related killings. So again, I just want to say on behalf of the people of Nongoma, thank you so much to the PKTT. We are going to be approaching elections. And as I speak to you right now, today, there are 2 by-elections that are taking place in Nongo. Different political parties, they are rubbing shoulders without any incident. So that is also the result of the presence of the PKTT. So I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're taking a break. We are coming back at 20 minutes past 8. Honorable members, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Police, it's now 8:30. We should run for the next 2 or 3 hours and see how far we would be. But surely we must finish tonight. Thank you so much, General, for coming back. Honorable Reddy, we recognize your presence here and welcome. And we give the microphone to Honorable Sols. Your 30 minutes will expire at 9 o'clock. And you will be on the discretion of the chairperson for no more than 15 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to confirm is Mr. Romano ready for me? Because I don't see him in the chambers. And I will need him in like 2 minutes, Chair. I have arranged with him, but I don't see him in the chambers.
Yeah, Mr. Romano is the man.
All right. I see him now and he's indicated he's ready. General, good evening to you.
Good evening, sir.
Earlier with Honorable Matisse, you shared that your understanding of my use of the word holes means shortcomings. I want to confirm that. That is indeed what I mean when I say holes. I mean shortcomings. And you admitted to having shortcomings. So it's undisputed. You are indeed a national hero with holes. And then you said something which obviously spoke volumes. You said, you're not much of a Christian, but many Christians are afraid to die. I want to confirm with you, I'm one of those believers who is not afraid to die. There's a scripture that says, for me to live is Christ, and for me to die is gain. I fear no man, only the one who can send my soul to hell. Then you also mentioned something about a person sharing something about, it looks like I am against you. And the perception that is out there. Now, General, I want to confirm with you, I've always had the position that it's important for me to uphold the integrity of this committee. So I have to be always independent and always focus on the evidence. I've opened myself up to anybody because what I wanted to do was I wanted to have all views so that at the end of the day, my decision can be independent, my comments can be independent, and everyone that has ever spoken to me, I've always been open about my position that share with me whatever you want to share, no matter which side you support, but give me evidence and I will test it. So one thing that you can be sure of then is that whatever I'm saying to you today is not influenced. It is my independent position. One other thing I did, General, I went to KZN. I wanted to also get a feel of, apart from the evidence and things, and I must say, in front of the nation, KZN is big. I used the Ubers, and I had at least 3 Uber drivers. Kwanda, Zakile, and Mswawenkosi. And all three of them spoke well of you. Now, if Uber drivers, and it was young people, can speak well of you as a provincial commissioner, that speaks volumes. Now, as you have admitted, you do have holes too, and I've seen some of it, but those holes does not take away from the fact that you are doing a great job. And I've seen it. And I want you to watch something. Now, the honorable members, I'm sure by now, is very tired of my voice. They are going to have to deal with it. It's my time. But I would like you, General, to indulge me. And this was a speech I did in Parliament, April 2025. And you are mentioned in this. And I want you to hear it. Would you indulge me, General?
That's correct. I was just making note of that speech so I can be able to recheck it again. But I'm listening.
I was about to say, as you were. Mr. Romano, please frustrate my colleagues.
Savior Jesus Christ, Mwenke Awuniki, Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Mwenke Awuniki. Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician, in his Super Bowl performance went viral when he did his hit entitled, "They Are Not Like Us." The subliminal messaging resonated mostly with African Americans because it seemed like Lamar was addressing the elephant in the room, saying that the former slave masters who infringed upon the human rights of the former slaves are not like us. But surprisingly, the descendants of the former slave masters danced along to the tune in agreement, and the question is why? Because every system of oppression and slavery is built upon and kept alive by the ideology that they are not like us. For as long as whites say of blacks, they are not like us, and blacks say of whites, they are not like us, then we will have a Bill of Rights. with a system that is still not right. We say they are like us. When the People's Assembly made up of black, white, colored, and Indian gathered in Kliptown to sign the Freedom Charter, it was because whites and blacks said of each other, they are like us. Anton Franz fought off apartheid police, and when they threatened to kill him, which they did, he screamed, Kohaume, because when he, as a 20-year-old colored African, looked at his black brothers and sisters, he said, they are like us. When our Khoisan forefathers welcomed Portuguese, Dutch, and British settlers for a temporary stay, and they forcefully made it permanent, it was because they believed that they are like us. If we are going to deepen social justice and human rights, we as South Africans will have to say, I am you, and that is Ubuntu. When we see Rassi leading the Bokke to represent our national unity globally, we must say that is us. When we see KZN Provincial Commissioner Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi win his fight against crime, we must all say that is us. When we see Minister Mackenzie stand for the inclusion of all races in DSEC, we must say that is us. We will only deepen social justice and human rights when those who are corrupt amongst us, whether white, black, colored, or Indian, of them, we must all say they are not like us. Those amongst us who loots, they are not like us. Those amongst all of us who are racist, they are not like us. Those amongst us who kidnaps our children like Jocelyn Smith and rapes them like Kwekwe, they are not like us. Those amongst us in the GNU who continuously returns to their default colonialist setting of arrogance, who pretends to fight for all South Africans against the VAT increase, but when asked for alternatives, they speak only of Cape Town and Richards Bay ports devolution, exposing that they are only concerned about what they consider their country, Cape Town, and definitely not the poor parts of it like Mitchell's Plain and Langa. Of them only we must say they are not like us. And Federan, we don't have a bill of black rights, colored rights, Indian or white rights. We have a bill of human rights. We won't take 4 acres and a mule. We shall pay market value for it and share the rest fairly until we are all owners. We are all South African. We are all Africans in particular. Awelani, Ayo, salute Nazi. They not like us. 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 They not like us.
General, today, that was April 2025. Today, I want to look you in the eye and tell South Africans that is us. I mean it.
Thank you, sir.
General, Lady Justice has a blindfold. And so sometimes the law will not see truth, but the Lord will. And I want to encourage you. Always walk in repentance of your holes. I'm about to close. And I want to say 2 things to you as I say goodbye. 1, I have something I disagree with you with, and a lesson I've learned from you tonight. 1, my disagreement. I disagree with the statement you've made to Honorable Adams when you said sometimes education is important. You need to go to school so that you can read. Indeed, education is important, but we must respect our constitution. That member, there are people out there who voted for him and gave him 2 seats in this parliament. Without school, we have our former president, Jacob Zuma, who's self-taught, taught himself 5 languages, taught himself to read. He calls Robben Island his university. The man was the first citizen of this country, and in 3 or so months made history, built the 3rd largest party in this country, no school, and the largest party in the province that you lead as the provincial commissioner. We don't know each other's history. I disagree with many things Honorable Adams has said. And I took the things that I thought had basis and I shared it here. And there's many things that were said about you that I disagreed with. But I measured it. And the ones that I didn't believe, I discarded. But it doesn't mean that I should sit here as an MP myself, knowing the community he comes from, knowing that there's colored boys that are looking at him and at least sees that if he made it to parliament, they can too. And so that statement, I vehemently disagree with it. The lesson I've learned from you, when you said you didn't mention the meeting that you had with Ket Matala at the time when you came to testify because his information, his life at risk and so on. What I've learned from that is that sometimes the right information in the wrong room is dangerous. General Mkhwanazi, I wish you well. I wish you all the best in your tenure, your new tenure in KZN. May you do more to make that province safer. May you remain a national icon and a national hero. With all, God bless you. And remember, God has entered the ring. Salute, General.
Thank you so much, salute.
What did I say to you when we started here? That today is the day the Lord has made. Honorable Vessels, your time starts now. Thanks very much, Honorable Sons.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is now the second time that Honorable Souls gets me caught off guard, because he's usually very stringent on using all of his time. But thank you very much, and good evening, General.
Good evening, sir.
General, I think we've, in this whole process, heard a lot of allegations. Allegations made by you, starting on the 6th of July, and also in your first appearance here and in front of the Mdlanga Commission, and also from other witnesses, some making allegations against you, some making other wild allegations, some trying to advance their innocence as well. In terms of the allegations made by you or by others. And it's very difficult for Parliament to actually get to the bottom of what is true and what is not, because we're not investigators, and it makes it quite difficult. And to a certain extent, one wants to say that there's not an abundance of truth that was here in front of us. And that makes it very, very difficult. I want to just go back to the explanatory witness statement that you submitted, General, with the evidence regarding the allegation of the money paid to former Minister Becky Cele. And I know you did speak to this morning at great length, but I do just want to revisit it because I think it's quite important. Would you agree that from this evidence, from the WhatsApp messages, the two affidavits, that it's quite probable, almost want to say clear, that Mkhwanazi's intention was to pay the 7,000 rand into former Minister Clearley's account? Do you agree?
Yeah, well, that's a feeling we have, considering the communication he had with the gentleman, and subsequent to that, he then start asking, "Who are you?" And after noticing who the person is, he then deletes the communication. So that's what makes us believe when you look at the similarities of the numbers.
Exactly.
And the title that he uses to address the person.
Exactly. But what do you think would have been the reason for him to have wanted to pay the former minister? Because if I look at the dates, those messages of a payment took place in December 2024. Those messages were sent to the person, the wrongfully identified person, the wrong number, on the 27th of December 2024. So that's after Clearly was not minister anymore. What could he have wanted to pay him for, in your opinion?
We really don't understand, because when you look at the figures, the amount, and it's not that much. So, and when we also been told by this gentleman, there were a lot of documents that went to him. So we really don't understand the reason behind the messages and subsequent to that, the money. So I really wouldn't understand. Perhaps it's something that was discussed over the call that perhaps might have made Mkhwanazi to then send the documents on WhatsApp only to discover later maybe he saved it wrong. We're not sure.
But if one looks at paragraph 4 of the affidavit of the person that the message was sent to and the 7,000 rand was paid into, he says that from the messages that he received from Captain Mkhwanazi, Captain Mkhwanazi already paid 50,000 rand to someone, but that he was not getting assistance. If you read in paragraph 4 on, I don't think there's page numbers.
Second line on page 2.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, the second page of the statement. And then later he said he'll pay an additional amount for extra service, is the words this person used. And that's most probably from the messages that was sent to him. But this is a few days, about 20 days, if I remember correctly, after the raid at Captain Mkhwanazi's house. And it was a few days before the directive of Minister Mkhwanazi. Am I correct? So am I correct to say that it's probable that this holds that there's some connection here, or don't you think there's any connection
between Minister Mkhwanazi's
directive, the raid at Captain Mkhwanazi's house, the extra service? The question that we don't have an answer to is what would the former minister have influence on to assist Mr. Mkhwanazi with?
Yeah, no, what our understanding as a team is that there's a possibility that the relationship between Mkhwanazi and probably Minister Clearley, the former Minister Clearley, has something to do with this contract that seems like Mkhwanazi wants assistance. The directive of Mr. Mkhwanazi come 2 or 3 days after that conversation. And we know that after Minister Mkhunu has sent that directive, or before he sent the directive, he had given an instruction for this contract to be cancelled before the directive. So surely if there was a connection between the two of them, I don't see why would then Matlala engage with Cele on this if it was. But instead, Matlala will be in good terms in engaging with Cele to make sure that nothing that what Mr. Mkhunu said must happen. But Minister Mkhunu had given a directive that something is not right with this contract, so therefore something must be done to correct the wrong.
See, because if one also looks at the messages that was sent to this person by accident with the wrong number, wrong digit in the number, there's a lot of documents that was sent and it was deleted. Now, the problem is, or my thinking is that we heard from other witnesses the allegation that former Minister Cele is ruling the South African Police Service from the grave, was the words that were used. The National Commissioner denies that. He says he can't see truth in that. But do you agree that if one looks at this, it makes one think? Because there's a raid, there's a search at the premises of Kat Mkhwanazi. We saw the messages between Kat Mkhwanazi and Brown Mkhwanazi, that there's an unease about what's happening now. He pays someone 50,000 rand and he says to what he thinks is Minister Cele that is not getting the assistance that he actually wanted. And then he pays an extra 7,000 rand. It is a very small amount, strange amount. But it seems as though he thinks that Minister Cele would be able to assist him in this criminal issue. Or am I sitting with partners?
Well, I wouldn't know. What I know is that perhaps in regard to what happened on the 6th of December, is that Mr. Matlala's property was searched.
Yes.
And firearms were taken. But he was not arrested. The only thing that happened there was a search and firearms taken. So when he engages with General Cele in relation to the firearms taken, in relation, or if he engaged with him in December, I would like to believe perhaps it might either be about the firearms, which I heard General Cele talking about, or alternatively, something to do with what Minister Mkhunu has started in dealing with the contract. But what we know from communication is that the only communication from Kat Matlala that we see at the time when they were engaging, it's from the phone that was found from him later. There was a phone that was found from Kat Matlala on that raid of the 6th of December. But I'm told that they couldn't open the phone. So as a result, they could not see what was inside, and the phone was given back to him. So that's a communication that is missing. But the other communications that happened thereafter are the ones that takes us back to that conversation of December. But we know that during that December time and going forward, it was with Mkhwanazi, and it was also with that Mr. Suleiman Karim from Northwest. Those are the two people that Kat seems to have approached for intervention on the contract.
On a different issue, but you now mentioned phones and data on phones. You earlier spoke on the devices of Minister Mkhwanazi, and you said that he deleted certain messages. But don't the organization have, the police have the the technology to retrieve deleted messages. So
It-
is that
it's
not
been-
possible?
It has been retrieved. It's exactly what I was saying. They didn't know that.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that.
Yes, it's
So,
been.
so the messages aren't gone?
No, they're not gone. They were erased, but they're back now.
Okay, no, that's important. The question I think have been asked to you, but I want to ask it again. Is there factions in the South African Police Service, especially in top management?
Well, it might not be directly, but you're probably going to get that. I might not necessarily confirm or say there is one now, but there was a time in the South African Police Service where we had such. And the faction was mainly about those that regard themselves as comrade, politically connected, and those that were regarded as, call it apartheid police, if you will. People that grew up in the service, that were not part of the non-statutory force, and those that came from outside as part of non-statutory force. So we've had that situation in the police.
General, what I think nobody can deny, if one looks at all the evidence and all the testimony that we've heard and that's in front of the Mkhwanazi Commission as well, is that there's syndicates operating. There's, as you also put it, the big five is actually nothing against, I think your words were earlier today, the big bras. That's even more dangerous. And that is, that's very concerning. But what actually worries me more is that it seems as though there's also a lot of ad hoc corruption, if I can put it like that. There's a lot of, let me first qualify, there's a lot of dedicated, good police officers out there that serves South Africa and that serves and protects. But there's also a lot of corrupt and corruptible police officials. That's not necessarily part of this whole network. But, and I want to commend you for also admitting this earlier today, or for highlighting this, that there's too many generals. Because we've heard of a lot of police officers during this 5+ months, but it's very few times that it's not a general. It's either a major general, lieutenant general, and a lot of them are on suspension. I have been suspended. All these allegations against them, and I want to thank you for highlighting that, because it seems as though we have a very top-heavy police service, but also that a lot of, or some of, those top management are living extremely high lives. It's as if they are pop stars with Durban Julys and parties everywhere, and they're not actually there to serve and to manage the police service. Would you mind to comment on that statement?
Yeah, well, there will be amongst us that will live large. But again, until an investigation is conducted, lifestyle audit is done, people might be justified why they're living a large life, because they might be coming from rich families and got inheritance, they've got businesses, because we are allowed to do business as well. There are businesses that they are running that gives an income. So there are many reasons that some of the colleagues might live large. But it's something that we see, but we don't investigate. So what that becomes a problem, because we end up not knowing what is the source of the wealth that we see before us, but it's there.
But now there's a very big problem, and that is, and there's, I think, it will always be at odds end with each other, is a police service and an internal investigating unit such as IPIT. You will always have fraction or problems between the two. But it seems as though IPIT is abused. But you can't really do anything about this very deep-rooted corruption if IPIT is not actually functioning. how do we get IPA to function? And to not to have when there's investigations, that it's not said that it's just factions or it's driving a certain agenda or it's infiltration. How do we clean it so that we can get rid of the corruption?
Honorable members, I think if you have, number one, people that are very disciplined, dedicated, and not politically inclined that are leading that institution, the abuse of their powers will not be realized. I'm saying this because of so many cases that IP have opened, which are cases that who cannot justify why they came up with those cases. A typical example, it's when they wrote to me and they said the Minister Mkhwanazi registered a complaint with them. They wrote it in black and white. The head of investigation who's currently acting, who was not there when the letter was written, flew to KZN. It was an anonymous complaint. But 2 weeks later, he told the acting minister. The acting minister told the National Commission told me. When I confronted him, he started denying. But he told the acting minister that the chief of staff is the one who complained. So then I asked a question, well, why was he not honest? If it's a chief of staff, most likely it's a minister then. Why are they trying to cover it up? So it is that behavior of the head of the institution, which the acting is already compromised. So once we have such individuals, we're not going to get a good IP running. There is a section in the IP Act, I don't have it in front of me, I cannot remember. It's a section that they're abusing. The intention of the legislature, I believe, was to make sure that the powers of the police are controlled. Police don't go out in their own making, just kill and assault people, things that are alleged by some of the or these people that came in here. That's why IP exists, so they can investigate such behaviors and correct it. Take those police officers who do wrong to court. But there was an section of a section in that act that gives the powers to the national director to initiate, not because there was an action that was done by the police in a line function. They themselves, they can act like police. They decide they don't like you, they suspect to be involved in the wrong, they investigate you. It is that section of the act that might need to be relooked at. You remove that section, IP become a vanguard of the police on what police does and be able to correct they have. Human resources and many other resources that they need to be able to carry out the task. If the police has done wrong, and if there's a collusion in the police with the wrong that the police have done, one of the things, typical example, we could be involved in a shooting. Police officer shot and killed someone. The forensic that attends, IP is a detective, but the person who tells a crime scene is a police officer, not an IP expert. So that police officer, if in Kawut with the one that shot, they'll mess up that scene. Evidence is collected, is packaged, is sent to forensic lab, and you wait for the result. Whose lab is this? It's the same SAPS lab. Then IP must rely on the same SAPS lab. So if the collision between the police, the results coming out of that lab will not be positive.
Yes.
And then IP won't be successful because IP don't have their own alternatives of conducting the investigation. So it's some of those things that might be looked at. If we strengthen those things, perhaps we might have a good institution going forward.
Thank you very much, General, for that. I think it's valuable. I also think one should consider having some kind of, that the head of IPIT may never be considered to become National Commissioner, for instance, because that's one of the allegations, obviously, is that certain things were done so that a certain person could become National Commission. But that's just a by the way statement. Just one last question, or there's a lot of ridiculous allegations that have been made against you as well. Not even going to, I don't think anybody is going to ask you that, but it was made under oath. And that is something that's quite upsetting in this whole process, as was that people do not take the oath serious at all. I mean, it's even being said under oath that you are a CIA agent. I don't have to ask you if you are or not. But there's also, I've received to the prison. You spoke of a conference call that will take place. Am I correct? Between someone that will testify. There's a case that was opened by Thomas this evening, alleging that he was kidnapped and his cell phone was taken and was intimidated on your instruction. To get a statement on the blue light situation. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, well, that moves very fast. I like that. Honorable Chair and members, the team is investigating the movements of Mr. Adam. And he goes and he lands in Durban. He is taken with blue lights. He goes to prison. He does what he does in prison. The person that arranged this movement with blue lights for Mr. Adams is a policeman working under me in KZN. This policeman is the one that opened the case. He's a cousin of Mr. McBride. This policeman, well, I did not know he's related to Mr. McBride, but over time, he's always been sending me a message to try and arrange a meeting between me and McBride. I know it, and I hope he's not going to change it. His profile on WhatsApp, I think, is that of Fidel Castro. That's what drew my attention over time, every time when he sent the messages. But I never saved this message, but every now and then you'll be talking about McBride. But there's a profile that I noticed that's the same person. The team wants to meet with him. I conducted District Commissioner General case in the morning. That the team wants to meet with him. I also phoned General Kopa, who is the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for investigation, to try and locate this member. Because at one stage, he's from Brighton Beach Police Station, but at one stage he was deployed in the task team in the provincial office that was dealing with drugs. He was working there. And I'm told he has since gone back to Brighton Beach. So I'm talking to these two because the other one's a district commissioner and the other one possible as an acting deputy. If he's still within the team, he might find him there. So they locate him and they tell him to come to the provincial office at General Gopal's office. The team goes there to investigate. And I must say, this is a PKTT. It's not just any other team that went to him.
I wanted to ask you that.
Because it's related to the Cindy Somakatwa case that the PKTT is investigation. So it is a PKTT that deals with this case. They go to the provincial office, 15 Bramfish in Durban at 17th floor. They meet up with him at General Gopal's supervision. They interview him about his role because the other members that were driving in their statements under oath, they said he's the one that requested, tasked them to go and get Mr. Adams from the airport. We got his name from the members that were doing the job. So when he has to then explain himself, it's part of the investigation. It looks like he did not tell the truth in that interview they were doing with him in the police building. That's what they told me this evening. And they obtained a statement from him. Subsequent to that, they took his phones because they wanted to download them. Right there and there. I guess he did not expect that the phone are going to be downloaded, which means some things might come out of those phones. So they downloaded his phone. When they finished with him, he allegedly went out. When they were done, they all left. He went straight to the police station. He talks about kidnapping. So it's an investigation. IPAT must take and investigate, I hope. And so he can be able to tell, how did he get into the office? Was he forced to come to the office? What happened in the office? There are cameras there in the building. And when he left, at what stage was the kidnapping? So it's one of those which I think is putting up a case because he does not know how to justify his action. So for me, sitting here after being briefed, and then I really said, he's part of the problem. He's caught now, a year later. He does not know what to do, but the truth will come out.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
to Mr. Adams for making the team aware about these things.
Thank you very much, General, once again. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
What South Africans desperately want to know, and me, is who exactly is the Big Five cartel? And while I understand and respect that criminal investigations are ongoing, I want to ask a series of very important questions that will help the people of South Africa and this committee come closer to the understanding of the extent of the capture of the criminal justice system. We want to know who are these thugs that has been feeding drugs to our children. And I stand here today as victim number one. I am an extremely angry South African. I am angry because for years I've been sending information to people and tip-offs about drug dens in my community. And in 2026-25, after 15 years of activism, calling the president to El Dorado Park and ministers, an entire cabinet, having a presidential intervention in my community, and it's business as usual. I could never understand. Today I understand. I have on my phone here dozens of messages I've been made a fool of for years to General Sipia, giving him tip-offs on drugs. So yes, I am angry. You need to help me here today. I've done my own analysis. There are certain things that doesn't matter to me, and then there's this. When you spoke on the 6th of July and you said you touched a nerve, they feed our children drugs, and this is why you see most of our communities cannot go forward, because the entire community has been criminalized. They arrest everyone with 1 and 2 packets of tick, and they don't go after this rot that's here, because they are the rot. So I need you to help me here this evening, because ons kan nie wag vir nog 10 jaar to uncover the mess and uproot it. My first question, what is the primary nature of the relationship between Sipia and Kat Matlala?
What we understand, the relationship will be that of a police officer protecting someone that's a criminal, which is got history and different criminalities, not just one. But it's a criminal relationship between the two.
Let me add to that. Sipia, DNC, second in charge in this country, accused of receiving money from Matlala, being the most senior SAPS official in the cartel. Am I correct?
Is the most feared by another generals.
So he's the
within
most senior and he's the most feared in the cartel. Leaked confidential information through Sergeant Nkosi to give Matlala and Mzwazi, Msibi, and others. Am I correct?
That's correct.
brought in Rashid Ismail for kidnapping as a so-called expert. Am I correct?
That's a name, correct?
That's a name.
Yep.
Honorable Matthys asked you earlier on, who was the investigating officer? I put it to you, that investigating officer that Sibia was introducing to the families of the victims that were being kidnapped is this man, Rashid Ismail.
We've got on record his transfer money payment with Sangi.
Who is Sergeant Nkosi?
Is a detective that works at the head office.
Am I correct that he acted as an errand boy, intermediary for General Sibia and members of the cartel?
Is one of the runners, as we had depicted on our sketch that we projected earlier.
Got my eie sketch hier. He collected money from criminals, worked in organized crime unit, but was effectively detached to run Sibia's errands, collected bags of money and packages from Molefe's house. Am I correct?
There's a person who's been moving around a lot between the group of people.
Okay. Did Sergeant Nkosi, on behalf of Sibia, collect money from members of the cartel, such as Kat, Molefe, Msibi, and others?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't have evidence of money, but what in his own words said to me, he's been moving things between them.
I already touched on this. I'm getting ahead of myself. Who is exactly Rashid Ismail?
I don't know who the person is, but he, of course, even said he's an expert that in kidnapping. I don't know who is.
But you've heard this name before.
Yeah, well, when the team were investigating and they saw that payment, they told me who the person is. Otherwise, I did not know about
A
it.
payment between?
That Rashid and Dangi, the person that has been a suspect of kidnapping and known as a kidnapping kingpin in Mozambique.
Okay. What is the nature of the relationship between Sibia and Rashid?
From what I gathered is that they are friends working well together, dealing with the kidnapping cases.
So let me say this to you. So-called expert involved in kidnapping cases abroad, linked to Sibia, who facilitated his appointment by families to negotiate ransom. This is what Sibia does. And allegedly received kickbacks when the families pay. This is Sibia. This is his guy. He's not even registered. What is the nature of the relationship between General Richard Shibiri, Kat Matlala, Molefe, and Msibi?
What we gathered from the investigation, all members, is that Shibiri was the head of organized crime in Gauteng. When he started investigating issues that touch these drug kingpins, his life was threatened. So he then had to ease up and join the crew. So that what led into him being moved from Gauteng and elevated to be the head of organized crime at the head office.
And Shibiri is the one who tipped off Matlala about the December operation at his house. Am I correct?
I know of Sergeant Nkosi who did that. I'm not so sure about Shibiri's role.
Received money from Matlala, 70,000.
Yeah, well, according to the money that was moved to him in order to pretend as if he did not receive the money, as if it was a loan, he transferred it back, but he got it cash.
And he is the head of SAP's organized crime.
That's correct. He's the one appointed a panel that was chaired by Jarasbia.
I need to breathe. What is the relationship between Feroz Khan and Sibia?
I'm not so sure, but as far as I could hear in the past was that it looks like the relationship was not that good, because at one stage, Sibia had recommended disciplinary steps against Jar Khan. But over time, they found convergence around the minister, and then they started working together.
Okay, now we've seen these pictures over the last couple of days. Witness testimony at Madlanga, including WhatsApp messages, suggests a special relationship between Khan and Matlala. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Matlala also allegedly claimed to have provided financial favors to Khan.
That's correct.
including a claim that Khan demanded 2.5 million, but was paid 500,000.
That's correct.
There are also allegations regarding Khan's use of a penthouse in Menlyn.
I heard about that.
Khan is said to be linked to Malema and has been pictured at the same house as the hitman linked to Witness D. This is what's on social media.
That is correct.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I know they're close. I know Mr. Malema through Khan myself.
What do you know about General Feroz Khan's alleged relationship with individuals linked now to illicit cigarette smuggling, drug dealing, and kidnapping?
Well, it's no secret that Khan had accompanied those individuals during one of the EFF gatherings, political gathering celebrations in Johannesburg. So from there, we could deduct that they've got a close relationship beyond what then the investigation has revealed afterwards.
Do you know about the relationship between Sibia and Stuart Sharnik, who appeared alongside him in this very house?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what links the two of them, but I did see the video.
Stuart Sharnik, criminal with 34 criminal cases, 18 of which resulted in guilty findings, claims he rented his bulletproof car to Sibia for 60,000 rand a month.
Yeah, well, we are investigating that Mr. Charlotte's about many other things. So when the relationship started and the nature of the relationship, that I cannot confirm.
Okay. Let me move beyond SAPS. We're connecting the dots. Who exactly is Steve Mutsumi and what is he involved in?
I still don't know who Mr. Mutsumi. That's why this morning I still asked Sergeant Kosi, who is this Steve Mutsumi?
Could he be the possible principal of the cartel, not the head?
What I know is a person who was very close, was one of the inner circles of the late Mr. Mswazi.
He's a very powerful figure within and outside the police and possibly linked to influencing the appointment of provincial heads of the HOCs.
That's information we've gathered.
Who is Z Kumalo? And are you aware of what he is involved in and why he's involved with directing SAPS investigations and has access to confidential SAPS information?
What we became aware about who is Z was that he is a person that was working very close with the late Mswazi. And as a person who was the brain behind the taxi finance, he was managing the taxi finance under Santaco. So that's a relationship that we know of him. We've seen on the WhatsApp chats now about the case that he had opened and the communication then between him and Sergeant Kosi and them. But to what extent is involvement that we cannot say what else that he does. But we know him as a person who's been running the taxi finance as a business within Santaco.
Very influential, tender fraud, corruption, linked to Sergeant Nkosi, allegedly demanding and directing investigations through Sibia's office.
Yeah, well, we don't have evidence of that yet.
Was in contact with Suleiman Karim and others linked to the cartel, including Msibi, linked to those characters.
What I'm aware of is that he connects with many people. There are many politicians that he communicates with. So whether he's part of the squad that has been investigated, we don't have that on record as yet.
Who is Suleiman Karim?
Suleiman Karim comes to the picture because of the communication between him and Ket Matlala regarding that contract in the police, the health contract. We learned that I don't know if he's still a secretary or is a former secretary of a political party in Northwest, but he's a businessman in Northwest.
Did he pay Cat? He's the financier. Did he pay Cat 10 million and was almost a silent partner in the 360 million tender? They're saying they can't hear? Yo. Yo, imagine. Suleiman paid Cat 10 million and was a silent partner in the 360 million tender. Involved in Morgan Maumela and paid him money involved with. Received information about Matala's contract and is linked to Brown Mkhwanazi and the Minister of Police. Am I correct?
Yeah, honorable members, maybe you might want to also somehow, I don't know how you're going to do this, but engage with the Madlanga Commission, because they've got analysts, they've got more of this information that have been extracted from communication between people that are forensic evidence that might help you to make a better decision going forward, which you're asking me about it now is not in front of me. I might confirm some of the things, some of them I might make a mistake because we take it from what sometimes we hear on the media.
Okay,
But there is money communication between them,
that's
or many transfers between them.
Do you know Jerry Boshoga? And what is the connection between Jerry, Kat, Sibia, Molefi, Mswazi, Steve, and Suleiman?
I'm not so sure about all those that you have mentioned. There are some of them partly that I know that there's been issues of drugs, and there are some of them that is issues obvious of taxes involvement.
I've got, he's a drug manufacturer and distributor involved in sophisticated criminal syndicates since 2012, accused by Kat Matlala of manufacturing drugs on his farm, owed multiple drug syndicates money, which may explain why he was abducted and tortured.
That's information that we have as part of the investigation.
Morgan Maumela, what is his relationship with Kat, General Sibia, Molefe, Suleiman?
So again, honorable member, I cannot necessarily tell what is the nature of the relationship, but I know that the team have got some communication. The Gauteng team has got some communication between them that seems to suggest that there's some business transactions happening.
This Gauteng team that everyone has been looking all over besides in there. Morgan is a tender fraud and also involved in corruption, implicated as a key figure that's linked to General Sibia. I'm not even sure why Sibia is still getting paid. Implicated as a key figure in the 2 billion Tembisa hospital tender scandal. Correct?
We heard about it, yes.
Linked to 41 companies involved in major tender fraud. Named in SIU reports and has appeared in the Madlanga Commission, accused of running a tender network that influenced the awarding of government healthcare contracts to companies linked to him. Almal in Sibiasa basket. And then we have Ignatius Pello. What is the relationship with the same list of characters that I've been mentioning? Kat, Molefe, Swazi, Karim, and this guy. Do you know who he is?
No, I'm not sure.
Have you established why the deputy president of the Patriotic Alliance, Kenny Kunene, was at Katiso Molefe's house at the time of his arrest?
No, I didn't get the details as to the reasons for him being there.
I'm asking this because pictures have surfaced showing Kunene with individuals such as General Sibia, Msibi. He was at the house of an alleged murderer and crime kingpin, Molefe. And this is why I'm asking.
Yeah, people do have relationships that are informed or influenced by something. At times we know, sometimes we won't know. So I guess as the team is investigating, we're able to uncover the truth of the relationship.
I'm just making sure the team has all the names with these question marks. No
Yeah,
stone left unturned.
so far, all what you are reading out are on the pie chart of the team.
My concluding point, when one considers the individuals named and the allegations already before this committee. Can you confirm whether the cartel at the center of all of this is responsible for a coordinated network of complex criminal activity, including, because if I researched all of these people, it's like a company, I said this yesterday, with various departments. Drug manufacturing and distribution is but one of the departments, how this cartel operates. It's all interlinked. The people that I've mentioned here possibly linked to the country's cash in transit heists. Am I correct?
Not possible, they are.
They are.
Yes,
Kidnapping and ransom,
yes, they are.
because this very guy by the name of Mr. Ishmael, he was also introduced by General Sibia to Jerry's family to
That's
assist. That was involved in this Nike, what do you call him?
Nangi.
Yes.
Yes, I'm told he gets introduced by the police to different families that their families have been kidnapped.
Yes.
They always introduce him.
So he gets introduced as an expert, saying he can help you find and trace your family member. The family pays millions. And guess who benefits?
That's correct.
Drug manufacturing and distribution on the list.
Yes, ma'am.
Contract killings, hitman for hire.
That's correct.
Something. When we speak about hitman for hire, the AK-47 used in the murder of Armand Swart, we mustn't forget this, was also used in the murders of DJ Somebody, DJ Vintos, and Don Tindleli. Am I correct?
That is correct. That's why Mlifi was arrested with all those murders and given bail more than once already.
Why DJs?
Because that's where the drugs are sold. For those that are partying, they're always in the clubs.
Tender and procurement corruption, part of the offerings, if I can call it that.
Yes, they do. Honorable members, I said earlier, this group that we're investigating might not necessarily be the most powerful in the country. There are many others that we're not talking about. But this one come to the radar because they wanted to control government.
That's it.
Others might be running it without interfering much with government, dealing with the junior police officers on the ground. But these ones wanted to capture the scene of the police and the very high level security class officials so that they can get away around, and politicians, unfortunately.
Taxi-related crime, part of the investigations.
That's correct.
Bribery, extortion and racketeering, fraud and money laundering. Had you not done what you did, I said this earlier on, I would still be sending tip-offs to many of these people that I've mentioned. I cannot believe that to date, we have suspended them and we are still paying them salaries. I thank you for your bravery.
Thank you so much.
I thank you for vindicating the many communities that have said we have officials that's corrupt. We couldn't connect the dots. We were fighting, we were camping ourselves outside the homes of drug dealers, collecting our stuff that our children steal from us. We were hitting down the doors of lolly lounges, fetching our girls out of those lounges that was exchanging their bodies for drugs. We were picking up abandoned babies because of drugs in our communities. The new scourge destroying the youth of South Africa. I speak today without fear or favor. I'd rather speak than to live a life with someone that is on drugs. It is much worse. Bless you for your bravery. I haven't had motivational words for anyone who's appeared before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Honorable Samboni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. General, I just want to clean up a few things, right? And I need you to understand that, sorry, I've said this before, but now we at deliberations and report writing stage, there'll be testimonies that are put here that we need to put back to you, that if they haven't been responded, then they go uncontested. So that's the thinking around my questioning. But maybe let me just start here. How have things been since July 6th? I mean, we see that you're working. How is the system settling? Is it how is it working? And did your officers eventually receive their awards? I'm thinking there would have been police service awards recently. So how have things been?
From the operational side point of view, things are looking good. The stats are talking, the case laws that are in courts are talking, there is evidence to that. We are looking good. The cases that have been stalled, that otherwise had we not done that press conference, will still be having people walking the streets. Those cases are in court. We can talk today about majority of the things that is the wrong in the police, but the key figures of some of these things are already behind bars. So we are seeing positive coming out of that. Members that have been deliberately pushed out of operations have been brought back by the very same courts to come and do their police work. That's why we are seeing this wheel of justice starting to grind, because our cry was to make sure that this wheel keeps grinding. And to the extent that the leadership is bringing it to the whole in that fashion, that's what was concerning us. But we are seeing movements that are happening. Part of the work that has been done, especially in Gauteng, there's more that could be done if the capacity is there. I've said before, honorable members, I'm glad you're asking this question about the rewards to the members, because it still pains me today. We are where we are today because of two sergeants that started this problem. They were joined by another sergeant, and eventually they were joined by another team. But those two that resisted those envelopes from Shibiri, those two that resisted being convinced in parties where Mulifes and them were, those two that went ahead and made sure that the Vereeniging case is investigated, are the ones that are our heroes. Sadly, they remain sergeants. I'm told one was promoted now because Kumalo had to make a plan to try and promote him. But the other one is not. They remain sergeants to date. We had pleaded with the National Commissioner to reward these members. We've had excellence awards. Unfortunately, they didn't get a single certificate for the work they've done. Now, this is the Gauteng squad I'm talking about. What we complain about, which is the first thing that means that disbanded. We said that before, which I kept on referring to what Honorable James have done yesterday, to realize that we've always been backing at the wrong. PKTT was never a problem. The problem was what was happening in Gauteng, which organized crime unit in Gauteng was involved, and counterintelligence in Gauteng got involved later. That is where the issues were. PKTT members that only came to assist, and they went back. They didn't even stay there. They came, did what they did, and they went back. They remain in KZN. But the ones that remain in Gauteng to do the job are the ones that this country and this government should really be rewarding. They remain sergeants. We've said before, I'm the general, yes, who might regard me as a person who brought this to the surface. But the people that really were feeling the heat are the ones that are carrying a case docket. day and night being approached by different people. A sergeant doesn't earn much. So it's easy for these people loaded with money to approach them and bribe them with money. But they refuse that.
Okay.
And we have not recognized them. The ones that I talked about, Honorable Member, last time were PKTT members. Those PKTT members that have done the wonderful job that Honorable Mkhwanazi spoke about were promised to be rewarded last year. That was put on hold, postponed, simply because of the letter of the minister. Minister Commissioner promised that he's going to do something to them. The next Excellence Awards came and gone. They still did not get anything to date. So none of those have been rewarded with anything.
I think it's very unfortunate and it's noted, General. I mean, I remember even the last time you came here, how you spoke of that matter. Hence, I thought to ask. But now, tell me, General, the new leadership, I'll suppose, well, I suppose this is only really the minister that's new, but are you getting any sense of reforms that are being put in place as this process proceeds to begin to deal with a lot of the issues that are being uncovered?
I think the difficulty, well, I'm at the province. The minister, acting minister kept on promising to come to the province. So we haven't necessarily engaged much or get much of the directive of how we should do things with the acting minister. But I understand he's acting. So there's maybe a limitation what you can do. We at right at onset, I had warned him about the chief of staff in his office because he walked into the office as one individual. I think he brought only one advisor with him. But the staff he found there is a staff that to date are assisting Minister Mkhwanazi to phone people that are in witness protection. It's the same staff in that office. So how is the acting minister going to maneuver in that space? I don't know how he does it. But from where I'm sitting, the limited engagement looks promising, but there's nothing yet that is before me that I can put as a reference. But so far, the engagement is encouraging. That's why I even know now that actually IP have told the acting minister that that matter they were investigating, where did the complaint come from?
Okay. General, okay, you said something very interesting here, which I hope I'm going to have time to come back to about minister phoning people in witness protection. But I want to know, General, Namhla's docket, is it back with the PKTT? How far is the case now?
No, the docket was sent back to the Eastern Cape. So I do not know what's the status of the docket, but it was.
But
it was
I
sent
thought
back.
the PKTT has not been disbanded and it was a PKTT document. Why is it gone back to the Eastern Cape?
It was a directive that was given that the only the KZN, remaining KZN, Eastern Cape must go to Eastern Cape. That's a directive that was given. So I do not know the reason behind.
By who not, General? Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. Let me explain why. Because the issue of station of origin and where the dockets go, it sounded like it had been completed. Then we were told, I think just after Madlanga Commission started, we were told that the dockets were returned to yourself in KwaZulu-Natal, who then gave a directive for these dockets to then be dispersed again.
With your permission, honorable members, I've got my colleagues here. I can ask General Kamani to get this before we finish this so we can give you the response. Because I really
Are you
don't.
happy with that decision? Because I got the sense that Namhla's family, Namhla's community, South Africans were looking to the PKTT to work on this matter and resolve it. Were you happy with the decision that the dockets are now dispersed once again?
Look, I cannot say I was happy or not. I remain in KZN. So cases that are outside KZN, I cannot fight for them. Doesn't matter how I might look at it, because I might then be judging the colleague in the province that are not able to do the job. If it was still a KZN docket that was taken somewhere else, I was not going to be pleased. But in this instance, I can't necessarily comment much because the incident did not happen in KZN anyway.
Okay, I'm sure the general who's awaiting to be on the witness stand will help us there. You know, I did say, General, that I didn't have many questions for you, so I went to fundraise some questions. And there were people on social media who gave me a few questions. There was a guy called Malia Vusa Mulaudzi. Says that when you came before us, you said there's an MP that if you name, our country will burn. Now, I'm raising this within the context of you talking about members of parliament. You remember, Mos, at some point you even pointed at all of us. in your evidence, you only led evidence against Honorable Collar Barnett and Honorable Adams. Are there MPs that you still believe are enabling, to use your words, all of this rogueness within criminal intelligence?
Yeah, well, those are the people that we've identified in terms of enabling. But in terms of benefiting from crime intelligence, that is the angle I was coming with when I said, if the intelligence were to name those that are benefiting financially from crime intelligence, is that what was going to cause a problem?
After everything that we've been through, General, do you think it's still correct that things are being hidden in such a manner? I mean, we've had long debates here about how you can't classify criminality and all sorts of things. Now, if criminal intelligence is aware of such things, is it correct that, we're still keeping all of these things hidden? How are we ever going to get rid of the problem then?
South Africa is not immune from the operations of intelligence all over the world. There is no country that is going to disclose everything, how they do it. But the parliamentarians must find a way through your colleagues in the Joint Standing Committee to get to know how safe are we, whether these, what you see as a systematic failure, are they been corrected? Because that committee oversees 3 intelligence communities in this country. Crime intelligence is but one. There's defense intelligence and there's state security. If crime intelligence has a budget of, as Mr. Police will talk about the million, maybe 100 million rand or 600 million rand, state security might have tripled that amount. And the entire budget is secret fund. So if there is misuse of funds in the police, there is a likelihood that perhaps in other agencies, similar things happen, or even worse. So it is important that the parliamentarians take note of this. We cannot then come and open our methods of operations on covert things before the world, because this is an international people watching this, international intelligent people that are watching these things. So there's limitation what you can tell, what you cannot tell. And it's not the secret of government, the government that is there on the day. No. It's for the safety of the country, beyond the administration that is voted in. Every president coming in, the executive come in, must comply with the act of keeping such secrets and operations of government. Otherwise, when we are transparent, we're going to regret one day. So we can't always display everything we do.
Okay, I think that's up for debate. General, it's a witness that testified here. I can't remember whether it was Mr. Mlotshwa or Mr. Adams who said the National Commissioner was at the gate of prison, and that was the trigger for the media briefing. Now, you today speak very authoritatively that had the National Commissioner been arrested, Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner. Now, I don't want to leave this open-ended. I need to understand, what do you base this on? Because the president appoints the National Commissioner. Now, what makes you so sure that Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner? And I hope that you were not insinuating that then the president would have acted in concert with these criminal syndicates. Can you